cold is finally gone. Well, I've been waiting for someone like you to come along. I was going down a road so dark and full of demons, I lost my ground. My heart was stuck in hibernating, stuck in the ice where there's no feeling. You shine on, you shine on, you shine on, you shine on me, you shine on, you shine on, you shine on, you shine on me. Your summer love thawed me out, melted all the fears I had and all the doubt. Now we have the wildest dreams. There's nobody I'd rather have to stand by me. My heart was stuck in hibernating, stuck in the ice where there's no feeling. You shine on, you shine on, you shine on, you shine on me, you shine on, you shine on, you shine on, you shine on me.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to what is going to be an incredible morning of wakeboarding action. It is, of course, Sunday at the MOOMBA Masters, and it is going to be an absolutely incredible morning. Well, it doesn't get any better than this. The sun is out, the water is glassy still, and, of course, these conditions are perfect. And we have the world's best award-winning wakeboard boat out here. It is, of course, the Super Air Nautique G23, and that can mean only one thing, and that is that the wakeboarding action will be kicking off here very, very soon. It is pro men's semi-finals, and well, folks, this is going to be a wakeboarding contest like you have never seen before. We have 18 of the world's best riders. Yes, that is right. 18 folks out here today, and they are going to be competing for only 6 spots in the MOOMBA Masters final here tomorrow. Have a look to the water and check this out, because that is the Roswell Marine Edition G23. Absolute wakeboarding excellence, and that is the pinnacle of 100 years of boat building by Nautique Boats. Incredible towboat here today for this pro men's wakeboarding contest. So how we're going to work today here, folks, we've got 3 heats, and each one of those heats has 6 riders in it. Only 2 of those riders are going to go through to tomorrow's final, and the other 4 will be going through to what is going to be a very tough road to the final, and that is through the LCQ, the last chance qualifier, happening later on today. This is going to be action-packed. It is going to be full of some thrills and spills, and you are going to see some of the biggest and best high-flying wakeboarding action in the world out here, and we are not too far from getting started here with our heat number 1. Well, let me read out some names here, folks, because some of the biggest names in wakeboarding are coming right up. First up, in his very first rookie season representing Australia, it is going to be Noah Ballard down from Queensland. And then following him, also in his rookie year, and one of the most talked about riders in wakeboarding today, it is Frederico Del Lago, well known as a Nano, and he will be our second rider off the dock. Following him is going to be Bo Wildman from the USA, who is riding incredibly high standard at the moment, and it's great to have Bo here at this MOOMBA Masters. And then our top 3 seeds in this heat number 1, Kai Dish from Argentina, Tyler Higham from the USA, and Corey Teunissen from Australia. There's a name we all know, and Corey out here once again for another MOOMBA Masters. He's got multiple MOOMBA titles. Well, can he find his way into the final here today? Well, this is going to be incredible, folks, and we are not too far away from getting the action going, and that, of course, is with our Pro Men's semi-finals here for the MOOMBA Masters, proudly brought to you by Nautique Boats. These conditions are absolutely perfect, and wow, we are, looks like, underway here. So, ladies and gentlemen, for all everyone who's joined us both here nice and early on the Yarra River and also online at moombamasters.com.au, well, welcome. And the action is on here, folks. We've got Noah Ballard from Australia. Have a look here. Noah Ballard, that is a hillside 900 to start this off. Oh my goodness. 2.5 full rotations and then straight back in. There is that Indy Dick. So Noah Ballard back in. There's the Dum Dum. So this is a high-flying start from Noah Ballard representing Australia. He's wrapped the rope around his body. And there's a 3-2-1 rewind. Yes, it is. And Noah Ballard, well, how about that, folks? Make some noise. Put your hands together because Noah Ballard standing up that pass number 1. Incredible stuff. We look to the replay there. And there was that Indy Dick, the Moby Dick, grabbing Indy all the way around. He came straight back in with the Dum Dum. And then this here, the big finish for Noah Ballard from Australia. As we look here, winding the rope around himself. And there is the 3-2-1 rewind there from Noah Ballard. Incredible difficult trick as he's rewinding, going against his momentum and somehow able to unwind there. Well, that is a great start to what is going to be an incredible morning of wakeboarding action. Noah Ballard from Australia behind the G23, and this is absolutely incredible scenes as in his rookie year, first year in MOOMBA Masters Pro Division, and he has come out absolutely firing here this morning. Of course, each of our riders, they do get a 45-second break just to let the wake settle and let the conditions, well, remain perfect for pass number 2. But we are back on here. This is Noah Ballard. And straight in toe side 9, so the second of his 900s there for the young Australian superstar on his hillside edge now. And there's the cab mob. And Noah Ballard, unfortunately, going down there right here in front of us in the commentary booth. And wow, I tell you what, this is exciting stuff. Absolutely incredible scenes out here. And Noah Ballard, well, as we look to the replay there, there's that toe side 900. So kicking off both his runs with those 900s and then coming back for the mute grabbed back mob. And well, unable to ride away from that one. But how about this start to this Pro Men's Wakeboarding semi-final? We got the world's best riders right here in Melbourne on the Yarra River, and wow, we are starting off with a bang here with Australia's own Noah Ballard. Well, he's right here in front of our supporters, so we want to hear a good old Melbourne cheer. Make some noise for Noah Ballard as he gets up for the rest of his pass number 2. Of course, each of our riders, they do get one fall and one fall only. So Noah, he cannot afford to let off the gas, but he doesn't want to fall for a second time. Well, here we go. We are back on now. This is Noah Ballard from Australia. He is going to squeeze in one more trick. It looks like a hillside approach. He's taking his time there, and oh, yes, there it is. Absolutely incredible stuff. A double back roll there. That is one and twice over there for Noah Ballard. As once again, we look to the replay. Well, folks, what a start. That is absolutely incredible stuff. There was that, well, mute mob there from Noah. Now, that one took him down. But as we look to the replay, once again, have a look at this for the big finish from Noah Ballard. He came in very, very hot on that hillside approach. And there it was, 1, 2, the double back roll. And that is incredible stuff from Noah Ballard to round out that pass number 2. Wow. Wow, how about a way to make your presence known in your rookie year? Noah Ballard. Wow, he has come out firing, and he is, well, put his hand up here, set the bar extremely high. And, well, folks, now you know the standard. Now you know what our other riders are chasing. And this is going to be an incredible semi-final number one. I tell you what, Noah Ballard on fire out here in Melbourne. Well, folks, don't really know what more there is to say about our next competitor here, because tell you what, there is a lot of excitement around this young man from Italy. Of course, last year he took the Junior Pro division by absolute storm. He was one of the biggest names in the Junior Pros division, and now he's stepping it up with the Pro Men's. And that, of course, from Italy is Frederico Del Lago, one of the most exciting young riders in wakeboarding today. Has the incredible Italian style out there. And get ready, folks, because this is going to be something special. Nano is up next, Frederico Del Lago from Italy, and he will be our second rider here, the second of our rookies here today. And, here in this heat number one. And, the bar has already been set, but here we go, folks. On the water now, and there it is. There is that MOOMBA 5. So, Nano with the mute MOOMBA 5 to start this off. Straight back in the Chromo 5, and it goes so big behind this G23 wake. It was a massive Chromo 5. He had all the time in the world, and unfortunately just wasn't able to get on top of the board in the landing there. As we look to the replay, that was an incredible start. The mute MOOMBA 540 straight out of the blocks there, and then have a look at how big he goes there with the Chromo 5. That was absolutely huge. Up and over, and unfortunately for Nano, just taking a swim there, but wow, talk about firing. He has come out both guns blazing here for our Pro Men's semifinals. Well, of course, when you've got the world's best riders, you need the world's best towboats as well. And, well, just a huge thanks once again for Nautique Boats and their continued support of MOOMBA Masters. But here we go, folks. We are back on. We are on here with Frederico Del Lago from Italy. Make some noise. Put your hands together. One of the most exciting young riders in the world today. And he's back in on his toe side edge, straight back in. There it is, the nose grab. MOOMBA 540. So Nano just straight back up and doing the same trick that took him down earlier in that first pass. Not a problem this time. And as we see to the replay, there was that big toe side cut. I tell you what, that is the biggest MOOMBA 5 that I think I've ever seen. Absolutely incredible stuff, and showing the judges some confidence in his riding, getting straight back up on the water and doing the trick that took him down earlier in the past. Well, absolutely incredible scenes here, but only getting 2 tricks in that first pass. So he had the mute MOOMBA 5. He had that MOOMBA 540 as well. And, he's going to have a bit of work to do here for the pass number 2, because there is some incredible wakeboarding talent still to come in this first semi-final. Well, here we go. Have a look to the city end because the G23 is making its way down through the course. This is Frederico Del Lago. And straight in with the Hillside 900 there for Frederico, the Cab 9. Coming in, with the wrapped KGB 540 there. That is absolutely huge start there from Nano in this pass number 2. Here we go. On his hillside edge and the double half cab roll there once and twice with that 180 as well, and going backside for the backside 9, and he's gone down there, folks. But let's make some noise. Put your hands together for the incredible high-flying riding styles of Frederico Del Lago from Italy. Well, that was incredible stuff, starting things off with that massive Hillside 900 going very, very big. And then how about that? That right there was my favorite trick of that pass number 2, the KGB 540, all wrapped up and incredible stuff. The double half cab roll there from Nano, and then, well, this last trick, the big finish, going for the backside 900. Oh, he wanted that one and unfortunately unable to ride away. But how about this for a competition there, folks? We have Noah Ballard and Frederico Del Lago so far, and this has been nothing short of absolutely incredible. And we have just had our two rookies so far in this heat number 1. Well, the action is going to keep on coming here this morning. It is high-flying stuff out here behind the G23 in this Pro Men's semi-final. And now it is all the way from Orlando, Florida. Oh, I tell you what, the excitement, it just keeps coming because our next rider representing Team USA is, of course, Bo Wildman. Get ready, folks. I know there's a lot of people looking forward to seeing Bo ride here this morning, and he is up next. Our third rider in this incredibly tough semi-final number 1. It is Bo Wildman out of the USA. Well, here we go. This is Bo Wildman representing the USA. And on his hillside edge, how about that? There is the 3-2-1 rewind there for Bo Wildman. Oh, I love that start. A trick that we are seeing a lot in competition now. Incredible stuff. The nose grab Chromo 540. Oh, wow. What a start, and coming in wrapped up for trick number 3. And yes, it is. There's the KGB 5. Oh, wow. This competition is something else here, folks. Unbelievable stuff. And Bo Wildman, how about that for a pass number 1? This is incredible scenes here in this Pro Men's Division semi-final. Oh, as we look to the replay, Bo Wildman had that 3-2-1 rewind. You can see the grab on that one. Absolutely so stylish, incredible riding. There was that nose grab, Crow Mob 540. And then this one here, how about that? Again, the nose grab, wrapped KGB 540. Now coming in wrapped here, and there was that incredible wrapped spin there on his toe side edge. And, well, that toe 5 grabbing that board all the way around that rotation. Incredible stuff here from Bo Wildman. out of the USA. That is unbelievable riding. What a start this has been to these pro men semifinals. Wow, we are being treated to some world-class wakeboarding action right here on the Yarra River. This is incredible stuff. What a competition. And wow, tell you what, folks, we are barely getting started. But here we go. We are back on the water now. This, of course, is Beau Wildman out of the USA. Now let's see what he's got in store for us for this pass number 2. And yes, spinning backside there. That was absolutely incredible start there for Beau Wildman with the backside spin. Back in big, big cab 720, and Beau Wildman, unfortunately, taking a swim there on his second trick, going down. And wow, just a little unlucky in the landing there. Couldn't quite see what happened in the landing, but unfortunately, that is going to be the first fall for our US competitor here this morning. Well, I was hoping that we were going to see the replay there so we could see what happened in the landing there for Beau Wildman. But unfortunately, having a fall here in his pass number 2. But, well, folks, didn't he come out absolutely firing straight out of the blocks? This is incredible stuff that we are witnessing out here. I tell you what, how about the work our judges are going to have to do here today? Lucky they are some of the best in the world, because this is going to be some incredibly tight competition here for our pro men's wakeboarding. But here we go. We're back on now. Get excited. Put your hands together. Let's make some noise because he's representing the USA. He is out on the water here in our MOOMBA Masters. This is, of course, Beau Wildman, and he is going to get one more trick. Here we go. It's a toe side approach. And the toe side 900 there for Beau Wildman. So that is he's going to get one more in there, folks. Well, did not see that coming. And Beau Wildman getting that one last trick there, somehow squeezing it in at the end of the course. So Beau Wildman with the fall and still able to get 3 tricks in. So, well, that could be a very, very important part of Beau Wildman's run there, squeezing in that last trick. He's straight up and out of the water and really rushed that one through, but getting it done and getting the points on the board. So Beau Wildman from the USA, and well, that was some incredible riding there from our US competitor. This semi-final is full of hits here, folks. This is unbelievable scenes that we are seeing, and we have barely gotten started with the wakeboarding action here this morning. And how about this? We've had 3 riders. We've still got 3 to come. We're halfway through the semi-final number 1, and we have coming up next 3 of the biggest names in wakeboarding. All the way from Argentina, we have Ollie Ditsch. He is the next rider off the dock. Then, representing Team USA, it is, of course, the superstar, Tyler Higham. And then, well, rounding out the semi-final number 1, Team Nautique athlete Corey Teunissen from Australia. Oh, this is going to be a huge finish here for our semi-final number 1. 3 riders still to come. And next up from Argentina, we've got Ollie Ditsch. Well, here we go, folks. We're back on the water. The G23 is into course. And this, of course, is Kai Ditsch, next rider here. And straight in, there is that mute moment. Kai Ditsch going down on his opening trick. Well, that is heartbreak here. Not the start we were looking for our Argentinian competitor here. We'll have a look, folks. We got the replay there. Tell you what, these riders are going so big with everything they do. There was the mute grab mob there and going very, very big. You can see just sliding around in the landing, and well, that unfortunately is not quite the start we were looking for. Of course, Kai here is part of the La Familia crew. Some of the most stylish riders in the world of wakeboarding, and love what those guys are doing in the wakeboarding scene these days. Incredible stuff. And well, folks, this is going to be a very, very big finish, because don't forget, we have had some unbelievable riding from Noah Ballard, Frederico Del Lago, and Bo Wildman. There is barely anything separating our first three competitors, and now we've still got three to come. We've got Kai Ditsch from Argentina out here on the water, and we've only got 2 spots in the final. Well, folks, here we go. Time to make some noise. Put your hands together for Kai Ditsch from Argentina. And here we go, back on his hillside approach. And there is, well, there was that cab roll there from Kai Ditsch. He's going to get one more trick in. And the Chromo 5, and Kai Ditsch, well, he's gone down on the Chromo 5 at the end of pass number 1. And that, folks, right there is 2 falls. So that is absolute heartbreak for our Argentinian competitor, and he is going to have to do things the hard way by going through the LCQ later on today. Oh, that is really, really disappointing there for Kai Ditsch. Unfortunate riding there, and well, we saw him. He went very, very big, and unfortunately goes down at the end of pass number 1 in that Chromo 5. So, well, that can be some pressure, folks, because Noah Ballard, Nano, and Bo Wildman have set the standard out here this morning. They've set the bar very, very high. And, well, a lot of pressure on our competitors for the rest of this first semi-final. Well, let's have a look to the water as that G23, the Roswell Marine Edition from Nautique Boats. Absolutely incredible. I tell you what, that is one of the best looking boats I have ever seen. I love that colorway. And don't forget that if you want to build your own boat, time to, well, start dreaming and build your colors. You can head along to Nautique.com and, well, check out all of the Centenary Edition Nautique boats, including that incredible G23. There's a boat builder option on there where you can choose the very best colors. And, well, I'd love to see if anyone can one-up this incredible looking Roswell Marine Edition G23, because I tell you what, that one right there, that would be the colors I choose, that is for sure. Nautique, of course, celebrating 100 years of boat building excellence. Of course, founded in 1925, and, well, they've been leading the way in the marine industry ever since. And great to have Nautique Boats once again as an incredible partner to this event, providing us with the world's best towboats. And, well, it doesn't get any better than what we are seeing out there with the G23. But, well, let's get our attention back to the riding and what is going on the water here today. because I tell you what, get ready here, folks, because the next rider on the water, well, he's all the way from the USA. He resides in Florida, but he is a Californian kid, and that is, of course, Tyler Higham, one of the most exciting and stylish riders in the world. He is, of course, been traveling the world, part of the La Familia crew, filming with that crew, and you are about to see something special here. Look out, folks, because Tyler Higham from the USA is the next rider here this morning. Watch the style that Tyler brings to his wakeboarding. Almost every trick will be wrapped around his body, and it does look like that is how we are going to be starting out this pass number one. Well, here we go. There is that rewind there from Tyler Higham, grabbing nose on the board all the way there as well. Straight in to that mute mode, wrapping himself into the handle here. This is Tyler Higham from the USA, the backside 720. How about that there, folks? And Tyler Higham with one more trick on his toe side approach, and back in, there's a toe side wrapped backside 5. And how about that for a pass number one, folks? Let's make some noise for the Californian kid. We got Tyler Higham out here on the water, and that is incredible stuff. Wow, what a pass number one that was. We'll have a look to the replay. Let's see that all again. There was that rewind, that 3-2-1. That is an incredible start. And then back in with that mobe there. So the mute mobe there from Tyler Higham. But this right here, the third trick, that backside 720 wrapped all the way around his body. An absolutely incredible couple of spins here. Again, the toe side, backside 5, and Tyler Higham. Wow, what a start here for Tyler Higham from the USA. And I tell you what, this is a incredibly tough heat number one in this pro men's semi-final action. Oh, the boys are making it tough for our judges out here today. Incredible riding there from Tyler Higham. Well, we're back on here. Have a look to the city end because Tyler Higham is back for his pass number 2. Here we go. His heelside edge. He was going for the double half cab roll, but pulling out halfway through. There is the cab roll. Straight back in, but the KGB5. So the wrapped KGB5 here from Tyler Higham. On his heel side edge now, big heel side 7. So the cab 720 here from Tyler Higham. He's got one more trick here, folks. And back in, yes, it was with the, again, back-to-back 720s there from Tyler Higham. So a big, big finish here for Tyler Higham in that pass number 2. Well, incredible riding, of course. Just having that one little bobble halfway through as we look to the replay here. And there it was. That would have been the double half cab roll. Tyler Higham, of course, pulling out just halfway through there. There was that incredible wrapped KGB5. Tyler Higham, a bit of a signature move for him. And then the cab 720 here from Tyler Higham. Last trick as we look to the replay here. There was, again, wrapping in that wrapped 720. Incredible riding there from Tyler Higham. Think possibly a double grab on that. Very hard to see from up here, but incredible stuff there from Tyler Higham. Just that one little bobble in that ride. but of course, standing up those two passes. So, well, once again, we've got another rider who is in the mix, and this is going to be incredibly difficult for our judges to call here. But we've still got one more rider to come, and that, of course, is Australia's own and Nautique team member, Corey Teunissen. Well, get ready, folks, because Corey Teunissen is a multiple MOOMBA Masters champion. He is one of the biggest names in the world of wakeboarding. He is a Team Nautique ambassador and athlete, and he is here right now for another MOOMBA Masters competition. This is going to be massive. A big, big finish to heat number 1 in our pro men's semi-final. And we have up next Australia's own Corey Teunissen. Wow, this is going to be a very, very exciting finish here, folks. Get ready. The excitement is building. There's a buzz in the air here this morning, and that is, of course, because Nautique's team athlete, Corey Teunissen, is about to round out this very, very high-level heat number 1 in our pro men's semifinals. Well, here we go. We are straight on here. Corey Teunissen with a heel side 900 straight out of the blocks. How about that for a start here, folks? Back in and going with the wrapped backside 720 here for Corey Teunissen. Back in toe side edge, and oh, I love that one. How about that? That's that nuclear grab G-spot there from Corey Teunissen as he comes back in. There's a skeezer 540. So the toe side approach, the switch chromo 540, and Corey Teunissen. What a stand-up pass number 1. That is incredible stuff here. Wow, we are seeing something special. Have a look to the replay. There was that 900 to kick things off. Corey Teunissen, he came straight out of the blocks, absolutely firing on all cylinders. Love that one. The backside wrapped 720. And then I've got to say, this was one of my favorite tricks there. There is a nuclear grab G-spot there, the toe side roll to blind. Incredible stuff. And then the skeezer 540. So one of the most technical tricks you're going to see out here today. And Corey Teunissen, well, that is a very nice pass number 1 here for the Australian superstar. Well, of course, a huge welcome to all of our wakeboarding fans and supporters that have gotten up early to watch some of the world's best wakeboarding. And, of course, everyone following along online as well at moombamasters.com.au. A big old welcome from all around the world. We know we got viewers all around the world here today, but here we go. Corey Teunissen, how about that? Tail grab, Moby Dick 540 there to start this off. On his heel side edge and the double half cab roll. Oh, this is an incredible run here from Team Nautique's own Corey Teunissen. It's a toe side approach. And yes, well, that very hard to see, but the Chromo 540, I do believe there from Corey Teunissen. And we got one more there, the mute grab mode. Well, that is a stand-up 2 passes. Incredible stuff. Put your hands together. Let's make some noise, Australia, because that right there is an incredible finish to the semi-final number 1. Corey Teunissen, wow, what a run. The Team Nautique athlete just showing us why he is one of the world's best. And, well, I called that completely wrong there for Corey Teunissen. That was the tail grab, tantrum to blind there, and then straight back in for Corey with that double half cab roll. So Corey Teunissen, it was a very nice start. Straight in, almost spinning off axis there. It's almost a 900. Kind of looks like a Chromo 540 there from Corey Teunissen. And then straight back in with that incredible cab mobe. That is a wild pass number 2 from Corey Teunissen from Australia. How about that for a finish here for semi-final number 1? Absolutely incredible scenes here. But folks, we got barely time to catch your breath, so we're going to get straight in to our semi-final number 2. And let me read out some names in this semi-final because they are some of the biggest names in wakeboarding. We have all the way from Japan. I cannot wait to see him out here on the water. Haruki Kamatsu. He's going to be our first rider off the dock. Then representing the US, Daniel Johnson. Great to have DJ back here. He is, well, back on after a big off season. And, well, looking forward to seeing DJ out here this morning. Of course, one of the world's best watermen, that is Noah Flegel from the USA, another Team Nautique athlete. And Noah Flegel is in this heat number 2, all the way from Italy. Following him, it is going to be Stefano James-Cimo, and then rounding out this incredible semi-final number 2. Some of the biggest names in wakeboarding. We've got Sam Brown, the Wizard of Wake, out here. He's rider number 5, and then following him, the high-flying Thomas Herman. He will be rounding out this semi-final number 2. Don't forget, only 2 of these riders get to go through, and we are straight into the action here, folks. This is Haruki Kamatsu from Japan, and how about that, the KGB to start this off from Haruki. Back in now on his toe side edge. I love that one. Going the bat wing to backside 360 there from our Japanese competitor. We are back on now. This is a hillside approach. And a big hillside 720, and Haruki unfortunately losing the handle on that one, and that is going to be fall number 1 there for Haruki Kamatsu from Japan. Whilst we look to the replay here, it really was a big start. There was that KGB to start things off. It looked like he was maybe looking for a KGB 5 and then pulling that out in the last moment. We had that batwing to blind 3 there from Haruki Kamatsu, and then right here, trick number 3. It was a hillside approach going off axis with the hillside off axis 720, and unfortunately going down on that one. But well, some incredible stuff out here getting this heat number 2 started with Haruki Kamatsu from Japan. And well, just a little bit unfortunate with that fall because I don't think he is going to be able to get another trick in here. So that is going to be 2 tricks on the board for Haruki for pass number 1. So he's going to take a little bit of time here, right on down to the end of the course. Settle for the 45-second break there as the wakes settle, and then get ready because this is going to be a very exciting pass number 2 from Haruki Kamatsu from Japan. Now, don't forget, for all of our supporters here, if you're following along and you want the up-to-date scores, you want to download the Ride Line app from WWA. It is available on the App Store, Apple App Store, as well as for Android as well. And make sure you do go and download that app, and you will see the scores as they come in. We're still waiting on the scores from that incredible semi-final number 1, but as soon as they come through, I will let you know which 2 riders are going to go straight through to the final here on Monday, and which of the riders will be in this afternoon's last chance qualifier. But we are back on the water now. The G23 making its way into course, and this is of course Haruki Kamatsu from Japan here. Let's see what he's got in store for us for pass number 2. And wow, that is a very, very big start there. Looked like the Moby Dick here from Haruki back in on his toe side approach. That very, very nice nose grab scarecrow going very big there. Right out, landing as clean as you like. On his heel side approach, there's that big heel side 720, and well, Haruki unfortunately going down, and that is going to bring us to the end of his pass number 2. But let's make some noise. Put your hands together, folks, for our first competitor here in semi-final number 2, Haruki Kamatsu from Japan. Well, Haruki, there's a big start with that Moby Dick, and coming out firing here for our Japanese competitor. Straight back in. There was that nose grab scarecrow, so it looks like he probably was looking for something a little extra on that one. And then back in, of course, that going down there on that cab 7. So Haruki Kamatsu, 2 falls in that run, but the standard has been set. The bar is up here, folks, and well, we have 5 riders now chasing that score from Haruki Kamatsu to find their way into the final. Oh, I tell you what, how about this? Our next rider, he's all the way from the USA and one of the most exciting young riders today. That is, of course, DJ Daniel Johnson. He's out here for another MOOMBA Masters after missing last year's event. And, well, great to have him back here in Melbourne for this competition. He is coming up next. He's representing Team USA. And that, of course, is Daniel Johnson, our second rider in the semi-final number 2. Well, we are off here, folks. That award-winning G23 on the water now. And, well, the world's best towboats here today for this incredible MOOMBA Masters. And we've got the world's best riders as well. And we are back on with our second competitor. And how about that? The toe side 720 to start this off here from Daniel Johnson. Back in now, there is the Skeezer 540. So Daniel Johnson, big start here as he makes his way down through the course. On his heel side edge, there is that incredible back mob there. Unbelievable stuff, how big he goes. And then straight in the backside 540. Incredible stuff here from DJ as he makes his way down to the end of that first pass. And that is a very nice stand-up pass number 1. And I tell you what, Daniel Johnson, he will be very happy with that one. Well, he came straight out of the blocks firing here, folks, as we look to the replay. That first trick landing absolute clean as it comes with that toe side 720. I love that. Straight in to that Crow Mode 540 there. And then how about this? That is incredible stuff. The Indy grabbed back mob there, landing wrapped into the rope. And then Daniel Johnson spinning backside on that one. And wow, what a pass number one that was from our US competitor here today for the semi-final number 2. Well, wakeboarding action doesn't get much better than this here, folks. It is dead calm conditions here today. The sun is out. We got the world's best towboats. We got the world's best riders. And tell you what, this is shaping up to be one hell of a competition here this morning. Here we go. We've got Daniel Johnson representing the USA, and this is pass number 2, and wow, looking for the 3-2-1, but unfortunately having to pull out of that one. So that is a big 360 to start off this pass number 2. How about that? That grabs 720. Incredible stuff. So the cab 7 here from Daniel Johnson in the second pass. Back in, oh, the Moby Dick 540 there. That is incredible stuff. And straight back in. Oh, it is. Wow, that is a funny wrapped Tootsie Roll there from Daniel Johnson. An incredible finish. Tell you what, took me a little while to figure out what that was in that last trick. Incredible stuff here. As we come back, there was, well, Daniel Johnson looking for what I can only imagine would have been that rewind. Unfortunately, having to pull out in that first trick, but then straight back in with the cab 720. As you can see, landing wrapped into the rope there. There was that Moby Dick 540 here from Daniel Johnson, and oh, I love that one. That is an unbelievable trick, that very late Tootsie Roll there, and putting so much style into that last trick there. Even Daniel Johnson, incredible stuff here. And wow, what a run that was from our US competitor. Well, folks, 2 riders down, and already this is shaping up to be a incredible semi-final number 2. Already, that first semi-final that we saw, it was an unbelievable competition. And it looks like the scores are in here, folks. And it is a very, very tight competition. But we can announce the 2 riders that are going straight through to Monday's final. It is Australia's own Corey Teunissen, and from the USA, Tyler Higham. We had scores of 81 and 78 respectively, but just missing out and through to today's LCQ. That is going to mean, sorry folks, let's have a look here. Frederico Del Lago, Noah Ballard, Bo Wildman, and Kai Dish will go through to the LCQs, the last chance qualifiers, later on here today. That is happening right around 1 p.m. and you do not want to miss that, because it is going to be a very, very tough competition with the last chance qualifier as these riders give it one last go to get their way into the final. But here we go. We are back on now, and this, of course, is Noah Flegel with the toe side 900. Oh, Nautique Boats athlete Noah Flegel, and back in. Oh, the skis are 540. How about that? Noah, of course, one of the world's best watermen, the Moby Dick 5. This is an incredible start out here from Noah Flegel as he comes in wrapped here, and oh, the wrap 900. Wow. Put your hands together for Nautique Boats athlete Noah Flegel. That is one of the most incredible pass number 1s that we have seen today. What What a run that was for Noah Flegel for this pass number 1. Well, we are watching it on the replay. You got to check this out. Started it off the toe side 900 and then back in for that skeezer 540. Noah Ballard here with the Moby Dick 5, and then check out this for a big finish. Noah Flegel, and I called that incredibly wrong live there. That was the rewind there from Noah Flegel. So big finish there from Noah Flegel from the USA. And wow, what a pass number 1 that was. Tell you what, this is unbelievable riding out here that we are seeing here today. And it just keeps on heating up here, folks, in this pro men's semifinal. Don't forget, we are only halfway through this semifinal number 2. We've still got 3 riders to come. But if you have a look to the city end of the course, you will see the G23 making its way back down into course, and this, of course, is Noah Flegel from the USA. Well, there it is, the hillside 900 to start this off from Noah Flegel, wrapping the rope around himself and going with the backside 720 here for Noah. So this is a big start once again. There is that mute mobe. Oh, I love that trick there from Noah Flegel. He's got one more trick. And yes, it looks like the roll to blind there. Put your hands together for Noah Flegel from the USA. And that is 2 stand-up passes. Wow, we are seeing something special here as you look to the replay. That is Noah Flegel's hillside 900 to kick off this pass number 2. The big wrapped backside 720. And then straight back in. There is that cab mobe there from Noah Flegel. Incredible stuff. And then love that one. That roll to blind there. Noah Flegel. What style and some of the most technical riding we have seen here in the semifinal number 2 so far. It is an incredible competition already here, folks, and we still have 3 riders to come. I tell you what, oh, how's everyone going on the shore here? I am got my heart in my mouth right now because this is incredibly tight competition out here in our pro men's semifinal. Tell you what, this is exhausting, and I am just viewing here incredible stuff. Excitement overload here on the banks of the Yarra River. Well, folks, we are 3 riders down here in our semi-final action. Of course, we have 3 riders still to come. And next on up, it is going to be Stefano James-Cimo from Italy. And here we go, folks. So we are on here. Don't forget, you want to download the Ride Line app from the WWA if you want to get these up-to-date scores. I'll do my best to keep you up to date here. But download that app and you will get them first and foremost. Well, we are straight in with Stefano James-Cimo. And wow, that is not the start that our young Italian competitor would have been looking for. Going down on the start here, and wow, that is unfortunate there for Stefano. A lot of hype behind this G23 wake, and wow, just unable to quite ride away there. And Stefano taking a fall on trick number 1. So this is going to be very, very interesting here, folks, because while we've already had incredible riding from Haruki Kamatsu, Daniel Johnson, and of course that last run, the stand-up 2 passes from Noah Flegel. Now Stefano has got his back against the wall here with that early fall, and there is still 2 riders to come, and 2 of the biggest names in wakeboarding. We got Sam Brown and Thomas Herman. But here we go. This is going to be a very interesting run here for Stefano. We know he's got the tricks here, folks. He's got the crowd behind him. Let's make some noise as he gets back up on the water. And it looks like we are off now. The G23, the Roswell Marine Edition. One of the best looking boats I have ever seen. Well, it's back up and it's on the water, and we've got Stefano James-Cimo behind them. Time to make some noise for our Italian competitor. Well, here we go. It's a heel side approach this time. Oh, I love that one. Stefano, no, that is not what we were looking for. 2 falls there, and Stefano Cimo, unfortunately, is going to finish his MOOMBA Masters semi-final run without getting a trick on the board. Oh, that is heartbreak here for Stefano. Of course, it was a heel side approach going for that, well, looked like a nuclear grabbed back mob there, and somehow, unfortunately, coming a little short on the landing. That is real heartbreak here, folks. But remember, we will see Stefano back in action this afternoon in our last chance qualifier. Just pulling up the schedule now. That is going to be happening at 1 p.m. this afternoon. So how this is all working here, folks, we've got 3 semi-final heats. 2 of the riders in each of the semi-finals will be going through to the final here tomorrow. And our other 4 riders will go through to the last chance qualifier. Now, we do know from semi-final number 1 that those 2 riders through to the final are Tyler Higham from the USA and Corey Teunissen from Australia. We are 4 riders down so far in this semi-final number 2, and we have 2 of the biggest names in wakeboarding still to come. How about this here, folks? Oh, the Aussies are going to go absolutely wild because Australia's own, well known as the Wizard of Wake, because he does things that you would think are absolutely impossible to do. And that, of course, is Sam Brown representing Australia here in this MOOMBA Masters Pro Men's competition, and one of the most incredible wakeboarders in the world today. Also part of the La Familia crew. And, well, folks, this is going to be a very, very exciting finish to the semi-final number 2, because we have Sam Brown from Australia. He's up next. And then Thomas Herman from the USA, one of the most exciting riders today. And he is our last rider off the dock. But I tell you what, this next rider, Sam Brown, you are in for something special here, folks. Sam Brown makes wakeboarding look like only Sam Brown can. The way this guy grabs his wakeboard and the tricks he does are absolutely incredible. Tell you what, folks, watching Sam ride, sometimes it makes me go cross-eyed trying to figure out what he is doing out here on the water. And he's coming up next. This is going to be a very special finish to this semi-final number 2. We are only moments away with Australia's own, an absolute legend of wakeboarding, and that, of course, is Sam Brown. Well, here we go. There's some excitement on the shore. There's a buzz around the shores of the Yarra River, and that is because Sam Brown has just taken to the water. Straight back in. There is that MOOMBA 5. So Sam Brown starting it out very, very big there. Then you grab MOOMBA 5. How about that? Oh, the Moby Dick. I think grabbing that chicken salad there. The toe side, backside 5. How about this here, folks? From the Wizard of Wake, Sam Brown. And straight back in the hillside 720 double grab on that one. And Sam Brown, that is a incredible pass number 1. Sam Brown doing Sam Brown things out here on the Yarra River. And absolutely incredible scenes here. Wow, we call him the Wizard for this exact reason here, folks. Have a look to the replay. There was that MOOMBA 5 to start things off. A cab MOOMBA 540 and then back in. How about that? The Moby Dick, I cannot quite tell what that grab was there from Sam Brown. Love that one. He comes up off his toe side edge, that very long grab, and then spinning backside. 1.5 full rotations, and then once again that 720 there from Sam Brown. Well, that is some incredible style and incredible riding there from Australia's own Sam Brown. Of course, coming off just recently a pro men's national title, and we are going to see this weekend if he can back that up by taking home the MOOMBA Masters title as well. Well, Sam Brown, so far so good. Incredible riding out here for Australia's own Sammy Brown. Well, here we go, guys. We are back on now. This is Sam Brown on a toe side approach, and oh, Sam Brown going down at the start of pass number 1. So, pass number 2. So, well, folks, that is an unfortunate first fall here. Let's have a look to the replay. Well, Sam Brown with that very, we're grabbing that for what seems like an eternity there with that G-spot, and unfortunately going down there. So Sam Brown, not the start for pass number 2 that he would have been looking for here, but, well, I tell you what, plenty of room in this course now for Sammy Brown to, well, come back and get one of those spots in the final. He's going to have maybe 3 more tricks. Are going to be hustles? He'll get 3, possibly only have time for 2. This is going to be a very big finish. Get ready, folks, because excitement overload right now as Sam Brown with that 1 fall down. So a little bit against it here. Can he overtake Noah Flegel Daniel Johnson, Haruki Kamatsu, and Stefano James-Cimo to find himself into the final. Well, here we go, folks. Come on, Australia. It's time to make some noise and put your hands together, because this is the one and only the incredible riding styles of Sam Brown from Australia. Here we go. The big finish. What have we got here from Sam Brown to round this out? Looks like we're going to get only, it could be one trick. Straight in, and the double half cab roll there for Sam Brown. Is he going to squeeze one more in? Oh, yes. Oh, folks, that is the Chrome 720 there for Sam Brown. Oh, I hope that was in course, because that was an incredible finish. Have a look to the replay. Oh, my goodness, if you are going to do two tricks, folks, these are the two tricks that you would want to do. Have a look to the replay as we see that fall from Sam Brown. This was an incredible finish. Here we go, folks. Look to the replay. Sam Brown on a hillside approach, and there it was. 1, 2, the double half cab roll, and then this right here. This is one of the biggest tricks in wakeboarding. Oh, the Chrome 720. Wow. That was incredible scenes. That was something special there from the Wizard of Wake, Sammy Brown. And talk about confidence. Oh, he took a fall very, very early in that pass number 2, and he came back with two of the biggest tricks that you will ever see in wakeboarding. Incredible scenes out here on the Yarra River. Wow, this just heated up here, folks. Sam Brown, and what a finish that was. Oh, I am out of breath here, folks. That was unbelievable stuff. So exciting there. The big finish from Sam Brown. I cannot believe what we just saw. And we've still got one rider to come. And he is one of the biggest names in wakeboarding. Oh, I tell you what, get ready, because this is Thomas Herman. Oh, straight out of the blocks with a hillside double back roll here from Thomas Herman, and back in. Oh, and that incredible late Chrome there. And Thomas Herman going down on trick number 2. Wow. What a explosive start this was here, folks, from Thomas Herman. As we look to the replay, 1, 2, that bright pink edition board from Thomas Herman, and straight back in that late Chrome. And, well, Thomas Herman unfortunately going down, tripping up on the top of that massive G23 wake. But, man, what a start. Talk about explosive riding style there from Thomas Herman from the USA. Wow. How about this, folks? Well, what happens now? Thomas Herman with an early fall. He's seen what our other competitors have done. It's one of the advantages of coming or being the last rider in the semi-final. He knows what he has to do to get through to Monday's final. Let's see if he can put it together. Well, come on, folks. He's right here in front of you. He's one of the biggest names in wakeboarding. He's an absolute excitement machine, and that is Thomas Herman from the USA. Well, let's see what he does here to round out this pass number 2. Well, he's wrapped up, and that is that is incredible. I think it's KGB 5 there from Thomas Herman, and back in with the cab 720. Oh, just able to pull out right in front of that big Nordique buoy there. And well, let's have a look once again to that big finish from Thomas Herman. There was the double back roll to start off that pass number 1. Well, it was a very big start. And then, of course, that fall from Thomas Herman. Tell you what, this is a way to come back, though. Wrapping up and then straight in. Love that one from Thomas Herman. Incredible stuff. And then back in with that very late cab 720. Just missing the Nordique buoy there. And Thomas Herman, they are 2 big hammers there to round out pass number 1. Well, incredible scenes here on the Yarra River. And Thomas Herman, well, he has come back well, getting 3 tricks in that pass number 1. And this is going to be a very exciting pass number 2 here for Thomas Herman. Let's see if he can find his way into the final here on Monday. Well, remember, we've got 2 riders already in that final, Corey Teunissen and Tyler Higham. And we will see now who will be joining them. Thomas Herman on the water now, on his hillside approach, and there is that rewind. Oh, I absolutely love that trick here from Thomas Herman, wrapped up and into the rope here with that rewind. On his toe side approach, and just a laid out toe side back roll there. So, well, he was looking for something a little different. The Moby Dick 5, has he got the handle? Yes, he has. The Moby Dick 5 here from Thomas Herman. He's going to get one more trick, and wow, just the big rally for the crowd. So Thomas Herman, well, that wasn't the pass number 2 that he was looking for. And well, folks, incredible stuff out here as we look to the replay. Well, Thomas Herman, well, he started off. That was absolutely incredible there, wrapping up, and with that 3-2-1 rewind. Back in, as you can see, and Thomas Herman, unfortunately, not getting the lift there that he was looking for with the toe side back roll. We had that big Moby Dick 540, and unfortunately having a bit of a butt check in the landing there. Well, just a couple of late tricks for the judges here with that Rayleigh and another toe side back roll. But Thomas Herman, well, that isn't going to be the pass number 2 that he was looking for. Some very big tricks, though, in that second, or in that run there from Thomas. So we're going to leave that one in the hands of the judges. Now, let's not forget, if you want to see the up-to-date scores, you want to be on the Ride Line app from the WWA. That is the first place that the scores come through to. So have a look on there, keep refreshing it, and you will know exactly which 2 riders will be going through to tomorrow's final. I'll announce it as soon as I see it here as well here, folks. But remember, only 2 of these riders getting to go through. But how about this? We now have semi-final number 3, and these riders, well, it's going to be nothing short of incredible, because first on up from Korea, we've got Yanjio Kim, in his rookie year in this pro men's division. Well, Yanjio will be our first rider to hit the water here in semi-final number 3. There we go to Australia's own Jesse Mason. I love the exciting riding style of Jesse Mason, and great to have him here for another MOOMBA Masters. Then we go to Great Britain's own Luca Kidd, one of the most exciting and stylish riders. We've got Ollie Ditsch. No one goes bigger than Ollie in the world of wakeboarding, and get ready for an absolute excitement overload when Ollie Ditsch hits the water. And then our last 2 riders, and how about this for 2 big names? We have Massi Pifferetti from Italy, one of the most stylish riders in the world, and then we've got the reigning champion in Nick Rapper, Australia's own. He's rounding out the event. This is going to be an incredible semi-final number 3. But first up, we've got Yanjio Kim from Korea, and that is a very big KGB to start this off. A toe side approach there, and a very nice chromo 540 here from Yanjio as he makes his way down through the course. Big hillside 720, not a problem there. And as he comes through, rounding out, there's pass number 1, and just going down right at the end of this pass number 1. Well, Yanjio Kim unfortunately taking a spill right at the end of the course, but talk about a high-flying start here. Well, as we look to the replay, Yanjio, big start. That KGB was huge. Straight back in, and there was that nose grab chromo 540. So big. That trick, I tell you what, these riders are going bigger than ever on that chromo 5. There was that 720. And then Yanjio, unfortunately, going down at the end. It looked like he was going for the, well, I thought it was going to be a double half cab roll, but with that cab mob there and going down on that one. Wow, talk about a way to get started here for the semi-final number 3. And how about the standard of riding in this semi-final? This is going to be an incredible finish to our pro men's action here this morning. It is unbelievable scenes all morning long. What a competition this has been. And, well, we will be back very soon with pass number 2 from Yanjio Kim. Behind, of course, the incredible G23 from Nautique Boats. An award-winning wake out here on the water. And these riders, well, loving every second of it. Going as big as anyone ever would on a wakeboard. And, wow, folks, what a competition this has been. Of course, we got a big day of action out here this morning. I believe we are going to be moving into the trick divisions after the wakeboarding. So get ready for a very big day of water sports action out here. And then don't forget, we've got the last chance qualifiers in our pro men's division. That is happening here this afternoon at 1 p.m. And then it is finals time on Monday. Oh, it's just wakeboarding action all weekend long. But here we go, folks. The Roswell Marine Edition G23 back up and on the water. We've got Korea's own Yanjio Kim in tow. And this is pass number 2. Well, here we go. Hillside approach to start this off. And how about that from Yanjio Kim? Straight back into the double back roll there for Yanjio. So switch heel side to start things off. Going in with the double back roll here. Yanjio Kim now with the wrapped backside 720. How about this for a pass number 2? And we got one more trick. Hillside approaching the Moby Dick 540, and Yanjio has gone down at the end of pass number 2 with the tail grab. Moby Dick 540, and wow, that is just an unfortunate fall at the end of an incredible pass number 2. How about that there, folks? Yanjio coming in, that front mob 540 there, incredible stuff. The slim chance 5, and then back in with that double back roll. The backside wrapped 720, and then this here, man, if he had landed this last trick with the Moby Dick 540, oh, that would have put him right in the mix here, folks. Well, it already has. The bar has been set. This is incredible stuff out here in his rookie season. Yanjio Kim. Wow. What a start this has been for semi-final number 3. And I tell you what, on paper, anything could happen in this semi-final number 3. This is an incredible standard of riding here. Some of the biggest names in the world of wakeboarding right here, jam-packed in this semi-final number 3. It's going to be action-packed here, folks. But next on up, we're going to the first of our Aussies. And that, of course, is Jesse Mason, traveling up here from Tasmania. And he is coming up next here, folks. Australia's own Jesse Mason. Get ready for the high-flying Tasmanian as he comes in for another Pro Men's semi-final at MOOMBA Masters. Well, here we go. Come on, Aussies, on your feet. Because Jesse Mason, there is the big bat wing to blind there for Jesse Mason as he comes on through. And oh, straight back. And that is a big fall. Give us a wave, Jesse Mason, with a very, very big fall on trick number 2. Oh, he looks all right, tell you what. Oh, he's tough. They breed him tough down in Tassie. That was absolutely huge. As we look to the replay, there was that batwing to backside 180 there from Jesse Mason. And this right here, that was absolutely huge, getting boosted behind this Roswell Marine Edition G23. Thought Jesse Mason was going for a KGB there, but that was absolutely huge. And going down very, very hard here today was our young Tasmania. Well, folks, he's all right. He's got a smile on his face. He's laughing it off. And, well, we are going to be back for the rest of pass number 1 here from Australia's own Jesse Mason. Well, we are back on. Come on, Australia. Get on your feet and put your hands together. He needs your support right now. That is Australia's own Jesse Mason. 1 fall down. Let's see how he rounds out this pass number 1. Well, it looks like a toe side approach for Jesse Mason as he makes his way through. Oh, I love that one. How about that? The Crow Mobe. And that is very big there. And a big finish. there for Jesse Mason as he rounds out this pass number 1. Well, it was a high-flying start. He had that big fall right in the middle of his pass, and then a big finish here. So some real thrills and spills here from Australia's own Jesse Mason in that pass number 1. Well, as we look once again at that big fall, falling very, very hard. I still can't quite work out what Jesse was going for there. I think it was a KGB, but well and truly over-rotating that one. But here it was, the big finish as we look to the replay. Jesse Mason shaking off those cobwebs, up again behind that G23. And have a look here. It was a big toe side approach. He came in nice and big, and there was that crow mob going very laid out there from Jesse Mason from Tasmania. And, well, big finish. He's got some work to do here, folks, if he is wanting to, well, overtake Yanjio Kim and, well, of course, put up a big score for our next riders to chase. We got some incredible talent in the semi-final number 3. It is going to be absolutely stacked, action-packed right to the last second. And here we go. We are back on now. This is Jesse Mason. It's a toe side approach. And, well, there is the crow mob there. So Jesse Mason must have been finishing that pass number 1 with the 720 and then straight back in here. So Jesse Mason now on his toe side edge. And unfortunately going down. So Jesse Mason with 2 falls. He won't be happy with that one, but let's put our hands together and make some noise there for Jesse Mason from Australia. Second of our riders here in the semi-final number 3. Well, here we go, folks. We're back on the replay. The nose grab, crow mob there, and then love that 540 there from Jesse Mason. Well, it was a very clean start, but this trick number 3, well, it just got away on him. And, well, unfortunately going down there. Trick number 3 and Jesse Mason. Well, he's got a good score on the board here, folks. I don't know if that is going to be enough to get him through to tomorrow's final, but you never know at a MOOMBA Masters. Anything can happen here, folks, and it often does. But get excited here, Melbourne, because your next rider coming right up, of course, part of the La Familia crew. He's all the way from Great Britain. And I tell you what, this guy, he could go all the way here today and end up in the final. He's got the tricks. Luca Kidd, our next rider off the dock. The style that Luca Kidd brings to wakeboarding is nothing short of exceptional. And he will be our 3rd rider off the dock. The incredible riding action of a Luca Kidd from Great Britain. He is up next here, folks. And then we're going into a very big finish. From Argentina, Ollie Ditsch. From Italy, Massi Pifferetti. And then from Australia, your last rider here today, the one and only Nick Rapper. Well, this is going to be a very, very big finish to this semi-final action in our wakeboarding competition. And next on up, representing Great Britain, well, here we go. It is Luca Kidd. On his heel side edge, wrapping up, and the cab 720 there from Luca once again with the rope wrapped around his body. And oh, he's gone down. Trick number 2. And wow, folks, Luca Kidd, he came out so strong with that cab 7, and unfortunately going down in trick number 2. But talk about some action-packed riding that we are seeing here today as we look to the replay. There was that cab 7 to start this off, and then Luca Kidd with the backside 720 there. And, wow, just unable to ride away in that landing very deep there into the trough. And, well, unfortunately, having his first fall here today in this first pass. Now, of course, for everyone following along here and at home on the Ride Line app, well, that is going to be the place where you see your scores first. Well, unfortunately, hasn't quite come through yet. I'll announce them as soon as we see them, folks. It was a very tight semi-final number 2, but as those scores do come in, we will announce it. Remembering only 2 of these wakeboarders get to go through from each of the semi-finals. So it is incredibly tight and tough competition. We know so far that Corey Teunissen and Tyler Higham, well, they are through. But who is going to join them? Well, folks, we will find out quickly as the results come in. Only 2 riders from each of these semi-final heats get to go through to tomorrow's final. And then this afternoon at 1 p.m., we have our last chance qualifiers, 2 heats of 6, and only 1 rider gets to go through. So it's going to get even tougher here today. These riders desperately want to go through to the final straight from these semi-final heats. And well, here we go. We are back on now, folks. He's right here in front of you. Time to make some noise and put your hands together for one of the biggest names in wakeboarding. It is from Great Britain, Luca Kidd. Here we go, wrapping up now with a rope around his body. And there is that backside 7, and no, he's gone down again. And Luca Kidd going down twice in that pass number 1. Well, that is not what Luca Kidd was wanting for his semi-final run. Put your hands together, folks. Let's make some noise for Luca Kidd from Great Britain. And, well, I believe that is going to mean that we are going to see Luca in the last chance qualifier later on today. Doing it the hard way here at MOOMBA Masters, and unfortunately going down twice there in that pass number 1. Well, folks, unfortunate riding out here for Luca Kidd from Great Britain. But talk about a big finish now, folks, because we've got 3 riders to come, and these are 3 of the most exciting riders in the world. How about this? Because next up, we have from Argentina, Ollie Ditsch. Well, now, Ollie will ride a wakeboard like no one else in the world, folks. Get excited and get ready, because Ollie Ditsch goes bigger than anyone in wakeboarding today, and he is up next. Then we have the incredible, stylish riding of Massi Pifferetti from Italy, and then rounding it out will be the reigning wakeboard World Series champion, Australia's own Nick Rapper. Well, he's coming off a season last year where he just about took home every title, and Nick Rapper will be trying to back that up with a MOOMBA Masters title. He is our last rider here today. Well, get ready, folks. 3 of the best, and they are coming up next. We've got Ollie Ditsch, Massi Pifferetti, and Nick Rapper to round out this semi-final number 3. mate. Well, folks, here we go. We are on here, and this is one of the most exciting riders in the world, all the way from Argentina. This is Ollie Ditsch, and how about that? Well, folks, Ollie Ditsch goes bigger than anyone in wakeboarding, starting things off with that cat 3 straight back in. And oh, wow. You are not meant to take a trick that hard, that far into the flats. That is unbelievable stuff here from Ollie Ditsch from Argentina. I tell you what, folks, I said he's the most explosive rider in the world, and that is Ollie Ditsch style out there. How about that? There was that massive 360 and then back for that cab 720 out into the flats. You do not see wakeboarding like this at all these days, and that is absolutely incredible, explosive riding style of the Argentinian Ollie Ditsch. Oh, folks, incredible stuff out here. This explosive riding from Ollie is unbelievable to watch. It is an audible gasp that you hear from the crowd when they see how big he goes behind this G23 wake. Wow, what a show we are seeing here this morning. Well, he's a fan favorite, folks. Come on. Time to put your hands together and make some noise for Argentina's own Ollie Ditsch, our fourth rider in this very stacked semi-final number 3. Here we go. On his hillside edge now. And there's that 720, and oh my goodness, how about that there, folks? Into the flats, and Ollie Ditsch with that massive 720, way past that second wave. That is, you see tricks into the flats, and then you see what Ollie Ditsch does. That is unbelievable scenes here on the Yarra River. Have a look to the replay. Look how big he goes. 2 full rotations, and Ollie Ditsch landing a absolute mile past that second wake here in his pass number 1. Incredible riding there from Ollie Ditsch from Argentina. Well, here we go. We are back on. I tell you what, get to the water's edge. You don't want to miss a moment, because this right here, Ollie Ditsch. And how about that? Oh my goodness. Ollie Ditsch ollieing over the jump rope ramp there. That is absolutely huge on his toe side edge. And oh, that is one of the biggest Tootsie Rolls I've ever seen. That very late backside spinning Tootsie Roll there from Ollie Ditsch. And a backside 5, Ollie Ditsch. Oh my goodness, this is heart in your mouth stuff here, folks. And Ollie Ditsch going down on the backside 540. But wow, that is excitement overload. You've got to see this again. As we look through, there was, can't quite tell if that was I think it was a Moby Dick there, right out into the flats there from Ollie Ditsch as he came back in. And look at this, folks. Oh, that is the biggest Tootsie Roll you are ever going to see. I have never seen someone do that trick into the flats like that, going for the back side 5. One of the hardest spins you can do, and right out into the flats like that. That is a whole nother level of difficulty. And Ollie Ditsch putting on a show out here. Well, I tell you what, if that doesn't get your blood pumping, nothing will. Ollie Ditsch from Argentina. That was incredible stuff out here. But we are down to our last 2 riders. And how about this for a finish? Well, next on up, well, he is one of the most exciting riders in the world. He certainly has that unique style that only he has, and he is, well, here for another MOOMBA Masters. It is, of course, Massi Pifferetti from Italy, and he is up next, folks. The superstar of wakeboarding, Massi Pifferetti, coming up next in this MOOMBA Masters semi-final. What a finish this is going to be. Finish of the wakeboarding action here this morning. Well, we are on here. It is from Italy, Massi Pifferetti, your rider out on the water. Have a look. The toe side edge. There is that toe side G spot there from Massi Pifferetti. The Chromo 540, actually the Skeezer 540 here from Massi. Back in, hillside edge there. And there's a very big cab 720. And what a finish there from Massi Pifferetti from Italy. Wow, tell you what style that was in Massi's riding. Incredible stuff. As we look to the replay. Now, we lost him in the sun here for that first trick. But absolutely love that one. There was that roll to blind to start things off, and then straight back in to that G-spot there from Massi Pifferetti. Love that Skeezer 540 here, and then rounding it out with that cab 720. Wow, Massi Pifferetti. It's a big start. That is a big start. It's a big pass, number 1. And Massi Pifferetti with that Italian style in that pass, number 1. Well, here we go, folks. We are back on now with Massi Pifferetti. Let's see what he can do in this pass number 2. Can he make it straight through to the final here tomorrow? Well, here we go. G23 into course now. And Massi Pifferetti. There is the tail grab Moby Dick there for Massi Pifferetti. Oh, I love that one. How about that? The toe side nose grab, backside 180. Massi now with that 0, and oh, he's gone down there, folks. Massi Pifferetti. Wow, some unique style there from Massi, and well, unfortunately going down at the end of pass number 2. Oh, it's going to make things very interesting here, folks. As we look to the replay, there was that tail grabbed Moby Dick. And then how about this one? That nose grab very late, backside 1. So incredibly stylish there from Massi Pifferetti. That toe side rewind, the 0 there, and Well, that is not where Massi would have wanted to fall. A little unfortunate there from Massi Pifferetti. And, well, this is shaping up to be a very, very hard competition for our judges to judge. Well, we have some scores in before we get to our last rider here, folks. And we saw an unbelievable semi-final number 2. And we can announce now that the 2 riders straight through to the final here tomorrow are Australia's own Sam Brown and from the USA, Nautique team athlete Noah Flegel. So those 2 riders will be joining Corey Teunissen and Tyler Higham in tomorrow's final. Unfortunately for Thomas Herman, for Daniel Johnson, for Haruki Kamatsu, and for Stefano James-Cimo, they will be going through to the LCQ this afternoon. That is going to be an incredibly tough competition for the last chance qualifier. But folks, we've got one more rider to come here today, and of course he is one of the biggest names in wakeboarding. He's your reigning MOOMBA Masters champion. He's your reigning Nautique Wakeboard World Series champion. He is, of course, Australia's own Nick Rapper, and he is right here on the Yarra River here for MOOMBA Masters, and let's get this going. Australia's own Nick Rapper. On the water now, and how about that? There's the big hillside 900 there for Nick Rapper. Straight in now on his hillside approach, and here we go. Yes, a double half cab roll once and twice there, folks. And back in. Last trick now. And the backside 720 past that second wake. And how about that for pass number 1 there from Nick Rapper. Wow, incredible stuff there from our reigning MOOMBA Masters champion. Now, we did miss that first trick there, folks, so not sure what Nick Rapper kicked off his run with, but there was the 900 back to the double half cab roll, and then this is true Nick Rapper style, the big hillside backside 720. So Nick Rapper standing up that pass number 1, and incredible stuff out here. Nick Rapper doing what Nick Rapper does, and that is the explosive riding style of the Australian. Incredible scenes out here as Nick Rapper tries to get his way into tomorrow's final. Once again, folks, let's just have a quick reminder on how this works. 2 of these riders go through to the final. The other 4 will have to go to our last chance qualifier this afternoon. So it is incredibly tough competition out here on the Yarra River. And, well, it is a very much a pressure cooker out here for our riders as the pressure builds and builds and builds. But here we go. We are back on now. This is Nick Rapper from Australia. Here we go. Toe side 900. How about that, folks? For a start here for pass number 2 for Nick Rapper as he heads on down the course. And the double Indy tantrum. Yes, not a problem. Nick Rapper is on an absolute tear right now. Here we go with that cab 720 there from Nick Rapper. He's going to get one more trick in here, folks. The big finish to our competition there, and There was the Chromo 540. That is it from Nick Rapper, as clean as you like. And put your hands together for your reigning MOOMBA Masters champ, the reigning Wakeboard World Series champion, Nick Rapper. Wow, folks, that was so nice. It's worth seeing again. There's Nick Rapper on the replay, the double Indy tantrum. Incredible stuff out here. And then how about this one, the Cab 720 from Nick Rapper, an absolute superstar of wake. And Nick Rapper showing us how to get it done out here. There was the Chromo 540 to round that out. And what a competition that was. Well, congratulations to all of our pro men's and competitors, and thank you to our incredible crowd for coming out down here and supporting the wakeboarding action nice and early. We are going to wait for those scores to come through. But once again, just reminding you from semi-final number 1, the 2 riders going through were Corey Teunissen and Tyler Higham. From semi-final number 2, we had Sam Brown and Noah Flegel. And for semi-final number 3, well, they will be coming through very, very soon. Follow along on the Ride Line app from the WWA. That is the place to stay up to date with the wakeboarding scores as we move in to the next of our water skiing disciplines. It is, of course, the women's trick skiing. Oh, there's going to be some incredible action out here on the Yarra River as we hand it over to our team to our trick team here for the women's and men's trick skiing action. For all our wakeboarders out there, don't forget to be right back here 1 p.m. today for our last chance qualifiers.
Good morning, folks, and welcome to the banks of the Yarra, the MOOMBA Masters. Well, thank you to the wakeboard guys. What an awesome event. Our men's wakeboarders, of course, great to see the world's best out there, among them being Aussie Nick Rapper, and a fantastic event. We're going to switch it up now and move to the first of our trick skiing events, the women's trick elimination round. We have 15 competitors in all. We're going to roll straight into the event. Of course, our ever-efficient course guys would have the course pretty much ready to get going in literally a few minutes' time. And we'll be kicking off with, from New Zealand, Courtney Williams. So open women's tricks preliminary round getting underway. Well, we're right on schedule to get things going at 10 o'clock. A glorious Melbourne morning here on the banks of the Yarra River for MOOMBA Masters 2025. My name's Rob Wing. Joining me in commentary will be Curtis Williams. And a big good morning, Curtis. And, well, you wouldn't want to be anywhere else in the world right now, would you? It's an absolutely glorious Melbourne morning.
Absolutely right, Rob. Cannot wait for the men's tricks. A little bit more wakeboarding too, which I think I'm going to come down to the banks and stick around for, because that was spectacular. Some huge tricks thrown down behind that G23. We're going to switch over to the ski nautique now and move into our first tricking of the weekend. We, of course, had tricks in junior Moomba, but this is our first pro-level tricking.
Yeah, well, so it's open women's tricks, then open men's tricks. Then, so the Pro Men Wakeboard Semi-Final is what we just watched. So we're going to move into Pro Men's Wakeboard LCQ. And the LCQ, well, that's last chance qualifier. Always a very interesting event. It's a little bit cutthroat, though, because you have a number of riders or skiers in an LCQ, and you cut a couple. You cut most of the field, and only a couple go through to the final. So we're going to see LCQ later today in men's and women's slalom. So, and I'll tell you what, it's just the way things happened to pan out in women's slalom. There was a couple of, I guess, shock results that left some of our top seeds in the women's event in the LCQ in slalom. So only 2 are going to go through. And some of the world's best slalom skiers in our women's ranks are going to actually miss out on the final, which is pretty tragic from their perspective, but it's going to make an event which really stacks up as something like the quality of a world championship final, pretty much. So that's still to come. And very shortly, though, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. We'll switch back to the focus on tricks. We have 15 competitors. It's a big welcome back to our second top seed. Our current Moomba Masters champion, Erica Lang, is in the field, Neely Ross. But our first competitor will be from New Zealand, and will be, of course, Courtney Williams.
Yeah, very excited. If you've been joining us over the course of the week here on the banks of the Yarra, you've seen some real high-octane excitement. Of course, a lot of jumping, some fantastic jumping. It's obviously very high speed, and of course, slow the boat speed right down, Rob, but what's happening behind the boat is perhaps the fastest of any event, because the skiers will perform tricks at breakneck speed. It really is all about efficiency out there on the water, grace, elegance, just trying to throw as many tricks as possible. The skiers, of course, each will get 20 seconds, 2 20-second passes to perform as many tricks as possible. They cannot repeat tricks. They have to, every new trick has to be different, has to be some variety. And you'll see each of them do 2 passes. And one of their passes, they will obviously be holding onto the handle like you'd expect. You'll see lots of spins in the air, some flips as well. And their other pass, for most of these skiers, you will see them actually attach the rope to their foot and do a number of turns holding the rope in their foot. So we'll kind of explain more about the trick event as it goes on. We're just waiting on confirmation that our first skier will be coming in soon. I mean, absolute who's who of world trick skiing coming up, Rob. A field of 15, going to cut it down to just 6 for the finals. So it's going to take some big scores to advance through to tomorrow's trick final.
Have it on. Yeah, once it starts.
Okay, folks, eyes to the water. We have that beautiful GM Marine Ski Nautique towboat heading down the Yarra River. It will go underneath the Swan Street Bridge and pick up our first skier. And what a beautiful towboat that is, Rob. Striking lines, very modern angular design. Of course, I think we've got a couple of Nautiques on display up on the bank, sort of above the Henley Landing for folks on site that would like to check out the interior, because it's obviously you can see the outside of the boat as it runs up and down. But they've really thought of everything. The good people at Nautique, 100 years of boat building excellence.
Yeah, well, well, Curtis, the thing, I agree 100%, it looks great, but the functionality and the attention to detail in the design is pretty amazing. And if you want to go a bit further, it's do yourself a favour. If you go to the Nautique website, and they have a video there where Sean Murray runs you through all the features of the boat and the reasons behind the different design features. It's quite amazing, and it's certainly worth a look. So not only does it look fantastic, but every little different thing you see with the boat, there's a reason. And it's a reason for functionality based on the sport of water skiing. And I was absolutely amazed by that video on the nautique.com website.
Absolutely. Well, we should be getting underway in just a few moments. Had this date this morning penciled on my calendar for the past 12 months or so. Women's tricks here on the Yarra River. My favourite event, Rob. Love the slalom, love the jump, but excited to be cracking into the tricks now.
Look, you were telling me that you've got 3 dates penciled in on your calendar. There's your birthday, Christmas Day, and MOOMBA Masters.
That's right.
Women's tricks.
Looking to be another very warm day here in Melbourne, Rob. Sun's rising. We're just gone 10 a.m. local time. It's been a hot week.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the temperature's looking towards, but probably around that 30 degrees. But look, it's been, I'll say, comfortably warm. But I think Courtney Williams now is on the water, so let's forget about talking about the weather. And Courtney Williams from New Zealand. Great to see her competing here. MOOMBA Masters competitor #1 coming in from the Swan Street Bridge and in the rope on toe position, opening with a toe 5. Got the toe back-to-backs there. Locks in position for the toe wake back-to-back. It's a toe wake front. Nice and neat and tidy now with those toe back-to-backs. Toe 5 wrapping to the front. Courtney Williams, well, she's really setting a pretty good standard for first skier off the dock. Falls in toe wake O, but good stuff there from Courtney Williams from New Zealand.
Yeah, great way to open up her campaign. Only competing in tricks this year is Courtney. And pretty much stands up. That was, I think, the last trick that's in time. Maybe a toe wake with 80 or something after that, but pretty much stands up, that opening toe pass. Really smooth there from Courtney. Great line control. Not as fast through those tricks as you'll see some of our top competitors, our top seeds. But she kept moving right through that pass and accumulated quite a few points. Of course, Courtney out of New Zealand, like you said,
yep,
from Whangarei up there near the top of the North Island.
Yeah, so obviously you know a fair bit about Courtney. What does she have in store for hand pass? Have we got any flips or ski lines or more standard wake tricks or to sort of build? And what sort of number are we looking for as far as a personal best?
Yeah, so Courtney's, she has the personal best is just over about 5,500 points. I think 5,400. It's the New Zealand under-21 women's trick record, actually. And in that run, Rob, I think she had maybe 3 flips. I'm not sure where she's going to head with her hand run because she's been trying a few different combinations, but I'm sure we'll see some wake spins. Probably some wake 540s, and hopefully at least a couple flips from Courtney. She started really well on toes. The boat will head down to the city end.
No, it was good to see that toe pass too, because I'm going on a bit of memory here, but I think last year she might have had a a disappointing fall early in the tow pass. So it was good to see her stand up this year. And unless I'm wrong, I'm trying to remember 12 months ago, but I seem to remember she had a disappointing outing in tricks last year. So good to see her stand up that tow pass. Settle the nerves as well. Glorious conditions. It's great to just get out on the water and get wet and have the feeling of the sun on your body, and she'll be coming back and hopefully really enjoying her second pass, the hand pass.
Yeah, soaking in the atmosphere is young Courtney. She'll know that even with a stand-up hand pass here, with the caliber of girl still to come, she's going to have a very hard time making the cut for this final. So really, I think this is all about enjoying the moment for Courtney. The Kiwi under-21 women's trick record holder. Great start on toes, just falling right at the end of her 22nd pass. Comes into course now from the city end for a handle pass. Racked up, starts with a wake 5 back. Moving through some 360-degree rotations over the wake. Cuts out now for the first of her flips. Sticks the landing, beautiful backflip there. And the reverse, unfortunately, just getting a little bit twisted up. Almost looked like a back landing. She landed all the way twisted round. But good work there, Courtney Williams. Solid enough effort from her. And look at that current, Rob, where she's in danger of being swept out to Port Phillip Bay if she doesn't get picked up soon.
Yeah, well, just looking at the replay now, I definitely take your point about that second flip. Really came up short. And once you hit the top of that wake, unfortunately for Courtney, gobbled up by the Yarra River. Yeah, I mean, if that tide was running any faster and the pickup boat didn't get there on time, I guess you could just hop out at South Bank down there, and I don't know if they're probably open for breakfast by now, or a bit of a brunch. And
most of the time, probably, for Courtney.
yeah, walk your way back with your ski. Okay, so Courtney Williams would be a little disappointed not picking up the extra 500 points on that second flip, but nonetheless, a near stand-up pass in toes, a pretty good hand pass, and I'm sure that she'll post a pretty good score when we get the score through for Courtney Williams. Now we're going to go to Laura Hayes from Australia, competitor number 2. Have a number of skiers from Australia in this women's tricks elimination round, which is great to see. Erica Hayes, one of them. Sadie Ferguson, Christy Appleton. And then, of course, a number of Americans, Canadians, representation from Colombia and Chile. So, as is always the case with the MOOMBA Masters, a very much an international flavour to this event.
Yeah, and I mean, a real who's who. I can't really think of anyone from the upper echelons of world trick skiing that's missing at this event. We've got sort of all 3 of the women to have tricked over 11,000 points here, competing and out for the title, and a number of sort of young up-and-coming challengers looking to throw their names in the mix. So it's going to be an absolute blockbuster women's trick event. The cut to make that final is going to be very high indeed as we move on to our next skier, the young Aussie, Laura Hayes, coming up from underneath the Swan Street Bridge.
Okay, Laura Hayes, by the looks of things, is going to open with her rope on toe pass. Most of the skiers seem to open with the toe pass. Opening with a toe 7, toe 5 to the back, toe wake back to back. Toe wake front now, getting good clearance. The surface backs there. Surface, toe 5 to the front. Toe 360, wrapping back into the line. Toe wake 360 now. Toe wake back, quickly to the front. A sneaky little toe slide at the end, trying to get some extra points inside that 20 seconds. And when I mention the 20 seconds, well, of course, each of our skiers have 2 passes. They are 20 seconds in duration each. So the rule of trick skiing is 20-second trick passes. Now, if you're watching the webcast or you're watching if you're seeing our screen at all, which shows the skiers, you're seeing the camera angle from the boat. And that's what our judges see. We have actually onshore judges watching on a big screen. and scoring the tricks. Each of the tricks have a predetermined points value. The judges are there to decide if you perform the trick properly, and if you do, you're given full credit. If you don't, you're given 0. Panel of 5 judges, if it's a 3-2 decision, well, 3-2 in your favour, you get the points. That's how it works. Boat speeds around about, most skiers would probably call somewhere between 26 and 30 kilometres per hour, around 17 to 20 miles an hour. And Curtis, at this juncture, have I missed anything?
It's a pretty comprehensive overview, Rob.
Except to say the towboat that they're skiing behind is, well, fair to say, the world's finest. It tows every official world championships. I think we've been mentioning it, towed the University World Championships in Auckland last weekend. MOOMBA Masters official tournament towboat. Over 35 worlds in Spain last September. And you just name any world championships you like. And the Nautique, the Ski Nautique is the official tournament towboat.
Yeah, and the good people at Nautique obviously put a lot of time and effort and R&D into making this the best trick boat on the market by a pretty wide margin. I think everyone would have to agree.
Yeah, well, after this second pass, I've thought of something else I want to mention about the Nautique, but it's just amazing, the technology. But Curtis,
yeah,
well, in her hand pass.
One of Australia's great up-and-coming juniors in the tricks event, Laura Hayes, coming in here from the city end, starts with the backflip. I love her run. It's sort of unconventional. She goes from backflip into sort of basic wake tricks. Big wake 540 though from the Aussie. This is a good run here from her. Now she's going to throw her leg over the line here for some step over tricks. Wraps into the rope for the wake line O to finish. What a cool sequence of tricks that is, Rob. So unconventional. She sort of transitions from a flip to sort of more standard wake tricks, picks up the intensity into big wake 540s, and then finishes with a sort of a 1980s style step over sequence.
Yeah, and the wake lines are pretty smart though when you get to that last trick, and I guess the clock's ticking, just popping to the front. So she actually gets paid for a 180 for that, and then the wake line 360 instead of just a wake line front. So picking up extra points. So very well constructed at the end, I would think. And of course, something that you might know more about than I do, but the hydrogate on the Nautique towboat, there's 10 settings, and you can actually personalise the wake to your preference when it comes to trick skiing. I don't know too much about it, but all I know is the setting that I have, and I'm really happy with it, that I run the hydrogate on 2.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Rob, but
I've never tried 6 or 8, and I wouldn't really know the difference. But I know, I tell you what, if I trick ski at my basic level behind the Nautique with the hydrogate at 2, it's absolutely
perfect.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Well, usually what I do, Rob, is I just go down to the dock and I kind of take a look at who went before me, and usually they're very good, and I say, well, I'll have what he had because it seemed to work out for him. But I think at every setting it's a fantastic boat. But you can, it's very customizable. You can sort of create any wake shape you want. And that's on the Ski Nautique. I mean, some of the technology on the big G23 or even the G10 on how you can customize the wake shape for wakeboarding, for wake surfing, wake foiling. It's incredible the technology they have on these boats.
Now, it's interesting sometimes the sport that's very technical, it can be approached in a pretty simple way. And I know that a couple of years ago when I did have a trick set behind the Nautique, and I didn't really actually realise or wasn't aware of the hydrogate. And at the end, the driver said, "Oh, by the way, the hydrogate was set on 2." I thought, well, that felt pretty good, so I've just kept it on it ever since. And it reminded me of a story in slalom when I skied with a pretty high-level age grouper, and they were on the zero-off GPS cruise control system, which we haven't really talked about too much. You have a choice of 9 settings, and they went on A1, which you would know what that means. I said, "What makes you choose A1?" They said, "Oh, I judged at the Masters, and most of the people I judged had A1, so I go A1."
Okay, well, moving right along.
Good enough for them, it's good enough for me.
Absolutely. We have, superstar from Junior MOOMBA. Of course, one Junior MOOMBA jump and overall out here competing here in the professional. Reigning junior world overall champion is the Aussie, wrapping in and out of the line here. The rope's attached to her foot. She can't do a handle change, so she has to sort of contort herself into the line. Jumps over the rope here. Like hopscotch in the schoolyard from Christy Appleton as she finishes strong with a couple of wake back-to-backs. Great run there from the young Aussie.
That was a good run because the two toe wake back-to-backs, there was a toe line trick in there. So we're talking about high point scoring tricks. So, and putting them together in quite quick succession because remember, folks, you only have 20-second trick runs. So if you can trick a little more quickly than somebody else and you fit an extra trick in, well, that's a real bonus. It's extra, like real bonus points. It's as good as having higher point scoring tricks. If you can fit more tricks into the run, of course, that adds 2 points at the end of the day. So Christy Appleton really looking good on that opening pass. If she can back it up with a good hand pass, which I'm sure she can, we'll see an excellent score from Christy Appleton.
Yeah, of course, scores coming through pretty much real time here, Rob. So as we expected, Laura Hayes, after that great tricking effort, is in the lead with 5,650 points. Courtney Williams, who just missed out on a few tricks, unfortunately, sits just behind her at just a shade under 4,000 points, but shows she was on target for a really big score had she have just finished stronger there on the hand pass. But a great start from the girls, and we're getting, of course, these scores pretty much real time, which is great to see.
Actual 39.60.
Okay, well, coming back into course now is the Aussie, Christy Appleton. She's taken the rope off her foot. She's holding on to the handle now, and I am expecting some big things from her, Rob.
Yep. Okay. Wake back-to-back now. The quick snappy surface back-backs now the 5. Well, it's her second 540. A quick wake back. Well, it's points, but it's kind of positional going to the flips. There's one flip. There's the second flip and catches an edge and unfortunately falls. Well, a nasty little edge catch and a face slap there for Christy Appleton. Close to riding out that reverse flip. 500 points, so that's a shame that she fell on that one, but the rest of the pass, pretty solid.
One thing I noticed about Christy's tricking as you watch throughout both passes is she's a judge's darling because she gets such great height. These 540s were a thing of beauty. Textbook stuff from her. So, you know, she's pretty methodical out there. There's not too many bobbles. It was just a shame she fell on that flip. She landed with just the handle above her head, slightly out of position. But beautiful 2 trick passes there from Christy Appleton. Really impressed with what I've seen from her.
Yeah.
And cannot wait to see her jump later on this afternoon because that's where her real strength lies. She's a super talent in the jump event.
Well, because it's very important these days to perform the tricks properly because the judges are looking at a head-on shot. As I often say, with the camera now in the boat, they used to judge from the bank. The camera in the boat and looking at the screen, there's nowhere to hide. And with the technical nature of trick skiing and judging, if you don't perform that trick 100% correctly, you will get scrubbed on it. There's no doubt about it. So, so a wake trick, for example, the total rotation has to be performed in the air. And I'm sure that's what you're referring to. She's really copybook style.
Yeah, made no doubt about it.
Christy Appleton. Now we're staying in Australia, staying in Queensland. We're going to Sadie Ferguson will be our next competitor.
Yep, another one of our young Aussie girls who will feature in the jump this afternoon. Cannot wait to see Sadie out there on the jump skis.
I think she's in the slalom LCQ as well. I think, unless she's in the
big
final,
day
but
for
I think
Sadie,
she's in
no?
the LCQ. I'm pretty sure she's LCQ.
She's going to be battling it out in that women's LCQ is going to be the event of the tournament, I think. That is going to be incredible this afternoon. I cannot wait. But right now, Sadie out there in the trick event. Was former junior world jump champion and pretty handy tricker as well out of Queensland. Opens up rope on toe, spinning a full 540 degrees. Bit of a bubble there on the first wake back-to-back, but she's recovered well. Needs to regain some rhythm. She may have just hitched that toe 540. Wrapping into the line, grabbing the rope, grasping at it. Big toe wake O, toe wake line O. That's a really big, difficult trick, Rob, and unfortunately she's fallen. Would have had a couple more tricks at the end of that pass she's lost out on.
Yeah, that was a shame, but yeah, definite. I mean, if we're looking at the webcast replay or the screen, definitely at one point a bit of upper body movement that, yeah, just when she landed that toe wake back to back, dropped the shoulders a little bit, so quickly got things back together. Was a little unsettled on some of those surface turns until she settled herself down, and of course, unfortunately, falling on that toe line 360, which is worth pretty big points. So it's a shame to lose those points, but now Sadie can go down to the city end and come back for her hand pass. We'll just have a score through for Christy Appleton, 4,930. So Laura Hayes still our leader with 5,650 points. But I'm just running my eye over the our list of competitors.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about, I believe it's only 6 make it through to the final here from this women's field. And if you look down the list, all of those girls sitting around the bubble have personal bests in excess of 8,000 points, Rob. It's going to be a very high cut here for women's tricks. Now, you'd expect it to be a little down from their personal best, but this cut could very well be in the mid 7,000 point range.
Yeah, well, as you were talking, or before you started, I was, running a number through my head, and I was thinking around 7,000.
I think that's probably a pretty fair guess. We've had some good scores through already, of course. Young Laura Hayes in the lead right now with 5,650 points. Don't expect that to hold, though. It was good tricking from the young Aussie, but there's a lot of firepower left on the dock.
No doubt about it. Because with Neely Ross, Erica Lang, Anna Hunter, Alexia Abelson, well, she tricked 8,000 in the in Junior Moomba. The list goes on, and of course we are down to see the second pass of Sadie Ferguson.
And she's got some ground to make up after that fall on toes, does the Queenslander. She goes outside the wake, big, twisting 540s, wrapping into the line and now out of it. A little bit out of sorts. She needs to find some rhythm, gets caught up there again. Can she finish strong here, Sadie? The first flip is clean. She's regained some composure. She's low. It's a line drive on the reverse. Disappointing stuff there. Just never really seemed to settle into a comfortable groove on that pass, Rob. She did well to battle through it as far as she got.
Yeah, exactly. She just sort of, as you say, just never looked quite settled on a couple of these tricks. The 540 wrapping into the rope just kind of wasn't totally comfortable, and but that first flip looked great, and it's a shame that she didn't ride out the second one. A very strong, solid edge, perfectly landed, just sliding down that wake, but unfortunately landing in a bit of a difficult spot on the second wake, and that ski sliding out from under her in the landing for Sadie Ferguson on that reverse flip.
Well, a bit of a breeze building here on the Yarra River, sort of similar to yesterday morning. Might be giving some of our slalom skiers flashbacks that they'd prefer not to have, but sort of breaking the heat, so I'm quite enjoying it for now. The trickers won't mind a little bit of wind out there.
Yeah, I think the amount that they're going to have, it wouldn't have much effect on them.
Maybe gives the water a bit of traction out there.
Yep.
A little bit of rough it up a little.
I mean, a lot of the, it looks like at the moment, but I know it funnels around a little. If anything, it could be a slight head breeze when you're coming in from the Swan Street bridge end. Most of the skiers seem to start with a toe pass, not all of them, and you certainly don't have to, but a lot of them start with a toe pass, and if there's a slight head breeze, they would probably stick to that toe pass, just help to keep the line tension nice and tight going into the headwind. But we now go to Cristiana de Osma from Peru.
Yeah, what a talented young lady, of course, the Junior World Slalom Champion. And I believe she made it through to the MOOMBA Monday Slalom Final. I think she was one of those girls that got 1 in the 11. Could have that wrong, but I hope I'm right about that at least. And Cristiana pretty strong in the trick event too, and she'll be knowing that if she can post a score up around personal best territory, she'll have a shot at making this women's trick final. She opens up rope on toe, Rob.
Yeah, the toe 5, toe 8 back-to-back. There's toe 8 back-to-back reverse. So far looking very smooth, nice and neat and tidy. The toe 5 to the front, toe O. Toe O wrapping back in, grabs the toe line there. Toe wake 360, a couple of toe slides, toe line back. Does she have anything else? Quickly to the front. And, well, I thought she did a couple of toe slides outside the wake, and then she did a couple of toe slides at the end of the run there as well. Maybe that's a bit of insurance just in case there's any issue with getting paid along the way during the pass. It was kind of pretty interesting, but we'll see it on replay. But the bottom line is some good tricks there. Good-looking style and form, and very smooth was Christiana de Osma, and standing up that opening toe pass. So I'll be able to have a look at the where I'm calling the toe slides and see if it's my imagination or not. So the toe 5 wrapping in, toe 360, toe 360 reverse. Toe wake, 2 toe slides, I'm calling it, toe line back, pops to the front. And a couple of toe slides. You only get, now, which kind of brings us to part of the explanation of the trick event. If you do a trick once, that's you can't do it a second time. Well, you can do it as many times as you want, but you only get paid for the once.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with the girls this morning, Rob, particularly the toe tricking. There's been, well, a lot of beauty and grace out there in the water. Such great balance and line control from all the athletes so far. And hopefully Christiana can back it up here with a big hand pass. We've seen the girls struggle perhaps a little bit more on hands. I think a lot of them had fallen earlier in their flip sequence than they would have liked. Certainly Courtney, Christy, Sadie ending up falling in similar positions in their hand passes.
Yeah, and Curtis, something to keep in mind is, and I think with all due respect to the skiers that have already skied, it's a seeded order, and the best is yet to come. So coming back from the city end, Christiana de Osma, about to start her tricking now. The Birdman rally is on, so the tricks are starting a little bit later than usual. A couple of wake 5s there, quick surface back 5 to the front now, sits in the back for that reverse 5 to the front there. Wake 5s, of course, wake 360 now, into the flip sequence, pops to the back to front, flip. Edges in aggressively. Standard back flip. Can she nail the reverse? She does. And a couple of quick back-to-backs to boot at the end. And Christiana de Osma, well, she can't do much better than that because she stood up both her hand and toe passes. So congratulations and well done, Christiana.
Yeah, great work there from the young Peruvian competitor. Started off strong with some beautiful full twisting wake 540s, spinning 540 degrees in the air, and moved through, well, the best flip sequence we've seen so far. Was that first flip starting from the back position and throwing a back flip, and then so good work from her. 2 stand-up passes. You can't ask for much more out here on the Yarra River.
You cannot. If you work out your 2 20-second trick passes and you go out and you stand them both up, that in the world of trick skiing is about all you can ask for. Well, you can also ask or beg that the judges give you credit on every trick.
Well, I don't think Christiana's going to have any issues with that.
I don't think so.
Beautiful form out there.
Yeah, I was just talking in general.
Yep, absolutely.
Talking about you.
Oh, I've got no chance of getting credit for most of the stuff I try, Rob.
Yeah, look, I've seen you try some pretty good things.
They often have to go back to store for more red ink when I'm out there tricking.
I think I've seen you hold a toe reverse back with a beer can in your hand.
Oh,
yeah, was that?
Yeah, I stitched up Josh Bryant a few years back. He flew all the way down here to fall on a toe 5 back, so I showed him I could do it with a beverage in my hand.
Yeah.
It's funny because it's the only trick in his entire 2 passes I could do.
Well, you got to milk it. All right, so we're going to move from Peru to Canada, and Megan Pelkey, who we saw trick in the under-17 girls during the week in the junior MOOMBA competition. Of course, folks, as we say, you're looking at the world's finest water skiers over the weekend here in the MOOMBA Masters Open Division, but we have a junior event on the Thursday and Friday, and a number of our juniors they're so good and so so fantastic, those young up-and-comers, that they get to qualify and ski in the big dance, the Open MOOMBA Masters competition, and Megan Pelkey is one of them. Okay, so she's coming in. I think she might be a little bit of an exception here. Might be starting with a hand pass. Is Megan Pelkey.
Yep, young lady out of Alberta in Canada. How many great water skiers has Alberta produced over the years? And moving through some big twisting wake tricks here, the wake 540s. Wrapping into the line. Oh, she was unraveling from her wake 5. Only really probably a third of the way through that opening hand pass, and that's disappointment there for the Canadian.
Yes, very disappointing. As you mentioned, unraveling. Well, she going from the wrap position into probably what was her second 540, and real shame there for Megan Pelkey. Lands wrap there, the third 540, and unfortunately having a fall relatively early in that 20 seconds. So on the assumption that she will stick to her second pass, being her toe pass, we'll see her come back very shortly from the city end, rope on toe for her rope on toe pass. Yeah,
and of course 5 skiers down. We have scores for all of them, and it is still the young Aussie Laura Hayes who holds on to the lead in the women's trick event. Cristiana de Osma of Peru will come up just a couple hundred points short of that lead right now. So Laura Hayes, 5,650 points, hangs on to the lead. As we get a little bit closer to the bubble score, don't expect it to hold, Rob, because like you said, as we go throughout this field, the skiers get better and better in terms of ability, their sort of proven track record. But you still have to show up on the day and perform.
Absolutely. Can I just confirm Sadie Ferguson, the score has come through at 4,670 points?
You can confirm that, Rob. Sorry, my handwriting was never my strong point.
Yeah, well, I thought I'd ask you in that way rather than just point at the thing and saying, what number's that? I was letting you off the hook there. So Christiana got pretty close, 54.70, but from the Australian point of view, Laura Hayes still hanging on to the lead with 5,650. We personally don't think it'll hold, but I'll tell you what, stranger things have happened. I think sometimes we've seen like top seeds, a bit of a boil over and have them just squeak in last person into the final and in the end take out the event on finals day. Some crazy things happen in the sport of water skiing, and of course later on we've talked about it a bit, but we'll really bang on about it later. The women's, probably the best event of the day, the women's slalom LCQ, as we now have Megan Pelkey with a toe pass.
Yep. Starts off here, rope on toe does the Canadian. Toe wake back to back. She's going to spin herself into the line now. Full twisting toe 540. Disappointing set there from Megan. It was always going to be a mountain to climb after an early fall on hand pass. And that's something we haven't spoken a whole lot about, Rob, as we sort of watch the replay of this pass, is just how cutthroat the tricks event is. I mean, jumping, of course, the skiers, they get 3 attempts. They have a chance to sort of, mess up one jump, but then really get it together on the second or third. Slalom, slalom's fairly cutthroat, but you do get some warm-up passes. We saw a lot of upsets yesterday, but for the most part, skiers still were able to run those opening passes and sort of get themselves at least in the LCQ, the top seeds.
Get a feel for the conditions as well.
But the tricks event is just brutal because one mess up, one fall, it is all over, and there's really no coming back from that.
No.
So. And, of course, the other thing, dynamic, I think it's why I have so much respect for these skiers, is because the tricks event by far and away, in sort of my experience, takes the most time on the water to get to this level. You need countless hours of on-water training to get as good as these young ladies are.
Absolutely. But if you spend the countless hours, they seem to complement the other events as well, which is a good thing, but you've certainly got to put the hours in.
Such a great foundation of balance, isn't it, trick skiing? It's no surprise that some of our best trick skiers, as we look through this list, the likes of Lexi Abelson, Erica Lang, are also high-level competitive gymnasts, because there's a lot of crossover between that kind of foundation of balance, body and spatial aerial awareness, strength, core strength, between those two sports. It's a little bit like gymnastics, trick skiing. So we've said, Rob, that Laura Hayes from Australia holds on to the lead with 6 skiers gone. Well, the next skier, she will certainly want to wrestle the lead off Laura, because staying in the Hayes family, it's going to be Erica Hayes. Australia's #1 female trick skier in this field. Would dearly love to find her way perhaps into the women's trick final as the Aussie comes into course, rope on toe from the Swan Street Bridge end.
Yeah, let's see what Erica Hayes can deliver. From Deniliquin, New South Wales, and I'm going to talk about Deniliquin in a moment. Toe wake back to back. Toe wake front. Those surface backs there. A couple of 100 points each now, wrapping into the toe 360. There's toe 360 reverse. Tiny upper body movement, didn't cause her any dramas though. Toe line to the back there now. Toe wake back. Do we have a toe line back to back? We don't, unfortunately. We nearly did. Toe line back to back, big points there, and falling right on the bell is Erica Hayes. Well, she's from Deniliquin, and one of our great sponsors is Visit Denny. It's a great place for a holiday, particularly at the long weekend in October, I think it is, when the Denny Ute muster's on. Heaps of utes go, but the biggest thing that I kind of remember about the Denny Ute muster is they always have awesome, great Australian entertainment there. They bring in among Australia's best bands and best entertainment for the Denny Ute muster, but there's plenty of other things to see in Denny. And so Visit Denny, our sponsors, they've actually got a display. Now, for the main viewing area, it's a little towards the Swan Street Bridge. They're having a guess how many lollies are in a big jar competition. I'm going to enter that one later. And in the Guess the Lolly competition, look, I'm assuming you win a whole big holiday package to Visit Denny. And I've been there a number of times. I've skied there. And my cousin is a school teacher in Denny, so I've got a big connection to Deniliquin. So Visit Denny, a great place to go. And coincidentally, Erica Hayes, we're going to await her second pass.
The training ground of champions, Denny, isn't it?
Yep, they used to have national junior training schools at Denny. And some of Australia's great skiers over the years have trained at Denny, so it's a great place to visit and holiday as well. So Erica Hayes, we're going to see her come back on a second pass. We don't have a score, I guess, yet for Megan Pelkey, or do we?
We do, but unfortunately with some early falls, it's sort of a score to forget. 3,020 points from the Canadian. Look forward to seeing her in the jump, I believe, later this afternoon, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, probably fell, third trick into a hand pass, which was really disappointing. But good to see that she skied pretty well during the week in Junior Moomba, so that's a good thing. Everything really is a good thing at the Moomba Masters. If you're just arriving to spectate or have a bit of a look, whether you know anything about water skiing or not, a big welcome to the banks of the Yarra River Moomba Masters 2025. Just when you say those words, well, when I say those words, but when anyone utters those words, Moomba Masters 2025, kind of get a bit of a tingle on you, get the hairs standing up on the back of your neck. But let's eyes on the water for Erica Hayes now for her hand pass.
Challenging the lead held by her younger sister, Laura, at 5,650 points. And she's on pace to do it. She comes wrapped up now for the back to front flip. It's low. She cased the wake. She's out of rhythm, discombobulated. But boy, does she just keep stomping out the flips. This is great tricking here from the Aussie, flipping up a storm. And surely, Rob, she has done enough. She's got a couple tricks to finish, some big spinning 540. She drops the handle on the last one, but I think she's done enough to take the lead here in the women's tricks.
Oh, let's hope so. Look, we think so. Let's make it official. Wait till the score comes out. But look, that first flip, she didn't get very much air at all. We're just going to see it here. And she kind of nearly lands in the middle of the wake, but never looked like missing it. Edges back in with the next flip. Flip. I think that was another standard flip. Flip with a back landing. Interesting though, such a high standard of flips, and then goes to surface backs, wake back. Oh, wake 5 there, but like a couple of wake backs, like relatively standard tricks compared to the flip sequence that we saw. And it's going to be interesting actually, and I'm sure she'd be working on them with that flip sequence she has in the beginning. I'm sure she's working on some ski lines. When she drops those more basic tricks like the wake back-backs or the surface back-to-backs and replaces them with ski lines, that's really going to be a big boost to her points. So,
well, like I said, she is, I believe, Australia's #1 female tricker right now, and on the come-up, still a very young lady. Of course, skied in Junior MOOMBA Masters. But big future ahead of her.
Whatever score we see, I think she fell on that toe line back-to-back at the end of her first pass. So plenty of points still to build in her arsenal of tricks. So our next competitor hails from Chile, and a big welcome and welcome her shortly to the waters of the Yarra will be Valentina Gonzalez from Chile.
Yeah, very talented 3-event skier. Jumped the strongest of her 3 disciplines, former under-21 world jump champion, and she'll be out there competing in the jump later on this afternoon. Cannot wait for that. Women's jump for the first time at the MOOMBA Masters. But like I said, strong across all 3 events. Real contender in overall. And she'll be looking to see if she can't make her way through to the women's trick final. Thinking that cut, like you said, Rob, will be up around 7,000 points. So here we go. Valentina Gonzalez of Chile coming into course from the Swan Street Bridge end. Wrapped up rope on toe. From that super talented Gonzalez family. Starts off well here. Toe 540, full twisting, toe wake back-to-back. And now moving through some surface turns. Wrapping into the line. It's a great start here from Valet. Grabs the rope outside the wake. Little stumble on toe wake go. But now she throws her ski over the line. The toe wake line back was good. Can she finish strong here? Good work there from Valet. Look, not huge tricks there at the end, but she did a lot of little tricks very quickly. And in tricks, it's all about speed, efficiency, accumulating points. And that's a good opening toe pass there from the Chilean.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a combination that I mentioned earlier and that you've just mentioned then. It's not only the high point tricks, but the more tricks you can fit in, well, that's additional points. And Valentina giving us a pretty good example of that. I'll just go back to the Denny muster I was talking about. I've just been reading the Visit Denny book. So the Denny Ute Muster is held over the long weekend in October, and over the past 20 years, some of the people that have performed there have been Keith Urban, Cole Chisel, Jimmy Barnes, Lee Kernahan, Living in Powderfinger, and the list goes on. So the entertainment is just unbelievable at the Denny Ute Muster. But if you don't want to go on the long weekend when there's 1 million people there, well, just go any time of the year you want. And if you get down to the Visit Denny display and guess how many, you go in the guess how many lolly competition there is, you'll win an.
Well, I hope the lollies that I stole from a random jar this morning don't mess with the calculations. Yeah. They've accounted for that. The good people that Visit Denny, I'm sure they've had pretty strong security around the lolly jar.
Well, you'd think so, with people like you sniffing around.
Okay, well, strong opening pass from... Looks like we've got one, Rob, and she has, as we expected, taken the lead. Our first score over 6,000 points, 6,010 it was for Erica. But Valet, she's on pace to trick well in excess of that. Hands, I think, is her real strength in the tricking. She comes into course now from the city end.
Okay, let's see what she can do here. Starts in a wrap position, starts with a 5. Ski line to the back, so already some pretty big points. A couple of quick wake back-to-backs there. Wake front now. Positions into the flips. These are the big points now. Doesn't panic, just resets for that second flip. So there's 2 back flips from the back position back to front flip. Does she have a flip with the back landing? And she does. And a couple of quick surface back-to-backs to beat the band just at the end of that 20 seconds. And good stuff there. A great second pass there. As you said, very strong on that hand pass is Valentina Gonzalez.
Yeah, kept a really cool head. You sort of watch on the replay. You pointed out, Rob. After this first flip, she just landed it in slightly the wrong spot and had it take a double cut at it. But she didn't rush. She kept herself in the hunt, and then it got just better and better throughout this pass. Such a beautiful back landing. And was able to transition right into back-to-backs. That's so hard to do.
Yeah, because, Curtis, it's probably when you're tricking and you know the 20 seconds, you've got really no time to make that decision as to whether you keep going and you rush in. And invariably, if you're not where you should be to start moving into that flip, you're not going to get the lift. You're going to mess up some timing and you're going to fall, which is the last thing you want to do. So she probably just spent, or I was nearly going to say wasted, but she spent half a second or a second regrouping and then moved on and performed another 3 big high point tricks. So she really did the right thing there, showed a cool head, and well done for by Valentina Gonzalez.
Yeah, we're getting into some of the real rock stars now, Rob. It's been great. We've had a lot of young up-and-comers, some of our sort of 3-event overall skiers out here. But now we're into the, well, these top seeds are pretty much all here to trick. I guess Sasha, one of the favorites in the jump as well. But if you look down the list, Daniela Verswivel, trick specialist from Colombia. Hannah Stopnicki, trick specialist from Canada. Lexi Abelson, who, well, she'll be featuring in the slalom final as well, will young Lexi. But trick's definitely her strongest event. The 3 top seeds, the rock stars who have dominated world trick skiing for over a decade now. It's pretty much been immovable from the top of trick podiums all around the world. Cannot wait for them to battle it out one more time on the Yarra River. Of course, Anna Hunter, Erica Lang, Neely Ross vying for the MOOMBA Masters 2025 title. So we're getting into the real rock stars of world women's tricking now.
Well, those top 3 seeds, in terms of titles won, scores performed, you could absolutely throw a hanky over the 3 of them and you couldn't separate them. It's going to be an enthralling event. But of course, this is just the eliminations, but it's going to be interesting to see what scores they post. And then, of course, the big dance is Monday, the finals day for MOOMBA Masters, where we decide all our champions on Monday finals day here at the MOOMBA Masters. So we await from Colombia, Daniela Verswivel. Actually, I haven't seen her trick before.
Well, you're in for a treat, Rob, because she's a world-class talent, is young Daniela of Colombia. Opens up rope on toe from the Swan Street Bridge in. Starts here with the sort of basic 540 wake back-to-back sequence. Starting to pick up the pace as she spins in and out of the line, rotating 360 degrees. Big toe wake 360, throws the ski over the line. These are big tricks here from the Colombian, finishes with a toe line back-to-back. And that's the best toe pass we've seen so far. What a way to kick things off for Daniela Verswivel of Colombia.
Yeah, 3 toe lines, so some big points there for Daniela. Have a look at the replay on the screen. Opens with that toe 5, locks into the reverse toe back position. 2 toe wake back-to-backs, which the higher level skiers do. Sometimes the others, you'll see a toe wake back-to-back followed by a toe wake front, because the toe wake back-to-back reverse is a very difficult trick. There's a toe line back-to-back to finish, and the extra points there with toe wake front. So plenty of good points there for Daniela Verswivel from Colombia.
Yeah, it gives you some idea of the ability level of the skier when they're able to land a trick as difficult as toe line. It's a tough trick to land, but Daniela landed it, and within a fraction of a second had transitioned into a toe wake front.
Yep.
So real class on the water from the Colombian.
Beautiful rope control, I guess, would be something that you could add there. And sometimes when you take the hit, as you call it, you land with some slack rope and your leg sort of gets pulled out pretty aggressively, and that's where you need a really good release person in the boat. All our skiers have their own release person in the boat, because if you fall suddenly or fall awkwardly in a rope on toe position, that your release person in the boat does release you, because your foot is locked into the toe piece. So now I'm going to see, or we're going to see, not just me, we're all going to see.
I know you're particularly excited though, Rob, for Daniela Verswivel's hand pass.
Her hand
and she's a great flipper, really strong flipper out of Colombia.
Fantastic. Let's see if she comes in. Oh, opens with a flip. And she's a bit out of my view here. All right, we're back on the viewing here with the flip. Flip with a back landing. Plenty of air. Stays locked in the back position. Back to front flip. Now locks in that back position. A mobe, back-to-back mobe, of course. And the reverse back-to-back mobe. Well, there's a lot of points there from Daniela Veswivel.
Yeah, she's your new leader, I think you'd have to say.
Absolutely, would have to be the new leader based on the mobes with everything else thrown in.
It's significant too, as we watch the replay. Started with a great ski line, throwing the ski over the line and then straight into flips from there on out. The best flip sequence we've seen as of yet. Big full twisting half twist. Back to front is good as well. And then, of course, you finished with those fantastic mobes. That's a back flip with a 360-degree rotation at the Mobius. And what a run from Daniela Veswivel. And, of course, with Daniela done, that means there's just 6 women left on the dock. 6 make it through to the women's trick final. And whatever Daniela scores, that will be the mark to beat to guarantee yourself through to the final. We'll start pulling out the highlighter pen soon, Rob.
Yep, particularly the fact that we're saying that she will be the highest score. So when her score comes through, on the assumption that we're correct, that will be the score to beat. So the rest of our field, 6 skiers to come, have to eclipse the score of Daniela to knock her out of the final and put themselves through to the final.
Yep, Erica Hayes, of course, the highest score we have through yet, 6,000 points. Valentina Gonzalez just behind her at 5,770, and Laura Hayes in third with 5,650. They're all there or thereabouts, but we're pretty sure once that score comes through for Daniela Veswivel, she will be your leader going into the final 6 competitors. Her toe pass alone, Rob, was worth almost 3,000 points, and there has to be 4,000 or so in that hand pass.
You would think so. 3, 4, 7, yeah, absolutely. I thought we might be even seeing a score up around, well, definitely over 7,000.
Yeah, I think Daniela has a personal best in excess of 8,000 points, so certainly capable of it.
I nearly said 8, but I didn't want to get too carried away, but must be over 7,000 points. If she doesn't trick over 7,000 points, Curtis, I'm going to lodge a protest myself on her behalf.
You'll be unhappy.
Yeah.
Okay, well, moving right along then into our final 6 competitors, and we go to the newlywed from the United States of America, Sasha Danielskaya, soon to be Sasha Garcia, I'm sure. Or, I don't know, maybe Taylor's taking her last name.
Yeah, maybe.
Confirm. But super talent.
Taylor Danielskaya's got a bit of a ring to it.
It does, doesn't it? Coming in rope on toe, wrapped up for the toe 720. She's going to spin 2 full 360s, rope on toe, spinning into the line. This is a great start here from Sasha. Toe wake back to back and just toe wake front. And now moving through some surface turns. Quickly accumulating a lot of points as she grabs the rope, goes outside the wake on the toe wake O and starts to throw a ski over the line. The toe line O, toe line to the back. And great toe pass there from Sasha, of course, former world overall champion. So a real talent across all 3 events.
Very smooth, isn't she? Something I commented on yesterday with one of the, or the day before, actually, one of the junior trickers, that the ski just tracking in that one line on those surface turns down the centre of the wake. It's actually Daisy Green, I think I commented on that one. But very controlled and very smooth. Good-looking toe pass. Look, there's a couple of tricks that she didn't have that some of the other girls had, like such as a toe line back-to-back. And, you know, there's... So maybe it's not a huge toe pass, but hand pass, of course, can very much make a difference depending on the content regarding ski lines and flips.
Yeah, we have a provisional score through, but it is under video review for Daniela Veswivel, as we expected, Rob, in the lead. It is subject to change, but right now sitting at 7,530 points, so Well, we were thinking, I said 7,000, you were daring to dream 8,000. We met somewhere in the middle, didn't we?
Yeah. Yeah, I nearly said up to 8,000, but I was a bit scared, so
Yeah.
I sort of came back to...
No, it was a great,
I came back to
tricky performance.
7,530 as a guesstimation. So.
And that's the mark to beat for Sasha, and that's going to take pretty much a stand-up pass here on hands for her. It's going to be pretty tall order for the American. And I would be remiss, Rob, if I didn't mention I was talking yesterday about the great power couples in jump and how Regina Jacques and Jack Critchley
Did you do a bit of homework?
might have the highest combined distance. But I mean, I don't know how I overlooked this, but of course Taylor Garcia and Sasha would have to be right up there as well. We'll talk more about that in jump. We're in the trick event right now.
One of the
but
events later on. Can you come back with the information? Okay, so coming back on her hand pass.
Okay, Sasha here needs pretty much a full stand-up pass to try and get herself in the finals. Jumps over the line here. Beautiful ski lines into the flips now. Starts with the sort of regular back flip. She'll add some twist now, landing in the back. Comes in now for the back to front. She'll finish here with a full twisting back to back. Unfortunately, comes up short. And I don't think that's quite going to be enough. I think we will see the Colombian Daniela Veswivel through the women's trick final, and it will be a bit of a nervous wait for Sasha.
Yes, well, Curtis, running through my mind was this is going to make it interesting. Gee, I think she really needed that mob at the end. Gosh. Obviously, you have to wait for the official scores to come through. Opens with a wake 5, ski line to the back, so some high point scorers there.
Yeah, she had a slightly higher scoring toe pass than Daniela, just by a couple of 100 points, just because of her speed and efficiency, but pretty similar hand runs from the two, and because she's fallen there towards the end.
Yeah, Daniela had the 2 mobs.
Well, look, Sasha's here to jump first and foremost.
Oh,
she
anyway,
wants to be a MOOMBA Masters jump champion, and she may still make it through the trick final yet. We don't know.
Exactly, yeah. It's not to say anything really. We're just, I guess the expectation is 75-30 plus is what's needed. But if she doesn't achieve 75-30, that guarantees Daniela Veswivel a place in the final. Gee, that elusive highlighting pen would come in handy, wouldn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely.
I'll have a word with Jared.
Well, we need to add that to the budget for 2026. So, well, it's pretty classy from here on out, because I think every one of our top 5 Cs is a world champion, because you've got Hannah Stopnicki from Canada, former junior world trick champion, Lexi Abelson from the USA, reigning junior world trick champion, and then the top 3 seeds, well, they've won everything there is to win in water skiing. We'll talk a lot more about them, but it's a world champion affair from here on out, and Hannah Stopnicki out of Canada will come in here rope on toe, looking to make her mark here on the MOOMBA Masters.
So coming in from the Swan Street Bridge end, in the rope on toe position. Hannah Stopnicki chooses to open with a 7. 5 to the back, toe wake back to back, toe wake back, back reverse. 2 surface back backs, put into that 5, the 2 surface 360s now, wake 360. This is of course the rope on toe, toe line 360, toe line to the back. Do we have a toe line back to back here? These are big points, folks, coming in from Hannah Stopnicki from Canada. Great stand-up pass there, 3 toe lines, and plenty of other big scoring tricks there as well. And great foundation for a good score there from Hannah Stopnicki.
Yeah, just lifted the intensity a little bit. I think the pace on that toe pass was faster than we'd seen from some of the other girls. She probably snuck a few more tricks in time, and you'll kind of see that as this field goes on. The girls get faster and faster out there, and the speed at which they're able to move through the tricks. This was a beautiful toe 720 to start from the young Canadian, watching the replay. And she has such great balance there on the water, just piling on the points. And great work from her. I think that's going to be the highest scoring toe pass we've seen of the day. We do have a score through for Sasha Denishevskaya, which is 6,680 points. It puts her in second place. It means she is now the mark to beat, but we can confirm that Daniela Verswivel of Colombia will be through to the women's trick final. And the final 5 ladies, chief among them Hannah Stopnicki on the water, will be looking to join Daniela there in the finals come tomorrow.
Well, I know we rely on the judges, but of course, Curtis, we have our little opinion up here, and I'm 100% in agreement with you that that rope on toe pass from Hannah was the highest point scoring toe pass we have seen thus far today.
So she doesn't need to get absolutely every last trick on this hand pass to chase down Sasha's 6,680 points, but she will need to get most of the way through it because she's got a personal best, I think, around 8,500 points, does young Hannah. So she's got a little bit of room up her sleeve, but she'll need to go well here on this handle pass, the young Canadian.
No doubt about it. All right, what can she do here? Eyeing off the wake here. All right, pops the back, probably positional. A couple of wake back-to-back, surface back-backs now. 5 to the front. The back position of 5 to the front reverse. There's the wake 5 to the back, setting up for the flips. There's flip number 1. She just needs a couple more probably to get through to the final. There's the second flip and falls on the second flip. Well, look, I think she's done enough to get through, but boy, that's just my guesstimation. Gosh, it's going to be, well, so close.
I think this is pretty disappointing for Hannah. I mean, she did a lot of great tricks, but she sort of... it's a very progressive hand pass from her in terms of the fact that it starts from the easiest tricks and it gets bigger and bigger, and she finishes strong with some flips. But because of that fall, I'm fairly confident that Sasha is going to be through to the final. The danger here for Hannah is there's a whole bunch of scores from 5,500 up to 6,000, the likes of the Hayes sisters, and if she gets stuck behind that log jam, she's going to be in big trouble here. That's disappointing. One of the favorites, of course, former junior world trick champion, going down, well, midway through that hand pass.
But look, well, the way I'm looking at, waiting for the score to come out, the 3 toe lines plus
it was a fantastic toe pass, wasn't it?
It was a great toe pass, and then there were 3 540s there.
Yeah, that's 1,000
There was
points.
one flip. There was the other tricks that, although much lower point value, that she banged off pretty quick. Look,
she's in with a chance.
I'm not writing her off just yet for the to be over and above the 66.80 without a doubt. Well, without a doubt, I'm not writing her off. I'm not saying without a doubt she's scoring over 66.80, but gee, I'd be inclined to suggest that she may well have tricked above that 66.80, and I'm prepared to wear a bit of egg if I'm wrong, but I'm going to put it out there.
Okay, Rob, well, that's why you are the #1 English-speaking trick commentator in the world, and I'm just the understudy, the apprentice here.
Look, you never know, Curtis. My reputation could be in tatters in a few minutes.
Well, this young lady is incredible, who's about to take the water from the United States of America, because she's only 15 years of age, but already she is one of the best trick skiers in the world. Of course, the reigning junior world trick champion, took out that title in Canada last year. She's won all sorts of titles. Incredible for someone at such a young age. And of course through the women's slalom final as well. So blossoming into a great overall skier like her brother. And she's coming in rope on toe from the Swan Street Bridge end. Starts off strong here. Does Lexi. Just moving through some surface terms, accumulating a lot of points. Little bit of a delay there. She obviously felt uncomfortable, wanted to make sure of it as she goes through the back end of this toe pass, jumps over the line. Toe line back-to-back is good, a toe wake front, and a couple quick fire turns to finish. And that's a good toe pass there from Lexi. Not quite as bigger tricks as we saw from, say, Hannah, but she does everything so efficiently that it's probably still going to be a very big score. We do have a score coming through for Hannah Stopnicki, Rob. And, well, you may have just dropped down the ranking list a little bit because, as I expected, it's not going to be enough. 5,740 points. What that does is it puts Sasha Daniushskaya through to the women's trick final, and it means that Erica Hayes of Australia, with her 6,000 point score, is on the bubble. And that cut much lower than we were expecting. Unfortunately, a few of the ladies having trouble out there. Not what you want to see. But the Yarra River always full of surprises.
Well, year in and year out, there's absolutely no doubt about that. But
what you did nail perfectly, though, is that toe pass from Hannah was by far and away the highest scoring we've seen. Almost 4,000 points on toes alone. So
well, thanks, Curtis. Giving credit where credit's due.
Absolutely.
I'm thinking, yeah.
It's important to respect your elders, Rob.
Yeah, it's just the way to go. Look, something that was kind of a little bit unusual that stuck in my mind from the under-17 junior Moomba competition from Lexi Abelson was she tricked 8,000 exactly in one of the rounds. So 8,000 neat, you don't very often see that exact round number. It's kind of irrelevant, but it does indicate the number that she's capable of. So we've got an 8,000 plus tricker on the water at the moment.
Well, I'm just excited to see women's tricks getting a pretty strong billing because, of course, in the junior Moombas, they start quite early. It's 7 a.m. and it's only the hardy few and maybe some morning commuters, some joggers that get to witness the fantastic spectacle that was Lexi Abelson's tricking.
Big program, though. Big program to get through, so you've got to start early.
Absolutely. No, I understand it, but it's good to see here a healthy crowd building to watch Lexi Abelson come in from the city and the incredible talent out of the United States of America. Of course, resides in Arizona, spends a bit of time up in New Hampshire as well, though. Starts off with some wake back-to-backs, lifting the intensity, a big wake 540 into the flips from young Lexi. The regular and reverse back flips, now full twisting to the back. She comes the back to front. She'll finish here with some mobes. Will Lexi put her through to the women's trick final? 2 stand-up passes from the American.
Well, you've got to think that's got to be enough to, that will be enough to take her through to the round of 6 and the final on Monday afternoon.
Yeah, of course, skis for USA, but she has some options, Lexi. Of course, her both her parents, high-level competitors back in their day. Father, Richard, Canadian, and mother, Mariana, Mexican. So it's a real... well, she's got the entire NAFTA agreement covered, doesn't she, up there? I don't know if that's NAFTA still around. I suppose it's probably gone by now, but probably day one, but...
I kind of didn't... I think that went over my head. The what agreement?
Well, that was the free trade agreement between Mexico, USA, and Canada.
Ah, okay, yeah. No, I wasn't on top of that.
We've gotten a little bit off topic.
Yeah. I know about CHAFTA. I deal with that a bit, the China-Australia Free Trade Agreement.
There you go.
But you just kind of threw me a bit
on that. A lot of acronyms out there.
There's too many, actually. Certainly too many used by politicians. That's just my opinion. Had to get it off my chest, but, you know, it's off now.
But not the good people at the Melbourne City Council, Rob. They're pretty efficient, and geez, did they put on a good festival. The livers, the fireworks. An olfactory delight hanging out here. The wafting smells coming in from the great food vendors behind us. Okay, well, this is the real moment we've been waiting for in this women's trick event because we're into our final 3 seeds, the 3 ladies who have just dominated world trick skiing for the better part of a decade. I think there's outside of these 3 girls, I think only one other woman, Janina Bonneman-Meckler, has won a pro trick title in the last decade. That's the stranglehold they have had on world trick skiing. They are so good. All 3 of them at various times have held the world record. They've all at various times been the world champion, MOOMBA Masters champion, every title just traded back and forth between these 3 ladies. All have tricked in excess of 11,000 points. This is where we get up into the best our sport has ever seen, these 3. And starting us off from the United States of America is Anna Hunter, rope on toe. How fast she moves through these tricks. We've gone up another gear as she lightning quick wraps in and out of the line. This is fantastic here from Anna. What a great start as she goes over the line, full twisting 360. What she got here, a big toe line back to back. And a great opening toe pass there from Anna Hunter of USA.
Yeah, great stuff. Just probably based on the speed that she was performing those tricks, we've definitely gone up a notch with Anna Hunter there.
Of course, this probably is her first trip to Melbourne under the name of Anna Hunter.
Yeah.
I think, of course, you may remember her as Anna Gay for many years, but married last year.
I might remember. Well, I was nearly going to mention that because many people on the riverbank, it would probably be the first time they've seen her as Anna Hunter, but Anna Gay many times visitor to the MOOMBA Masters. Because following Anna is going to be Erica Lang, the defending champion, and she'll be followed by top seed Neely Ross.
Yeah, well, of course, the cut to make the final right now is 6,010 points. And that toe pass from Anna would have to have been knocking on the door of 4,000, you'd say. Lexi Abelson, a score coming through 7,250, puts her through to the trick final. Still not quite challenging the lead, held, of course, by Daniela Viswivel of Colombia, who was so fantastic out there, Rob. I know it was your first time getting to see the young Colombian, but what a treat she is to watch.
Absolutely. I'm a bit surprised she didn't trick. Oh no, actually, sorry, I was referring to Lexi's score. Lexi Albertson, I thought the score might have been a little bit higher when it came through, but still takes her through to the final, which is the place that she wants to be. So we're going to see Anna Hunter back on course very shortly from the city end and see what she can do with her hand pass. I'm sure it's going to be chock full of high point scoring tricks.
Yep. The American now coming into course, 3-time world trick champion, I believe, and add to that countless junior age group titles. Yeah. So and she would very much love to be on top of the MOOMBA Masters podium again, Rob.
So the Nautique comes into view. Starts with a 5 to the back. Ski line back. Now this. From the ski lines into the flip sequence, there's a mobe. There's the reverse back-to-back mobe. Quickly pops to the front. Flip with a back landing. Flip, back, landing, reverse. There's the front flip, very physical, beautifully done. Front flip, reverse, lands it, and skis out that 20 seconds, and Anna Hunter really piles on some points, and I think it's, without a doubt, she has just made her way through to the Monday afternoon women's trick final.
Yep. Take the lead and I think push up over 10,000 points. What a great 2 passes from Anna Hunter of the USA coming out of the North American winter. She's obviously been able to get some serious training in though because she looks a treat out there on the water. And this just got better and better throughout it. Loved the 2 front flips to finish. Stomped them out, did Anna. The reverse, a bit of a butt check, but she powered through, even through a couple of side slides there. Some windscreen wipers at the end. And great work there from the American, vaults herself into the lead. Of course, one thing, we've been talking about how amazing these top 3 skiers are. And a big part of that, Rob, is that they're all Team Nautique athletes. They exclusively train behind the Ski Nautique towboat. The choice of champions, certainly all the best trick skiers in the world choose to trick behind the Ski Nautique. Right, just 2 women's trickers left. Of course, plenty more action to come because after women's tricks, we go right into the men's tricks. Then we've got the pro men's wakeboarding LCQ. So all sorts of action to come on the water throughout the mid-morning and early afternoon here on the Yarra River. But a real treat as we move through the women's trick field. And I think we've got a really big score through for Anna, and she's very much in contention. But these next 2 girls have been locked in a titanic struggle over the past year in particular. Towards the end of 2024, they were trading the world record back and forth, weekend after weekend. And they're fiercely competitive, all these girls. Erica Lang hates to lose. Keeps her awake at night. And I'm sure she will have been smarting that Neely Ross holds the world trick record, and she'll want to come back here in 2025 with a vengeance. And what better way to start off than by winning the MOOMBA Masters here on the Yarra River.
Well, she won it last year, so let's see if she can back it up and make it another MOOMBA Masters crown. But before she tries that, she needs to make it through to the finals, of course. So we need a couple of stand-up passes here from Erica Lang.
Yep,
Pops.
the flipping sensation out of the southwest of the United States opens up with a full twisting Mobes here into the front flip, stops the first one. Beautiful, the best front flipper in the business. She finishes with a couple flips landing in the back, a great flip sequence. She'll go over the line now, a ski line 360. Some wake 540s, rapid fire. This is a great pass there from Erica Lang. Stands up, opening hand pass.
Yes, rapid fire, all right, as you said, as that 20 seconds just ticks over, and Erica Lang piling on the points in that first 20-second trick pass. Very spectacular hand pass, and beautifully done, those front flips. Absolutely spectacular, and Erica Lang. Well, she's halfway to the final. Well, she's probably 2/3 of the way to the final, but Erica Lang just has to get somewhere down into that toe pass to make sure she skis on Monday afternoon. And wow, a score through for Anna Hunter, 10,500 points, just to make it interesting for the next couple of skiers to come. As I mentioned, that handkerchief that's thrown over Anna Hunter, Erica Lang and Neely Ross, because you cannot split them. And on Monday afternoon, somehow the judges are going to have to decipher their trick runs and award the trophy to the winner for MOOMBA Masters 2025.
Yeah, it's a great score from Anna. And, of course, job one is just to make the final. Well, Erica may have just done it there on that hand pass. It was such a high-scoring hand pass from her. But seeding is really important as well, being last off the dock, because these three girls, like you said, Rob, are often inseparable. Sometimes they'll perform almost identical runs out there on the river. Being able to go last off the dock, see what the other girls do, and potentially adjusting your run based on it is worth a lot. So Erica, she'll all know she needs more than 10,500, take the lead, and she'll know that Neely Ross, the world record holder on the dock, has got some serious firepower as well. So this is it, coming down to the closing stages of what has been a cracking women's trick elimination round. Anna Hunter of Team USA in the lead. Erica Lang, her compatriot, looking to challenge that. Neely Ross, the Canadian, still on the dock.
Okay, the young lady from Arizona, USA. See what she can do on her toe pass. Just needs to pretty much get halfway through it, probably. But let's hope she can stand it up in the spectacular way that we are so used to with Erica Lang. Toe wake 5, big points there to start. Flying through this run, the two toe wake backbacks. The back surface 5 to the front now, toe 360, wraps back into that reverse toe 360, toe wake 360, toe line 360, toe line back. Do we have one more toe line trick? We do. Toe line back to back, Erica Lang, and toe line back to back reverse. Well, that's where you get the big points from, folks, and Erica Lang standing up her two 20-second trick passes, and wow, there was some big points towards the finish there, but she was going at 100 miles an hour there, Curtis, and that was an awesome toe pass.
Yeah, what a cool toe run. What a great sequence from Erica. She certainly knows how to throw down big tricks. Starts with that super awesome toe wake 540 out of the wrap, and just got better and better from here, didn't it, Rob? Like you said, very efficient, moving fast on the water, and she finished with some serious pyrotechnics, throwing herself over the rope, toe line 360. Beautiful trick. And then the big rapid fire toe line back-to-backs. And it's going to be tight. Of course, a lot of it will come down to timing. The judges, when they enforce that 20-second count, they go frame by frame. It's a photo finish. But I believe if all of those tricks from Erica were in time on both hands and toes, she has done enough to take the lead. But of course, it will be a bit of a photo finish. That, to me, looked like an 11,000-point run from Erica.
Yes, I was thinking 11,000 points, but of course my confidence is shattered after some of my earlier estimations, but I'm still going with it, with up around 11,000 points. Because when she did that first toe line back-to-back, I kind of thought, wow, that's something good. But then so quickly followed it up with the reverse. And they're big points, those toe line back-to-backs. So good to see for Erica Lang, our defending champion.
Yeah, well, that hand pass from Erica was enough to get her through to the final. Over 6,000 points on her hand pass alone. And adding in a toe pass that looked to be knocking on the door of 5,000, certainly in the high 4,000s.
Takes the pressure off, though, doesn't it?
It doesn't it? Yeah. All about seeding, really, at this point. As we come down to our final women's tricker. Of course, former MOOMBA Masters champion, multiple times, I believe. Former world trick champion and current world trick record holder. I know that was a lifetime goal for Neely. Broke it, ended up a couple times, actually. Extended it by quite a few points.
Well, I guess
the latter half of 2024.
Because I guess when you mention it's a seeding round, well, it really, yes, it's a seeding round. Yes, it's kind of a familiarisation round in a way. And it serves a lot of purposes. And for these girls, they really want to put a good score on the board, and Neely Ross now.
Iconic shots of her shaking out a little bit of nervous energy as she's wrapped up for the toe 720. How many times have we seen that over the years? Starts strong, so graceful there on the water. Taller than the other girls, and she just has a perfect center of balance throughout this toe pass. Goes over the lines now, big twisting, toe line 360, toe line back. Here we go, toe line back to back is good. Well, look, she's done a sequence of high-scoring toe line tricks there, and she did it with sort of the ease of someone taking an evening stroll through the MOOMBA Festival. Almost pedestrian the way she did those huge toe line tricks. Didn't seem to break a sweat throughout that pass.
Looked so very controlled. We're just looking at the replay now on the streaming screen. And very controlled, the 5, the 2 360s there, the toe wake 360. Toe line, toe line back. Toe line back to finish. Very beautiful example of rope control there in rope on toe tricking, and Neely Ross.
Yeah, chasing a score through from Erica Lang of 10,830 points, enough to put Erica in the lead. But that suggests to me that she's lost something, perhaps at the end of her hand pass or toe pass to time, because there were certainly 11,000 points worth of tricks there. So she's lost a little something, but enough to take the lead. That's a big score on the Yarra River. Oh, okay, well, getting word from the captain of the commentary team, Rob, that 10,830 from Erica Lang is a new course record, the highest score ever on the Yarra River. Incredible stuff. You know, it's early season for these girls, and it's always challenging to ski on the Yarra. So that's a huge score from Erica Lang, but if anyone can take that down and exceed it, it would be your world record holder, Neely Ross, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, so the old record was 10,560, so she's pretty comfortably eclipsed that mark. So Neely Ross performed her toe pass with consummate ease, and let's see if she can back it up with, well, she's going to have to really pile on some points here. I'm sure we're going to see plenty of flips, a number of ski lines, so this will be a much more physical pass from Neely Ross.
Yep, the Canadian comes in, chasing yet another MOOMBA Masters title. Wants to be top seed through the final. She hard-earned that top seed position, and she wants to hold on to it. She comes in now for the first of her flips, the full twisting mobe, the back-to-back. Stomps out a front flip. This is great work here from the Canadian. Flip twisting to the back. Here she goes for just a back to front there from Neely, and then a regular back flip. So slightly lower scoring flip she's running right now, but very quick and efficient. So interesting there from Neely. I don't think that's going to be as high as what we saw from either Erica or Anna, and I guess just doing enough to get through. But I wonder what the thought process was there from her, because she's gone for a different set of flips than I would have expected, Rob.
Yeah, and then doing those couple of 540s at the end.
So I'm going to throw out a theory here.
I would have thought there would have been a ski line in there somewhere.
I'm going to throw out a theory here, Rob, and I could be just making it up.
Yeah,
but
theory
I
boy.
think
Let's
that
hear it.
Neely has intentionally gone for an easier hand pass because, for whatever reason, she would prefer to go out earlier in the women's trick final. That's my theory, because even at the end of that pass, I think she had time to do other tricks. And it just seemed like she was cruising in sort of cruise control, well and truly through the final. But that was a little bit odd, the finish to that run, and I wonder if she, for whatever reason, prefers to go out and set a big score earlier in the pack.
Yeah, well, if we go with your theory, she'd be probably third last off the dock and letting Anna and Erica see what they have to beat. But surely she'd normally have a couple of ski lines in a run rather than those.
It just seemed like she was on autopilot out there, Rob.
Yep.
But she's the world record holder, and
good luck to her.
And she knows what she's doing.
Yep. Well, pretty soon we're going to depart the commentary position. Thanks for joining me in for the women's tricks elimination round. We're going to move on to men's, and we're having a commentary switch. So, folks, I hope you enjoyed the women's trick competition. Don't go anywhere because men's tricks elimination round will be on the water in just a few moments.
Yeah, so, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to roll straight into this men's trick preliminary round, our elimination round, and we got our first skier on the water ready to go. Joining me up here in the booth is going to be Glenn Williams. Glenn, this is going to be something special. If you've just seen the women's, we sort of start to up the ante in this one here, but, you know, hats off to these ladies tricking three of them tricking over 10,000 points. We want to continue that intensity as we move into this men's.
Yeah, we're right into it now, and first up is BG Bickley out of the United States, rocking on through into this men's tricks elimination round. Loses his way a little bit there on that third flip, but he's still going strong out here at the moment, piling the points on. Into a bit of a head breeze here on the Yarra at the moment, and a bit kind of discombobulated out there and falls on that last wake 5, I think it was, but still not a bad pass there for BG Bickley. Would you?
Yeah, BG falling down towards the end of that. We go back to that replay. Just clip the top of the wake there. Lands nicely out on that flip. Lands into the back landing. Transitions back to the front. The reverse back landing. Now ski line back to the front. Wake 5 front. Back position, wake 5 front reverse, and that's where he fell there, Glenn. But it would have been right on that end of that 20 seconds there for the youngster out of the USA. Of course, only 16 years of age, skied in the junior competition. Now stepping up into these open ranks, but
he's had a pretty good week. First time at Moomba. He's done very well. So big field, of course, here. We have 16 looking for 8, is it? Through to the final. 8 through to the final, so running through the field. BG Bickley out there on the water now. We have a couple of, 4 or 5 young Aussies coming up for BG. Joel O'Toole of New South Wales, Cullen Ashcroft from New South Wales, Fletcher Green from WA, Archie Davis from ACT, Lucas Cornell from Queensland. Then we go to Argentina, and it's Bautista Amada, Austrian Dominic Kuhn, Tobias Georges of Argentina, France's Paul Deplon Freiberg, Italy's Eduardo Marenzi, Great Britain's Joel Poland, France's Louis Deplon Freiberg, Maddie Gonzalez out of Chile, Patricio Font of Mexico, and then the world record holder Jake Abelson. Unbelievable, Jared. That's as good a trick skiing as you're ever going to see, folks. It's going to be an absolute treat on the Yarra over the next hour or so.
Well, the top 8 all can trick over 10,000 points. And the top 6 can all trick over 12,000 points. It's just unbelievable. It's very rare that you get to come to a Moomba and you think, wow, tricks is probably going to be the most exciting event of the day. But, well, yeah, it's going to be something special here in 2025. But BG Bickley coming back now on that hand pass from the city end here, Glenn, at Nautique, just into trick course now.
Yep. I think he's a better hand tricker than a toe tricker, but he's still got to stand this pass up, get as many points as he can. And pretty quick here. That's pretty good. Toe wake 360 is good. Can he get over the rope? He does. Toe wake on the back. Just fell to the back as he came to the front. Fell back into the water. Look, he's a little slaps the water, but to be fair, I mean, he's probably tricking for himself a little bit out there and maybe a PB because he's with the arsenal or the level of the skiers to come, it was always going to be a big ask for him to make that final.
Tricks is one of those things, I'm sure the boys spoke about it earlier. Like, you can have those early falls and that could be it. We've seen that happen many a times, not just here, but at tournaments around the world where some of the top skiers have fallen on trick 1, trick 2, even a couple of tricks in.
There's no warm-up in tricks. Like in slalom, I mean,
you could have an early pass.
Yeah, quite often your first and second pass is a warm-up pass, although, having said that yesterday, it wasn't that easy. And then in jump, you can always pass a jump or whatever. But in tricks, right from the get-go, right from that start buoy, the 2 20-second passes is just full intensity. And in some ways, it makes it the toughest of the 3 events.
So we'll move on to Australia. We'll have the pool boy, Joel O'Toole. It's from New South Wales. He'll be next. Personal best of up over 7,000 points. So he's going to want to trick every bit of that one there. The Joel O'Toole fan club are here.
Yeah, he's super popular, Joel O'Toole, around the site. Lovely young man from a good water ski family up there in Newcastle.
Of course, Dad Neil was a superstar tricker. Gets to train up with us at Moala, home of the 2027 World Championships. So Joel heads in our rope on toe pass to start. Getting set up with that line behind his ski leg. Let's see, it starts with a toe 5 back, toe back to back, and to the reverse now. Looking surface, staying up over that ski, keeping that line, control looks good, transitioning. Oh no, grabs the line and goes down there for Joel. Oh, disappointing stuff there for Joel O'Toole.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Yeah.
Started pretty well, but falling probably 2/3 of the way through that toe pass.
Just joining us, getting the official scores through from our women's preliminary round, and we had a score for Neely Ross of 9,510. So going into the MOOMBA Masters, MOOMBA Monday is going to be I've just lost it there, Glenn, but it should be Erica Lang will be your top seed from the USA with 10,830. She will, and a new course record. 10,500 from Anna Gay. We'll then have Neely Ross from Canada. We'll have, looks to be Sasha Danishevskaya of the USA, and then Daniela from Colombia will be I'm pretty sure the video review did confirm that. So congratulations, ladies, through to a MOOMBA Monday final. Still need 8 of our men to go through, Glenn.
And it may well be a 10,000 point score to get through to the final. Probably won't quite be that high because, you know, it's hard in tricks to get it all together, particularly in the first round. But there's certainly 8 skiers here well capable of tricking over 10,000 points. So it could be a 10,000 point score to get through.
So just waiting for the return of Joel. Of course, this morning, people around about in the MOOMBA Festival. Of course, we had the Birdman rallies going on at the moment. That's why those of you on the webcast are looking down, seeing a lot of people towards the city end. It's where we're having our Birdman rally. We have a bit of fun. People jump into the arrow and they try and fly as far as they can, just for charity. That's why we're kind of just bringing the trick course up a fraction, so that we steer clear of people launching themselves.
Yeah, it's a bit of fun though, isn't it? So one of the great things about MOOMBA, I know I was in the boat earlier involved with the Birdman Rally. Our sound guy, Jason, he's with us all week. He's up there help doing the sound. So it's great tradition here at the MOOMBA Masters. Here comes Joel now on pass number 2.
Yeah, lick and go hand pass. Points are a lot higher on the hand pass for Joel. Starts back position. Just got a few people standing up in front of us, but we can't really see. But into that flip now. Into the back landing. Transitions back to the front. Back flip. Now looking to go the reverse now. Into the back. Going to go back to front landing. Joel piling on the points now. Into the back to... Oh, tries the back-to-back move, but just didn't quite get the height of the wake, did he?
Super high-scoring trick. Didn't really get the full extension off the top of the wake. As you say, Jared didn't get the height he needed. Decent hand pass, though, but unfortunately because of the toe passes, it's not going to be the score he was looking for. It's tough, though. Tricks are so tough. Well, next competitor is Cullen, the Big Show Ashcroft. He's in a bit of everything, isn't he? He's a ski show at night. He's does a bit of barefooting. He's a long distance jumper. He's a great trick skier, very good flipper. Breeze starting to gust up a little bit. Warm day today, Jared. I think 34 degrees, which is not quite as hot as last year, which is a good thing because it was a bit hot last year, but it's certainly a bit of a warm old day here in Melbourne with a bit of a breeze just sort of buffeting at the moment.
But good to see a lot of water ski fans making their way down and battling the sun. Got a bit of overcast cloud, which is going to maybe get a few more people down here into the arena to watch that. Just hearing some word over the radios from our judges that we've lost. So what we have is we have a video feed that goes, we see it on our webcast, the video feed that comes through, and that's what our judges view from the boat, and that's how we score tricks. We're having a bit of an issue with that video feed. So I think we're just going to bring the boat back to this center dock potentially and just make sure that those connections are right so we do get that feed up into the main tower. But 2 skiers down. We've had BG Bickley and Joel O'Toole. We have 14 remaining. We'll have Callan Ashcroft from Australia. He'll be next. We'll then have Fletcher Green, Archie Davis, Lucas Cornal, Bautista Umada of Argentina, Dominic Kuhn from Austria, Tobias Georges, Argentina, Paul Duplan Fribourg of France, Eduardo Morenzi of Italy, Joel Poland. How exciting is that going to be, Joel Poland, for this Melbourne crowd? Louis Duplan Fribourg as well. And then, of course, your top 3, Matias Gonzalez, Patricio Font, and Jake Abelson.
And isn't that exciting just in itself? You know how good Joel Poland is, but there's 4 skiers seated higher than him. So there's 4 trickers at this event that are better trickers in terms of their top 2 scores in the last 12 months than Joel Poland. It just shows how strong that field is.
Joel looking to cement his spot into all 3 events. So as we just look at our record-setting ski nautique down here, just getting, as I said, just getting that camera checked out. But how good is it? The new 100, of course, 100 years of nautique here in 2025. Beautiful colour scheme, isn't it? If you want to check out, go jump onto nautique.com if you want to design your own boat. I've done it a few times, Glenn, and I'm sure you have. You've got You got a ski over there in New Zealand, I'm sure.
I've got a 200.
Oh, okay.
I would love a ski, but my 200 just does not break. It just goes and goes and goes. We've got, I think my boat's coming up 9 years old, but it's done almost 4,000 hours. I've never had an issue. Just push the button, away we go. That's those GM Marine powered Nautiques are just amazing, and they just last forever. So yeah, haven't quite had the reason yet to update to the ski.
And of course, with the 100-year anniversary of Nautique, if you look down at the boat, you can actually see some of gold decals in the boat. I've got all the Nautique symbols are all gold this year. Nice gold Nautique at the very back of the boat as well. I'll get a chance actually get up and jump in the G23, the display G23, hopefully later on today, and have a bit of a chat with some of our Nautique athletes and Brian Sullivan, who's here from Nautique, and Tony Brower from GM Marine. The partnership between Nautique and GM Marine here at MOOMBA is something that has been already in place for a number of years, and it's going to continue on, having the best tournament towboat in the world, pulling the biggest water ski events around the world.
Yeah, well, hopefully it won't take too long to get this camera up and running again, and the boat will have to do a simulation pass to give the same conditions to all the skiers, and we'll be back underway with this men's tricks elimination round.
So Glenn, just while we're waiting, just to get a confirmation that we're back with our video feed, the official women's tricks has come back. Now I know that Daniela Verzwevel of Colombia, her score was under video review, and it's come back at 7,530. So as we said, Sasha Danishevskaya of the USA will go through. Alexia Abelson, USA, will also make it into MOOMBA Monday. Daniela Verzwevel of Colombia will also be going through with 7,530 points. Neely Ross, 9,510. Anna Hunter, 10,500. And then, of course, the new course record, 10,830 points, Erica Lang. So
Is Joel O'Toole possibly got a rewrite here, Jared? We haven't heard from the judges, but he's back in the towboat, isn't he?
yeah.
This might be good news for him. Might be a good news story, but we haven't heard anything from the tower, so we shouldn't comment just yet. We have an issue with the camera feed from the boat. We're not sure, just to keep everyone updated, we're not sure if it means that Joel has a rewrite.
He's looking like he's putting his gloves on, so...
Yeah. Okay. So we have Joel's first pass, but we don't have a second, so he's got a rewrite on a second pass. Probably would have wanted a rewrite on his first pass as well, Jared, if he could have got it, but... yeah. Bit of an unwanted delay, unfortunately, but we seem to be about to get back underway again, Jared.
Yeah, it looks to be that way. I think word on the street is that we're going to send the boat down the Swan Street Bridge end. Sorry, up to the city end. Going to take Joel back down. No, we're going to go the Swan Street Bridge end first. Going to do a simulation pass down through the course and then drop Joel at the city end and be back for his second pass. Great work, pool boy. Gets to have another chance at standing up this second pass. But apologies for the delay, folks, but we'll be underway very shortly.
Yep, so we'll see the boat come back in front of us, but with no trick skier. That will be classed as our simulation pass. And then Joel will get his re-ride from the city end on his second pass. Then we will hopefully have no issues with our camera feed, and we'll be back underway with this men's trick elimination round.
Of course, after this men's tricks, we've got a full action-packed day here on Sunday. Everyone's got the day off tomorrow. Of course, public holiday in in Melbourne tomorrow. The Pro Men's Wakeboard LCQ from around about 1 p.m. local time here in Melbourne. Then, of course, change. We'll have the women's jump. Still have the women's jump positions to look for. Who is going to go through to MOOMBA Monday. We'll have that after our Pro Men's Wakeboard LCQ. And then it's LCQ time for our tournament skiers, our slalomers. We'll have the men's slalom LCQ first, where we'll have the 8 who missed out on MOOMBA Monday yesterday will vie for 2 spots in the finals tomorrow. And then we'll move into the women's LCQ, where the top 6 from the first round will again vie for 2 spots in the women's final. We'll then have, of course, our critically acclaimed IWWF show ski team out for us. We've got night jump, and then the IWWF show ski team will round out the afternoon. So action-packed day, Glenn, here on day number 4 of the 2025 MOOMBA Masters.
Yep, looking forward to all of that. Obviously, the women's jump preliminary round is going to be interesting. Women's jump without Jacinta Carroll, now Weeks at MOOMBA, was going to be sort of a whole new, different feel to it, isn't it? But we look forward to that. And then, of course, those LCQs are just going to be off the charts because they've created a whole new level of pressure that we've never seen before on the Yarra. If there wasn't enough tension before, they've certainly added quite a bit. There's some really good skiers, particularly in that women's LCQ, some really, really good skiers, and only vying for 2 spots. But anyway, it's going to be a great afternoon, evening's entertainment. And we're about to have Joel O'Toole with a re-ride of his second pass. It's obviously not a protected score, what he got before, because we haven't even seen it. The judges haven't seen it, so they've got no score. So he's kind of starting again. And it wasn't too bad a pass either, Jared, but it wasn't perfect because he fell on that back-to-back mob at the end. So he'll be happy here to have an opportunity to try and get a bigger score.
Yeah, we know where he finished up, so we'll know up here whether it's going to be an improved score, or what would have been an improved score. But so we see him now make the turn under the city skyline. Joel O'Toole is going to get set for this trick hand pass here, Glenn.
Here he comes. Start with a positional wake back, I believe. Oh, geez, over the rope. Almost lost it, but he's hanging in there. He's going okay now. It's Joel O'Toole into the flips. Back landing. It's good. Regular flips now. What's he got here? Back to front, I think. Yes, now the mob. This is the one he fell on in the previous run, and he's done it exactly the same, pretty much. Carbon copy of the run. Maybe the ski line at the start wasn't quite as clean as the first run, but the judges will never know because they didn't get to see the first run. He almost fell here.
He almost tripped himself up on that on the line, didn't he? But then the flip sequence looked pretty good all the way through. Gets to train behind a ski nautique every day when he's out there on the water up at Moala. Of course, part of the Moroney dynasty now. He's almost cemented himself as part of the Moroney dynasty. But, yeah, Joel O'Toole. We're going to continue on, though. Callan Ashcroft, Glenn, as you said, we tried to give him a bit of an intro before.
Yeah.
Does everything. One of, basically, best friend of Joel O'Toole as well. So both of them down there on the dock back-to-back. But what he did last night, skied in the ski show, comes out, night jumps last night. As you said, barefoots. It's going to be part of the World Show Ski Championships up at Moala.
Was that next weekend or the weekend after?
23rd. 22nd, 23rd.
Yeah. Oh, no, he's a phenomenal athlete. I think he might even be coming out to the Oceania Champs at the very end of March. He's kind of like the modern-day Brett Wing. I mean, he hasn't got those world barefoot titles that Brett Wing had, so he's never going to... No one will ever be another Brett Wing, I wouldn't think, but he's kind of heading in that direction or giving a best shot. Multiple discipline water ski athlete. He's a bit of a showman. He loves kind of like I'm nicknamed him the Big Show. He's kind of a little bit flamboyant out there, isn't he? He's loves the crowd.
Well, his mum was a show skier. Dad, of course, Australian jumper. He said, yeah, definitely does. Loves to put on a show, hence why he's a show skier, but full twisting back-to-back now. Front flip, big front flip, lands nicely now. Reverse front flip. Going now in the back landing, transitions back to the front. Back landing, reverse coming up. Looking good so far. Ski line O. Now goes to ski line back to the front and almost falls, but just a bit of a slap of the line there, Glenn.
Good run, good stand-up run. It was a fairly long 20 seconds, if you know what I mean. Like that, seemed to be a few pauses between tricks, so maybe that last couple of tricks might have an issue with time, but we don't know. Some really high-scoring flips here, though. Back-to-back mobe. And the reverse.
Just didn't quite look settled, did he?
No, he never did.
That whole pass was always...
But, I mean, those first four flips are almost 3,000 points, aren't they?
Yeah.
Like,
but as I said, you say it's a long 20 seconds.
It is.
Because if you're not transitioning and you lose even a fraction of that time, then it's...
Yeah, I reckon
20 seconds goes pretty quickly, doesn't it?
Exactly. Pretty sure that ski line at the end will be out of time, but who knows? We'll wait and see.
Yeah, great to see a lot of people here early, isn't it? We're about to hit 12 noon.
Yeah, decent crowd. I mean, a lot up around the Birdman at the moment, but once that Birdman finishes, they'll make their way down. At least do a lap of the river, you know, the ski site over the Swan Street Bridge. And that's kind of the thing with MOOMBA. At any one time there may be 10,000 people watching, but there's probably foot traffic. A couple, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 people in a day are actually making the loop, and at least they'll stop. If a jumper's going over the ramp, they'll stop and take a video and, you know, watch the trick pass as they make their loop. And it's just such good exposure to the general public for the sport of water skiing. Nothing like it anywhere else in the world.
And if you are taking photos, and I know we get all different angles of photos, whether you're on the North Bank or on the South Bank side, but yeah, if you are taking photos, make sure you try and tag the @MOOMBA Masters Water Ski if you're on Instagram, and especially @Nautique Boats, because these photos go around the world, and you just said you get different angles of trickers and jumpers and slalomers. It's great when you can collate all of those pictures together. But here we go, Callan Ashcroft, rope on toe pass.
Yeah, toe pass here.
Going through the motions, go toe 5 front, goes 360 back out, 360 back in, grabs the line now, looking for the wake. 360 does, or a little bit
Bobbles,
out of sort there, but
loses some more time.
Gets back, toe wake line back to the front.
Back to
back. And that'll end it there. Callan still stand-up two passes.
Stand-up two passes is great. Just loses a bit of time between tricks here and there, which is going to cost them vital time, but still a couple of excellent passes. Well done to Callan Ashcroft from New South Wales. He got 5,160 off his hand run.
Yeah, score through for, at the moment, BG Bickley with 7,410. Joel O'Toole, 4,450. And as I said, Kellen Ashcroft, we have a first provisional round score of 5,160 points. So we'll get that official and we'll bring it through to you. But coming up, we got WA, Team WA down there on the fence. Of course, Dad Ryan was talking to him earlier, and he said how much he misses this, how much he misses tricking, being out here on Sunday, MOOMBA Monday. But unfortunately, he said to me yesterday, he said went and tried to do a couple of flips a couple of weeks ago over at Bonnie's in WA, and took him a week just to get over it. There, of course, Ryan Green, father of an ex-competitor, who is going to be Fletcher.
Yeah, good to see him in Junior Moomba trick up over 8,000 points. He's in pretty good form. Lovely young man, really is. Great young bloke. Comes up and has a chat with you, talks about life and work and school and stuff like that, and he really is very personable.
I'd hate to tell you this, Glenn, but Fletcher's aiming for your job.
Oh, is he? He wants to be a commentator.
He's aiming to knock you off over the next couple of years.
Me particularly, or is it you?
No,
or
just you.
Just me, is
just
that right? Oh. Bit of competition coming, eh?
So lining up here, Fletcher Green on the hand pass, starting with full twisting back-to-back. And the reverse now, transitioning into the back landing, flips back to the front. Now look to be back landing reverse. Let's see for the front flip next. He does. Can we go the reverse front flip again? Looking to pile on the points here. Ski line back. Now looking. Ski line back. Oh, just clipping the top of the rope there, Glenn. Put your hands together, Melbourne. Fletcher Green.
Really good flips. And like Callan, super high scoring flips. A lot like Callan's run, actually, although Fletch was a little bit more fluid. He kept flowing better than Callan did. But yeah, it's a shame just at the end there to fall on the ski line tricks that you would think would be easier tricks than the flips, but maybe not for Fletch, because he's a natural born flipper, and he's had some great coaching, of course, from his parents. And these are just wonderful, wonderful rhythm. He just goes from one to the next, which is exactly what you want. These front flips are great, so much height. And just the ski line, yeah, he just landed on the rope, and it's not a trick I think he finds particularly difficult. It's a shame, because it would have just been the icing on the cake for that trick run.
He's getting back in the boat. We'll send him down to the city end and bring him back for the rope on toe pass. Of course, Fletcher, I noticed we don't really get to see Fletcher. I certainly don't get to see Fletcher for as much as what I'd like, not getting to travel over to WA, but he's certainly grown in the last 12 months.
He's getting tall. He's turning into a slalom skier with his height, which is great to see. Don't want to get him too super tall and making those flips harder, but that's good to see. He's not going to make Oz Kiwi next week. He's in year 12 at school, and they're deciding to get him concentrate on the education a bit, which, to be honest, gives the Kiwis a bit of a reprieve. I'd love to see Fletch at Oz Kiwi, but just make it a little bit easier, take it a little bit easier on the Kiwis in that Oz Kiwi Challenge coming up next week. Starts Thursday, actually, up in Bridgie.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. We'll have the webcast going live as well on Saturday and Sunday. So Fletcher Green. So then we'll have a couple of Australians. We'll have Archie Davis and then Lucas Cornal. And we'll go to Argentina, Bautista Ramada, Austria's Dominic Kuhn. And then back to Argentina for Tobias Georges. But here we go, Glenn. Rope on toe pass.
Oh, well, hopefully he can stand it up and get up near that 8,000 point mark. If the falling on the end of their hand run may make it difficult for him now to trick 8,000, but let's see how he goes. Back-to-back toe wake front. We're into the basic surface spins. We're going to have a toe 5 front coming up here. The ins and outs, and over the wake he goes. Toe wake 360 be over the rope now, I would say. Toe wake line O is nice. Going back, and that's a good stand-up pass there from Fletch. Put your hands together. Up-and-coming young Aussie. One to look out for in the future, I'm sure, young Fletcher Green from WA.
He's almost had a perfect tournament, hasn't he? PB'd in the juniors. Stepping it up here and skiing well in the open competition. Great work from Fletcher Green. Got a big future, big bright future, the young Australian. So he grabs on that line, toe, wake 360, now wake line O, wake line back, wake line just a toe front, maybe a little bit of a slide in there right at the end, but good work there from Fletch.
Well, if you had to pick a score, you'd probably say high 7s.
Yeah.
But we'll wait and see. I don't think it's going to be...
Could be enough to get into the lead.
Yeah, good on him.
Of course, the lead at the moment held by another junior skier, BG Bickley.
Yeah, first tricker still leading.
I've got...
So we go next to Archie Davis, who... I guess I was going to say he's Australia's #1 trick skier at the moment, but obviously Lucas Cornell's got a higher ranking than him now. So Lucas, although we think of Lucas as a slalom skier, he quite possibly is Australia's #1 men's tricker at the moment.
Not quite sure. Talking to his mum yesterday, Dad Pete Cornell was left at home to try and... It's a bit late getting out for before the cyclone up there in Brisbane. I'm not quite sure if he's made it here yet. I haven't seen him, but we certainly will be watching on the webcast to support Lucas.
I saw on the news that, sorry, Jared, to interrupt. I saw on the news Gold Coast Airport reopened this morning. So that's a good sign, but I guess there'd be a backlog of passengers trying to get on planes, and it might be hard to get out of that particular part of Australia.
What Amanda was saying, it was more that flights were getting cancelled because there wasn't many people on the flights to be able to get out, because a lot of people had already left.
Right.
But, here we go. Hot favourite in the men's slalom. He's already through to MOOMBA Monday in the slalom event. Let's see if we can get him through in tricks as well. Here, Lucas Cornell.
That's Archie, mate.
Oh, sorry, Archie.
It's all right. I'm the one that confused you by talking about him. So there's Archie Davis now, making his way down the pass. Over the rope he goes. Oh, no, he's fallen on a toe wake line O, which is not a super hard trick for him. You almost wonder, because with the tail current, when that ski's moving a little bit faster under him than what he normally expects, so he comes to the front, the ski lands on the water, and it just sort of got away from him a little bit.
Yeah, disappointing there for Archie. Archie, of course, making the jump. The jump final.
Yeah, it was a good jump, a really good jump from him yesterday. I think he's in the LCQ for the men's slalom too, so he's not having a bad tournament.
Of course, Archie with Ryan Green there in the boat as well. He'll head down to the Melbourne skyline, and we'll bring him back. Archie Davis from the ACT. Great guy too. Loves helping out juniors. He was in the boat coaching me the other day for tricks, which is not something you really want to be doing, Glenn. Trying to get me to, I don't know, the older you get, the harder it is to try and get your body and start flipping. So Archie was trying to get me to flip a little bit easier.
You're chasing that over 35 Australian overall record, and tricks is your Achilles heel.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Oh, Di Green's just look at this. Di Green, look how happy she is. A happy Nan. Fletcher Green score coming through. It is under video review though, Di.
Di's demanding to know what for. What's it under review for?
Score is a score over 8,000 points.
Oh, wow.
8,290 there for Fletcher
done.
Green.
Well done from Fletcher. I had a feeling he might have slipped under 8,000 just, but he's over 8,000. So good stuff, Fletch.
I think Di will throw the book at these judges if it doesn't stay at 82.90. She's getting a bit upset over there, isn't she? Archie Davis will be back. Hand pass, Glenn. Been training down with Trent Nelson-Cranfield at Latrobe and a couple other skiers headed down to your Lawn North here in Victoria, about an hour and a half southeast of Melbourne. Preparing for 2025, but here he comes, Glenn. Hand pass for Archie Davis.
Well, he's always been a good flipper, good hand tricker, so let's see how he goes. Wish him all the best. Couple of back-to-back MOOMBs to start. Back to front, back landing. These are all very high-scoring flips. Up he goes into the ski lines now. Ski line back-to-back. Can he do a ski line 5? Falls on the ski line 5. That's a high-scoring trick to fall on. Disappointing there. Right at the end of both passes, falling on tricks. He's going to knock the top off the score, obviously. Expect to be, he'll be quite close, I think, to Fletcher Green, actually, in terms of a score. Fletcher Green's on 8,200.
He just lands perfectly, doesn't he? The way he just transitions straight out.
Quick,
still, your momentum flowing out of the wakes and then being able to transition edge back in straight away. See, as we get through this men's field, that's what makes the difference between a 10,000 and a 12,000 point tricker. But yeah, just copping the edge there for Archie Davis and going down. I know that he's got his sights set on a proposal soon, Archie. I know that his girlfriend's waiting for the ring. I know Archie's just trying to build up a bit of money because to pay for a beautiful ring. Is that right, Arch?
Trying to marry everyone off, Jared. Spent all day trying to get people to be married, just because you're married.
I was going to say something, but I better not because my wife might be listening.
Well, we'll wait for Archie Davis to score. The scores have been pretty quick today. It's been good. Comes through. In fact, we've got a first pass score for Archie of 2,960 points, 2,960 on his toes. Let's get his hand pass through very shortly. And then we are about to see Lucas Cornell, Australia's #1 trick skier.
Well, Di Green will be happy because official score is through for Fletcher and it is going to stay at 8,290. So there you go, Di. She's happy. Di shouting the bar. But here we go. We'll start where we started before when we were introducing Lucas Cornell, but he said he's a hot favourite in the men's slalom. He's through to MOOMBA Monday in men's slalom. Can he make the trick final? Grabs hold of that line now. Toe wake 360. Now going to go toe wake line back. Back to the front. Slide. Toe wake back. Toe wake back to back. Back to the front. Put your hands together, Melbourne. Lucas Cornell. Stand up first pass.
Super talent out of Queensland, Lucas Cornell. So he's made the decision to go to university in Brisbane, and good on him, but without knowing the full background behind it, I would have to guess that the colleges in the US would have been chasing him hard. You know, imagine getting Lucas Cornell on your collegiate team. The US schools must have chased him, must have offered him all sorts to go to college in the States, and yet he's decided a bit of a homeboy, he's decided to stay here in Australia and go to Brisbane. I think it's Brisbane University or something like that. So that's would be interesting because he would have made a big difference to any US college team that he had been. I mean, he's obviously slaloming amazingly, but he can trick over 9,000 points as well. And he's not a bad jumper.
And he's not a bad, I was going to say. He'll be down there, Bridgie, going to take... you said before about Fletcher not being there, but you still got a way. You got Lucas going to...
Lucas is still going to take on the Kiwis.
Yeah. But a score through for Archie Davis, 8,080 points, 8,080. So in the lead still is going to be Fletcher Green. Still, we'll know what the bubble score is shortly. We've got said Lucas Cornell coming back. We'll have Bautista Amata of Argentina, Dominic Kuhn, Austria. Whoever has the hold after that is going to be what the bubble score is, but we know that our top 8 can all trick over 10,000 points. Does not get any better than this in trick skiing, does it, Glenn?
Oh, it's exciting. I think tricking is arguably the most exciting event when you get good high-level tricking like this. It really is magnificent to watch. Here we go. Here comes that wonderful Nautic towboat. And it's Lucas Conn. Back to front. Back landing. Oh, geez, loses some time there, but he's okay. Back into it now. Reverse back landing. Regular flip there. Over the rope he goes. He's running out of time. What can he do? Any old tick of the clock. Oh, he goes down. Couple of passes, though, for Lucas Cornell. Put your hands together, Mel. Wonderful trick skiing from Lucas Cornell.
As we go back to that replay there, yeah, full twisting, back-to-back lands, nicely transition straight away into the reverse, back to front, back landing, just lost, that's where he lost the time there as he's tried to transition, just didn't quite keep the edge of the ski moving. As I said, ski line there, and it just tripping up as we saw from Fletcher Green, just tripping up on that line, on that ski line. But wait for the score to come through for Lucas Cornell, and then we'll know Fletcher Green, the Aussie, can hold on to the lead. But Lucas, of course, got his sights set, and we certainly wish him well in the slalom event, MOOMBA Masters slalom final tomorrow. He's Aussie's hot favourite, isn't it? The Aussies are going to take the win. It's going to come potentially from Lucas Cornell.
Absolutely. Next competitor, of course, kind of a little bit like Lucas, a magnificent slalom skier, but also a very solid trick skier as well, from Argentina, Batista Amada. US Masters slalom champion, junior slalom champion from last year, so he can definitely slalom. And I think from memory he was second or third at Junior MOOMBA in the trick event that we had this week. Here he is on toe. Very quick. Those Latin Americans so quick on the toe tricks, on those spins. He's going over the rope nicely here, piling the points on. Oh, just falls there again. We've had a lot of falls on the toe line tricks. Has to have something to do, I think, Jared, with the current. And maybe that ski, you know, maybe it's not quite where they think it's going to be underneath them. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert, but we have had a lot of falls on toe line tricks here today.
Yeah, it's funny, we talk about the current more in slalom. We don't really talk about it too much for tricks. We probably should be a bit more cautious of it because it is going to be a tail current on that first pass, and that's where we've seen a couple of skiers just trip up on those ski line tricks on that first pass. But so sending Batista Amada of Argentina down to the city end, and we'll bring him back for his second pass. But yeah, as I said, tides at the moment where we've passed high tide. It's now going to start to run out. Low tide is looking to be somewhere around about 4 p.m. So it'd be right at low tide for our slalom LCQ, Glenn. So totally different conditions of what we saw.
Yep,
we saw full high tide for yesterday's slalom event. Now we're going to be at full low tide for the LCQ.
Interesting dynamics, because it probably means that, well, we'll let it all play out, but it could mean that the top seeds for the slalom finals could come from the LCQ, if you know what I mean. Because if they get way better conditions in the LCQ than we had yesterday, right? Or do they actually go in and occupy the last two seeds?
Yeah, so
they do.
The seeding is set for the top 6.
Right, okay.
The seeding for the last 2 will be whoever has the best score. So
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So it's not going to affect the seeding from
affect it.
the preliminary round. It'll only affect the seeding from for the last two
Roger.
spots.
Just get my head around the new format. It's exciting, though. It's an exciting format.
I think we see Bautista Ramada ready to come in now on the hand pass. As I said, a bit of an earlier fall than we've seen from some of the others, but personal best, he has a personal best of over 10,000 points. So he's going to really need to step this up, get all of these tricks in time and executed perfectly. Full twisting back-to-back, lands nicely now, transitions into the next trick now, flipping front to back, now going onto the reverse, lands nicely, gets him back to front flip, lands perfectly, now transitions again, now looking to go wake 5 back. It should have been a ski line, looked like a ski line on the way out and falling there. A little bit of a different change up there, Glenn, towards the end, but...
Well, he got kind of caught on the edge of a ski and a bit of a lean lock and ended up outside the wake, didn't he? Had to change things up pretty quickly. The flips were really good. Plenty of points here.
And the reverse front flip, I said, yeah, just really lost it. He just caught the edge and pushed him outside the wake and then kind of had to make up those last few tricks. But Bautista Ramada, the score will come through. Took home the silver medal in the juniors. Glenn has said, and tricked over 10,000 points, 10,460. Don't think that's going to be where he's going to finish up here. Just the score for Lucas Cornell that's just come through, which is 8,310, takes the lead. So at the moment, Aussies 1, 2, and 3. Lucas, Fletcher, and Archie. Also, I don't quite think Bautista Ramada's effort out there on the arrow is going to be challenging, that 8,310. But we're almost at the bubble score, Glenn. We're heading towards what it's going to take to make it through to MOOMBA Monday. Final skier before we'll know that. It's going to be Dominic Kuhn of Austria.
Yeah, Dominic at the University World Champs in Auckland the last weekend, and he picked up a bronze medal in the trick event. Tricked around 9,800, I think, to get that bronze medal. Part of the Austrian team that won their teams event at the University Worlds. First time Austria's ever won a teams event at a World Championships. This is a good run here. He's going over the rope nicely. Stands up. And that's probably the best toe pass we've seen so far in the men's tricks. Full stand-up pass there from Dominic Kuhn out of Austria.
Yeah, go back to the replays. You said just right on the top of the wake there, wasn't it? That's what I said. You just don't want to go too far down the wake because that can take up at more and more time. 5 front, 360, a little bit of a bobble there as he wound his way back out again. But toe wake line toe wake line back. Toe wake line back to back, lands nicely back to the front. Those line tricks were certainly credit right at the end there, Glenn, but still has one more pass.
Yeah, I feel like that would be, you have to be close to 4,000 points at toe pass. So, and obviously his hand pass is a good flipper can normally get a hand pass worth 6,000 points plus. So. See how he goes. Wish him all the best. As he tries to fight his way. I think the key for him would be stand up this next pass. Get if not 10, get high 9,000 points, and then just sort of sit back and because
Hope.
Well, yeah, not hope that someone falls off, but you kind of know that something could happen along the way because tricks are so hard. It's so hard to get right all the time, and you've got 8 skiers that are going to need to stand up to get ahead of Dominic.
I didn't quite think the score from Batista Amata was going to be enough to knock off the Australian, but it looks like it is, Glenn, just 8,470.
Mm-hmm.
So that currently is the bubble score. That's what Dominic needs to surpass. Give himself a shot to go through to MOOMBA Monday. It's great to see, isn't it? So many people coming out. If you're just joining us on the banks, welcome. We're halfway through the men's trick preliminary round. Dominic Kuhn, here we go.
Needs a big stand-up pass if he's going to make tomorrow afternoon's trick final. Starts off with the back-to-back mobs. Beautiful tricking here. Dominic Kuhn, nice big clear flips. What's he got to come? Has he got a front flip? No, he bails out of something there. And into the ski lines. And struggling a little bit. He's fighting hard and he's off. Look, I think it will be our new leader. But whether it's going to be enough to get him into the final, I'm not sure. I think it's a front flip that he bails out of when he does this little wake jump here. Obviously hasn't been getting it that well in practice, or maybe, I don't know. It wasn't feeling good out there. But obviously it's vital seconds to lose. Over the rope he goes. That ski line and loses it, so...
Just kind of landed a little bit heavy, didn't he?
Yeah.
Didn't really stamp the landing and didn't push his skis down to cement that. But, yeah, we'll wait to see what the score is from Dominic Kuhn of Argentina. Heading down now to the top 8. Tobias Georges. We'll have Paul Duplan-Fribourg of France. Eduardo Morenzi of Italy. Joel Poland. Always exciting to see Joel out there on the water. We'll then have Louis Duplan-Fribourg of France, the overall world champion, Matthias Gonzalez, Patricio Font, and the world record holder, Jake Abelson. Who's going to come in on top, Glenn? I know you're a betting man. Can you go past Jake Abelson?
It's hard to go past Jake Abelson. But I must say we had Pato Font in Auckland last weekend, and he's in very good form.
Yeah.
In really good form, so it could go either way. I guess Jake gets a little bit of advantage when you ski Junior Moomba. He's had a couple of trick sets already out here on the Yarra. But, I mean, Patricio Font tricked over 12,000 points in Auckland at the University Worlds, and it was pretty choppy when it was even raining. He had a shower rain and choppy water in Auckland, tricked over 12,000 points. So he's looking in good form at the start of 2025. But before we get to Patricio Font or Jake Abelson, we will have the super talent out of Argentina, Tobias Georges.
Yeah, Tobias, of course, disappointing. Just outside to making in MOOMBA Monday for jump. He missed. He's going to miss night jump, I'm going to say. He's probably going to miss the night jump final as well, but see if he can make amends here and get him through to a trick final. At least get him to ski on MOOMBA Monday. Of course, the Georges family been coming out here to MOOMBA for a number of years, probably 6 or 7 years now, maybe even a little bit longer. Great to see the Argentinians really stepping up the game. Of course, as he works his way down this rope on toe pass, that's as good as you like.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. That was a good toe pass there from Tobias. Yeah, crazy scenes yesterday in the jump. The jump cut was so high. He jumped as far as Glennie Thurlow did to break the world record here in 1983, 61.5 metres, 202 feet, but didn't make the final, which may have happened before at MOOMBA, I'm not sure, but it was certainly right up there in terms of cuts. What do you reckon the highest jump cut would be at MOOMBA history?
Into the final, I'd say that's probably about where it would be.
Yeah, I think so.
Low 60s. I mean, the competition this year has just surpassed anything we've ever seen before. I mean, it's phenomenal the amount of talent that we're going to have here, that we've had here so far.
That's right. Well, certainly in jump. and I think we'll see
In
it
all
trick.
events.
Well, it's a slalom yesterday because of the conditions
Well,
was back a bit, I think. That's all I was trying to say, Jared. We've got a magnificent slalom field here, but I think the conditions were pretty challenging yesterday.
So
Talking to the jumpers, that I know we should be talking about tricks, but talking to those jumpers just to finish off, that Nautique is so strong. They are so pumped about jumping behind that boat.
And it showed, didn't you,
strong.
yesterday?
Yeah,
you see
absolutely.
some, especially look at someone like Igor Morozov, who went out there and
Biggest
best
jump.
I've ever seen him
Yeah.
jump. Being a big
Exactly.
guy, you need that horsepower in that boat to be able to launch. But we'll see what the girls do this afternoon in the jump event. But a score through for Dominic Kuhn, and it's not enough to get him into the lead. So it's 7,540 points.
That is disappointing. I honestly thought he tricked more than that, but he wasn't as good as he'd like to be. But almost feel like the judges have taken some tricks off him there. That's a pretty low score for what he did out there. But anyway, Dominic Kuhn looks to be out of the trick event here at MOOMBA. Disappointing for him. Okay, here we go. Tobias Georges, a great opening toe pass for the Argentinian. Let's see what he can do here on hand. Starts well with the flips. Front flip, big front flip is great. This is really good flip skiing. Come on, Tobias. Oh, jeez. Almost lost. I gave him the G up and he almost fell. Ski lines now. Can he get as many points as he can before 20 seconds is up? And, well, stand up pass. Put your hands together. Good trick skiing from Tobias. Almost fell. He did lose some vital seconds there, Jared.
But could those last ski lines be the difference between 8,400 and 9,000? It's going to be very, very close here. Big front flip there on the replay. Again, back landing, transitions back to the front, back landing reverse. That's where he just, like the outside of the wake, just clipped a little bit of the whitewash on the outside of the wake. But stood it up. 2 stand-up passes.
You would think he's taken the lead.
I would think so.
I think so, I agree. But we'll wait for the scores to come through.
How would it be, though, if we could see Batista Umada through to MOOMBA Monday? Another junior. So good seeing the juniors competing on MOOMBA Monday, isn't it? Yeah, still coming up. We have France, Italy, Great Britain, Chile, Mexico, and the USA coming up here. Who is going to go through?
And we got a first a toe run trick score through for Tobias Georges of 3,440. Maybe a little bit less than I thought it was going to be. I thought he might have got a little more than that, so maybe something was out of time.
But if he's around about that 5,000 points for the hand pass, which I'm going to say it is,
he should have the new lead.
Going to be, but it's still going to be very close.
It's just hard to tell with his hand pass with the time because he did lose a bit of time. Paul Duplon Freiberg from France. Dynamic young competitor. Won the overall at the University World Champs in Auckland last weekend. Had the pleasure of having him up there at my home lake training. Did a bit of tricking last week. My place. And let's see how he goes. Oh, jeez. Oh, Paul, that's disappointing. I tell you, right from the outset, when he turned to cut for the wake on that flip, you could tell he wasn't going to make it there, unfortunately. Oh, that's disappointing for Paul. He tricked pretty well in Auckland. Tricked about 10,580 points, I think it was, in Auckland.
Just tried to get that ski over his head a fraction early. Didn't quite get the pop off the top of the wake. You know what, he was super excited last night being our Saturday night jump champion, but just going to that replay here again, lands nicely, transitioned in the back position to the back to front flip, just didn't get any pop off the wake, did he?
He got stuck and he got kind of locked into a bad position and he had to throw it before the wake, I think.
Yeah.
That's what happened before the peak of the wake. Oh, that's super disappointing because he's so such an entertainer. We wanted to have him in the final, but I don't think he can make the final now with that. So let's see what he can do on his toe pass.
Yeah, it takes something miraculous for him to get through, but wow. Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. We have a score through Tobias Georges of 8,180 points.
He didn't ski as well as we thought either. So we do have one Argentinian through to the final, though, don't we, with Batista Amada. And who's next on the line? Is it Lucas?
Yep.
Yeah.
Lucas with the 83.10.
Well,
which you're going to assume
Pole's
if
not
Pole
going
is
to
not
that
going
much. So I think Lucas
Wow.
now is going to find his way into that men's strict final.
Oh yeah, this could be great news for Australia. And then Fletcher Green will be the next one on the bubble. So
Well,
you
yeah,
never
and
know.
he's not all that far off. So
Yeah, with a score through first round score of only 1,690 on that first pass. Well, it just shows how tough, how cutthroat trick skiing is, isn't it, Glenn? Like, you can just make that small mistake that you do one time out of every 100 and cost you a chance to be a MOOMBA Masters trick champion. But here we go. Paul Duplan, free ball of France, onto the hand pass.
he's doing it again.
Can I go through? Yeah. More high point trick score, but ski line back. Now looking, go. Ski line 5 back now. Can I go? 5 to the front and goes down as well. Oh no, you know what, Paul? Get yourself set up, because let's hope you go through to the night jump final. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Paul Duplan, free ball of France.
So a couple of things of interest. He went for a hand pass again because he obviously knew he could get more points. The other point of interest is on that trick, he was very lucky that the rope was on release, because kind of got wrapped around the rope. What's the replay?
Yeah, disappointing, because he is a enthusiastic, energetic. That's what we like to see from our skiers. And yeah, Paul he'll be disappointed, but we certainly will see him back. We'll see him back out there on the trick ski, hopefully next year. But keep moving. As I said, disappointment for some, but means that the position opens up, doesn't it, Glenn?
Well, it does, and I think an Aussie's going to take it with both hands, and Lucas Cornell.
So going through to MOOMBA Monday will be at the moment Batista Amada, 8,470. Lucas Cornell on the bubble score now. Lucas Cornell is in, with 8,310. And Fletcher Green with 8,290 is your bubble score.
So here we are, we're talking up having a trick 10,000 points to make the final, and we were a little ways off the mark, unfortunately. Eduardo Marenzi out of Italy now.
For you guys, so you don't start.
Eduardo Marenzi again. He missed the jump final. And oh no, he's looking a bit of all sorts here. Eduardo Marenzi, the 3-event super talent out of Italy now, just needs to stay composed. Just needs to calm down a fraction. Looking now, ski line back. Gonna look at ski line back to back. Oh no, and he goes down as well again.
What's going on here? Paul de Plom-Freiberg has trouble. Eduardo Marenzi's all over the shop out there. It's hard to know what's happening, Jared. Let's just toe 5 back, toe back to back, back. Almost fell up that reverse toe back to back.
Got back into the game a little bit and then said, toe back 360 looked good. That line back looked okay. Toe line back to back, and then just, unfortunately going down there, Eduardo Marenzi.
Wow.
You know what, this leaves the door open here for Fletcher Green.
Fletcher Green. Fletcher Green now has one hand on a men's trick final at the MOOMBA Masters. Is going to be huge for Fletcher and the Green family and all of Australia if this is what happens. But Eduardo Morenzi there, getting himself in all sorts of bother on his toe pass.
He was really disappointed, Eduardo Morenzi, last night, missing out. I'm pretty sure he's going to miss out on the night jump final. We will see him, though, in the slalom LCQ later on this afternoon. A lot of people excited for that slalom LCQ. And let's see if Eduardo Morenzi, see if he does a similar thing what we saw from Paul Duplan, Fribourg, France. Come back in on the hand, pass, try as hard as he can, stamp his authority and surpass 8,290. Because thinking he made a little bit further down than what Paul did on his opening pass. So,
yep, good point. He'd definitely come back on hand because it was his toe pass he just did. So. You're right, there's still a chance here. But there wasn't a heck of a lot of points in that toe pass. But let's see what he can do here on hand. Starts up with a couple of nice back-to-back flips. Back to front flip. That's a lot of points piling on here. This is looking better. The Italian, Eduardo Morenzi. This little standard front flip. Oh, over the rope, and he falls. Just the flips are beautiful. And the big slap of the water because he's fallen on the ski line back. Well, put your hands together, Melbourne. He's done his best out there, but unfortunately he's failed to fire in the elimination round of the men's tricks. And although we don't have official scores, I think Fletcher Green is going to be into that men's trick final.
You know what, Glenn? I hate to say it, but I've put my name next to it. Fletcher Green will go through to another. He backed it up with last year's final as well, made it through MOOMBA Monday last year, and I think Fletcher will go through again here in 2025. So we'll wait for the official score to come through, but looks like at the moment Batista Amata still with the lead, 8,470. Lucas Cornell, 8,310. And Fletcher Green with 8,290 will be your first three punching their ticket into MOOMBA Monday. Still 5 competitors to come, though. Joel Poland, Great Britain. Louis Duplan, Fribourg. Matthias Gonzalez, Patricio Font, and Jake Abelson.
Don't forget, we've got merchandise, MOOMBA Masters exclusive merchandise for sale behind the judges' tower here. In the vendors' kind of row there behind the judges' tower. T-shirts just $25, wind cheaters $45, polo shirts $30, and bags of $10. Probably don't need the wind cheaters today, but winter's coming. And we're going to do a commentary team special today. If you buy all 4 of those items, we will do it at just $110. So,
great deal. What a great deal that is.
Just tell them, turn up at the shop and say that the commentary team sent you, and you can get all 4 items for just $110.
So we're going now to next competitor from Great Britain. Hasn't been to MOOMBA since 2019. Had some visa issues in 2020, and then 21 was cancelled. But let's see. He's a super talent. He's an overall superstar. Probably one of the only people in the world to ever do what he has been able to complete. Trick over 12,000 points. Slalom into 9.75 and jump over 70 metres. It is Joel Poland from Great Britain. The super... Oh, no!
Joel Poland's gone down now. Unbelievable stuff. Falls. He was going through his run, easy as you like, getting it done, and then all of a sudden he's got into trouble. About halfway through that toe pass. And Well, it isn't easy on the Yarra course. We've got the current flowing, and the toe tricking is probably... well, am I right in saying toe tricking is probably harder than hand tricking in the current? Because the ski underneath you, you know, you want that ski right, and it's moving faster than you think. But man, there's some carnage on the water at the moment.
In slalom, yes.
The good news for Joel is that he's a heck of a hand trucker.
Yeah.
So if he can stand up this hand run, he still must have a shot of making it through to the final.
We'll go back to that as the boat takes off down to the city end. We might just see if we can get back up on that replay and break it down a little bit and see if we can work out exactly what happened. Just looked like, again, tripping up over that line. And that's not something we expected. So, official score through for Edoardo Morenzi of Italy is 7,030 points.
So what's our cut at the moment?
So our cut would now be Tobias Georges of 81.80.
Yeah, there you go.
So you've got to think, if Joel has gotten, let's say, 2,000 points on that toe pass, just what we saw,
Yeah.
he needs a heck
needs
of a hand play. He needs a full stand-up.
Which is possible.
Which it is.
It's possible, but it's going to have to be an absolute ripper for Joel Poland. Well, there's been some things happen in the last half hour I did not expect to happen, and I guess that just sums up MOOMBA and the Yarra River, doesn't it? But some very good trick skiers struggling out there in the last half hour.
Of course, these skiers go through these sequences so many times. You go out for a ski and it's the same sequence you go through. It's what you train for. You might break down a toe pass, Glenn, in training, and that's what you'll aim to try and critique and work out how you can be a little bit faster here and there. And Joel will go through and do those toe passes day in, day out and not fall. It's something unexpected. But, Glenn, here we go. Get your cameras out here for Joel Poland here on this hand pass.
Needs to be big. He's a big game player, Joel Poland, but this needs to be really big, this hand pass, if he's going to make his way into the final. Those few flips look good. Beautiful back to front flip. Going well over the rope. Looking good, Joel Poland. Oh, the
super move.
Sensational stuff. Here he goes. He's piling the points. Oh, but geez, he's lost some time there. He's scrambling for points. How did he do that one? Oh. It's going to be so close. Put your hands together. That is one heck of a hand pass, but whether he's done enough or not, that is going to be close, I think, Jared, because he was looking okay, and then he got to those ski lines and he kind of lost some time.
But he got those 6 flips in, of course, a maximum of 6 flips. See the front flip there, into the back landing, goes back, full 540-degree spin over the line, the super mobe. Wow, Joel Poland stepping. Look at it, he nearly falls 3 times on those ski lines, but manages to stay on top of the water.
Yeah, but it's that sort of that 2 seconds that he lost, maybe recovering from one of those ski lines, that maybe meant that another ski line was out of time. Oh, drama.
Oh, Joel Poland. Is he going to go through?
Well, we want him. We want him to go through, don't we? I mean, no disrespect to Tobias Georges, but we want to see Joel Poland in our men's trick final. But at the end of the day, he's got to ski enough in the elimination round to qualify, and I'm not so sure. We'll wait and see. It's going to be close.
We'll wait for that official score to come through. I'll try and refresh the page as much as we can, because that's... it'll be devastating if Joel Poland is not in that MOOMBA Masters final. But still 4 spots left. We have Louis Dupont-Fribourg of France ready to take the water. And then we'll have Matias Gonzalez from Chile, Patricio Font from Mexico, and then Jake Abelson, the world record holder, junior MOOMBA Masters trick champion. heading towards the concluding stages of this trick preliminary round. Thanks for joining us on the banks of the Yarra, whether you're on the North Bank or the South Bank. Welcome if you're joining us on the webcast as well. Big thank you to you for joining us. Great viewing time over in America at the moment. And Saturday night, where would you rather be on a Saturday night than listening to us here at MOOMBA 2025? But here we go, Glenn. Louis Dupont-Fribourg of France on the hand pass. Full twisting back-to-back. And the reverse now. Flips to the back position now. Back to front flip. Oh, no. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, sacre bleu. What's going on out here, Jared? He started really well with those flips too, and he looks so good, and then gets to, flip number 4 or 5 and falls. I've never seen anything like it.
This is phenomenal stuff. People thinking that just to see the way, though, you see him catch an edge, and it sort of pushed him back in towards the wake, and it didn't quite get his legs up and around to get that flip continuing, but we'll watch it here. Gets into that back position. Full twisting back-to-back lands. Back-to-back reverse. Goes back. You hear him, watch him just catch the edge and sort of just pushes him back in towards the wake.
So essentially he got one more flip in than his brother. Same run as Pole. But he did get one more flip in, but that's it.
Yeah, wow.
Hard to see Louis Dupont-Fribourg, but he's the world overall champion.
Yeah.
Jared. It's hard to see him making the trick final now. I mean, Joel Poland, I think, still has a chance, but Louis got a long way to come back from now.
You've got to remember, they can all trick over 12,000 points. It's a 12,000 point trick run. And wow. Shocking scenes here on the Yarra.
Absolutely. Carnage. Carnage on the water in this trick elimination round. All these superstars, these rock stars from around the world are being bested by the difficulties of the Yarra River right now. Hard to imagine. The hours of practice they put in, and they would very rarely fall. Sorry.
Breaking news, news. The score to beat for Joel Poland was 8,180. The score through for Joel Poland is 8,480.
Well done,
so we're
Joel.
going to see Joel into the final.
And get ready for this. Off his hand pass, he scored 1,940 on his toe run.
Which is what we kind of thought.
Yeah, off his hand pass, 6,540 points from Joel Poland. 6,540 off his hand pass. Sensational tricking. So Joel Poland will be through. Can Louis Dupont-Fribourg get through? He's gone for his toe run here.
Oh!
Toe 7 and he's off. Unbelievable stuff. Wow. And his coach, Herman, you can see him in the boat, the release person, head and hands. He's in absolute shock. What's the replay here? Toe 7, boom. And that's the way a lot of people fall on a toe 7. Mere mortals fall on a toe 7 that way. Jared, not the world overall champion. Unbelievable scenes. It must be something to do with the current and the speed of the water under the ski. But then there's always a current at MOOMBA. Every year there's a current, and skiers stand up. This is crazy stuff. Absolute scenes here on the Yarra.
Foreign boards around the world are going to be going berserk about what's going on. They went berserk yesterday for slalom. Imagine what they're going to be like for trick today. Jeez. It's going to be a shock for the world of trick skiing not to see Louis Dupont-Fribourg of France going through to MOOMBA Monday, but unfortunately it's not going to be the case. Joel Poland has booked his ticket in. Batista Amada has booked his spot. Lucas Cornell, Fletcher Green, and that means Tobias Georges, who was disappointed, is going to go through to MOOMBA Monday's final. So now that bubble score, I hate to say it, but we were all expecting 10,000s in and then 10,000 to get in. Australia's Archie Davis with 8,080s now on the bubble score.
Well, I've had enough upsets already, Jared. I've got a bit of an old ticker, and I don't need any more upsets. So I'm happy if these last 3 skiers all stand up and get the scores they want, because this has been crazy stuff.
Oh. So, come now to one of the super talents out of Chile, of course from the Gonzalez family. This kid is super fast.
Yeah.
Watch how quick he spins on top of that water.
Probably the fastest toe tricker in the world. Look at him go.
Absolutely.
Speedy Gonzalez, Rob Wing called him a few years ago.
And he's so light on that ski too. He only weighs about 50 kilos soaking wet. Gets deep in there though.
Big
Transitions back, waits. Oh, atomic line 5 back. Put your hands together. Matias Gonzalez, Chile. Stand up pass. That looks better, Glenn.
Yeah, that was sensational. At the end of that pass though, he did have to just wait a couple of seconds for, he had a lot of slack on one of those toe line tricks.
And why do you think that slack is? The current's pushing him down.
Pushing him down, yeah.
It's probably a good visual to see how much that current is pushing the skiers down.
He lost a couple of seconds.
Let's have a look at it here on the replay. Let's go. Tomiko, atomic lino, atomic line back, atomic line back to back. Goes back to back on the way out, back to the front, waiting.
Yeah. Where's my rope?
Usually when they stamp on that ski on those weight tricks on the way out, usually a chance that your line gets nice and tight quickly so you can transition back in, but with that current pushing him, it's just, you know what, hats off to him being so young and being so patient to wait for that line before you start to move back in. But stand-up pass for Matias Gonzalez.
Yeah, it's lightning quick on the toe tricking. Because of that, normally he's able to get an extra, maybe only one toe trick at the end of the run than the other skiers, but when that one toe trick's worth 400 points, it makes a big difference. Maybe not quite as quick towards the end of this pass as he normally is because, as we've said before, he had to wait for the tight line to complete those toe line tricks.
Wow. Let's see what.
There's some broken hearts in this men's trick elimination round, I tell you.
There were broken hearts yesterday
in
slalom.
slalom.
There were broken hearts in jump yesterday. Tricks. We wrote a story. I think I say this every year. We wrote a storybook on how the event was going to play out. There's no chance you'd look at this and think this is how the men's trick preliminary round was going to run. But here we go, Glenn. He's coming back. Birdman rally down there almost, I think it has finished now, so we should be able to get our full run-in of the tournament Tobo, the ski nautique, and Glenn, here he comes. Matias Gonzalez, hand pass.
Oh, let's hope he stands up. He stood up his toe pass. If he stands up his hand pass, he's definitely into the final. Let's see how he goes. Matias Gonzalez, younger of 4 very successful Gonzalez children in the world of water skiing. And this is a great run so far. He's getting it done. Have a look at this, Melbourne. What do you think of this one? Big front flip. He's coming over the rope now. He's got sensational ski lines here, looking very good. And easily the best trick of the day so far. Oh, put your hands together, Melbourne. That's an absolute sensational run. The young Chilean competitor, Matias Gonzalez, has shown the rest of the field, the much older field, how to do it under pressure. Well done.
Oh, well done from the defending Junior MOOMBA Masters from last year, champion. Came 3rd last year in the MOOMBA competition, so we'll see if he can surpass that here in 25. But great tricking, stamping every one of those tricks. Gets up, lands nicely, transition into that back. Front flip, big air off those weights, ski line 5 back, 5 front, back to back, back to the front.
It'll be our first 10,000 point score. Could
at least
be 11. Could be 11, I think. Lovely stuff from Mati Gonzalez out of Chile.
We move on. We go from Chile, we stay South America, and we'll go to Mexico. And the next skier, he is under 21 world champion. He is your defending MOOMBA Masters trick champion. He is the reigning open world trick champion. 5th. The only thing he missed out on last year of the majors was the US Masters, where he ended up in 5th place. Personal best of 12,760 points.
And Jared, of course, last weekend, the University World Champion. So add that one to that list of current titles this man has.
He has been dialed in from the start of last year, the start of 2024. He has been performing out there superbly in every event he goes out there. Team Nautique athlete as well. It is, of course, the super talent out of Mexico. It is Patricio Font coming under the Swan Street Bridge. If you're on the banks now, 2 skiers left, 2 tickets left into MOOMBA Monday's final. Will we see Mexico and the USA book those last 2 tickets? Glenn will know in a few moments. But here we go. Ice to the water now. Patricio Font.
Well, let's see how he handles these difficult conditions here on the Yarra. He's certainly got a lot of creds. He's done very well over the years here at the MOOMBA Masters. Multiple-time MOOMBA Masters champion. Going well at the moment. Lightning quick on the toe tricks. Over the rope he goes for the toe line tricks. Toe line back-to-backs. He's got a toe line 5 back there. Oh, just falls there. He just slaps water. It's fine. It's right at the end of his run, but it's going to stop him from getting a big, massive, maybe over 12,000 point score here. Losing some points at the end. He almost looked like he was in good enough shape to land this. There's the toe line back-to-backs. Here it comes. The toe line 5.
Just probably got a little bit too much height, didn't he?
Yeah.
Need to launch himself over the wakes that hard. But ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, please, for Patricio Font down there on the back of our boat. We'll bring him back for a hand pass very, very shortly. So, Patricio Font, I'll tell you a bit of a story here, Glenn. I made a bet with Pato that if he can break a world record here this weekend, he's not going to do it in this round, but if he breaks the world record in the final, I'm going to get a tattoo of Patricio Font on my back. And we shook on it. Trying to incentivise him a little bit.
Had you been drinking?
No, I hadn't actually.
Well, that'll be the big story. Well, there's lots of big stories about water skiing. Not the tattoo on your back, but can Patricio Font regain his world trick record? He had it for a number of years. Jake Abelson took it off him last year. Jake Abelson's been tricking so well. Does Patricio Font kind of, and I know he hasn't, but you could shut up shop and say, hey, I had my day, I did really, really well. Now there's someone better come along, or does he keep working hard, come up with the tricks, and hopefully try and regain that world record, which is, I believe that's what he's doing, which is good on him. Whether he can get it here this weekend, who knows? Probably your wife hopes not, so that you don't get a tattoo of him on your back. But that'll be one of the big talking points, I think, of 2025. Can Patricio Font regain that world trick record?
And it's just super to watch, isn't it, Glenn, though? A lot of these youngsters, the young guys coming through, and how much tricks has progressed over the last 5 years, really. It's all that South American influence that's really pushed the sport to the way it is today. But here we go, eyes on the water now. Patricio Font, can he do it? Full twisting, back-to-back, mobe, and the reverse now. Back to front flip, nice height. Looking to transition into the back landing, transitions back to the front, back landing reverse now, goes front flip, going down now, ski line 5 back, looking to go, ski line 7, there you go, back to back, and finish things off.
Good.
Put your hands together, Melbourne, Patricio
Great run.
Font.
Really good run, sensational stuff. Patricio Font from Mexico stands up that hand pass with consummate ease, lots of high scoring points. It's going to be a big one.
Yeah, we'll wait for that one.
Still waiting on a score from Eddie Gonzalez. So we not, Jared, or we might have come through. Oh, it's massive. Are you ready, folks? Trick score for Matthias Gonzalez of Chile is 12,280 points. 12,280. Put your hands together. That's a magnificent score for the Chilean.
And that is a MOOMBA Masters course record.
Wow. There we go. Course record. So compared to some of the guys was, we had a few falling early and we said, the conditions are terrible, but then Matty Gonzalez goes and gets a course record. So if someone smarter than me can analyse that, I'd love to know.
Of course, Jake Abelson broke the course trick record in the juniors with 12,150, and he's going to be our next competitor. So it's funny when you have the junior record is higher than the open record, but thankfully for Matisse Gonzalez, that's been knocked off now.
I mean, I don't know if you could translate this into slalom terms, but this would be like a whole lot of your best slalom skiers missing 12 metre, but in the same conditions, 15 minutes later, someone goes out and gets the course record, which is running 10.25. You know what I mean? Like it's probably completely different because it's tricks compared to slalom, but that's crazy stuff, really. A lot of good skiers struggling out there, and then along comes Matty Gonzalez and tricks a course record.
You look at even Pato's score, it's going to be somewhere around, I think it's going to be just over 10,000 points.
A bit more than that. I think Pat will have a bit more than that.
Oh, you reckon?
Yeah, I do. I think he'll be a bit more than 10. But he isn't going to be 12 because he fell on the toe line trick at the end of his run.
So final skier left. He is the world record holder. Junior MOOMBA Masters title winner only a couple of days ago. He is now out here, was fourth in the Under-21 World Championships. He was the runner-up last year. He was first at the Junior US Masters in 2024. Let's see if we can punch his ticket through to MOOMBA Monday's final here, Glenn. Rope on toe pass. It is Jake Abelson.
Yeah, toe pass from the Swan Street Bridge end. Starting well here. Piling through the tricks. Oh, a bit of a bobble there. He's had to stop and compose himself. Loses vital seconds, but the main thing is he's still out there skiing along and piling the points on. Getting a bit discombobulated out there on the trick ski, but this is still great skiing. Over the rope he goes. Can he finish off? Put your hands together. The world record holder, Jake Abelson. That's not going to be this normal sort of score he gets off his toe pass, but he didn't fall, and that's the main thing. You can't score points if you're in the water. He kept skiing right through the end of those 20 seconds.
How was that not smart skiing there? You saw him just,
absolutely.
He had that bobble. Watch it here on the replay. Just stops. It's like he just stopped, composed himself, and then continued on with what he was doing. Back-to-backs, 5 front, just almost lose it there. You see him just sort of stop, position himself back in the wakes, and then continue on. Got him through the stand-up there. Jake Abelson, 5 back, skill line 5 back. Back-to-backs. Looking clean, though, too, as well. That's great skiing there from Jake Abelson. Still waiting for Patricio Fon's score. Our final tricker coming up. Of course, still plenty of action coming up here from the 2025 MOOMBA Masters here on MOOMBA Masters Sunday. Pro Men's Wakeboard LCQ will be starting off very shortly, straight after our trick event. We'll then come back after Pro Men's Wakeboard. We'll have our Women's Jump preliminary round, our Men's Slalom LCQ, our Women's Slalom LCQ, and then we'll head into the night session, of course, with our show ski team, Night Jump. And get ready for your favourite day of the year, Glenn, of course, MOOMBA Monday.
Yeah, it's my favourite day of the year. It's better than Christmas. Definitely better than Easter. Better than my birthday, MOOMBA Monday. My favourite day of the year. We've got a score through here for Patricio Font, 11,610. So, yeah, it was a good score. He couldn't get 12,000 because he fell on that last toe line trick, 5 back, which is, I think, like a 500-point trick. So, obviously lost some points, but still a great score. And Jake Abelson could get over 12,000 points if he has an absolute barnstormer of a hand run here, but you'd have to say he lost some points in his toe run on time there. But I mean, his personal best's over 13,000, so you'd have to say that he could still get up over 12,000 points. So it's not a done thing that Matty Gonzalez is the top seed in the final. It's still going to be fairly close. So here we go. Jake Abelson, world record holder, folks. Just a youngster, just 17 years of age, out of Arizona in the United States. Let's see how he goes here on hand. Back-to-back flips. Going well. Getting it done. Over the rope he goes. This is pretty good. This is a big score, Melbourne. Let's get ready to give him a big hand of applause when he finishes this run. Over the rope, puts his hands together.
Yeah.
Wonderful stuff. Kind of got a little bit of interference there from some rescue boats, I'm sure.
It's not something we see very often
and I'm
during
sure
tricks.
It obviously didn't put him off, but whether he sensed them and behind him, I'm not sure. It was a bit unusual. Kind of only thing that could happen in MOOMBA, really. This is a great run, though. Over the rope. Big tricks here at the end. Well, I reckon that it's still going to be really close to 12. It could even be over 12,000, even though he bobbled in toes and he had to pause and waste and compose himself. He still could be, if not 12,000, be very close to it. Jake Abelson.
So we'll just recap those scores for you. Great ending to this men's trick preliminary round. We're going to say Jake Abelson will be going through. We'll get that official score through, but I don't think it's going to be more than Matias Gonzalez. 12,280 points. Patricio Font, Mexico, booking his spot as well with 11,610. Joel Poland, Great Britain, 8,480. Batista Mardaf, 8,470. Lucas Cornell from Australia and Fletcher Green, 83.10 and 82.90. And then the last competitor in will be Tobias Georges of Argentina with 8,180. It's been a privilege bringing you this men's trick preliminary round here from the 2025 MOOMBA Masters. We'll wait for Jake Abelson's score to come through, and then we'll hand you guys over to our wakeboard team. Let's see, Stu Wilson's ready, and even Corey Teunissen's going, I got a few boys be out, but going to give you that course change, and we'll hand you over to our wakeboard crew, and we'll be continuing on with the 2025 MOOMBA Masters here for presented by GM Marine in just a few moments with our wakeboard Pro Men's LCQ.
Well, folks, what a competition that was with our men's trick ski action. And, well, as the boys did allude to there, we're going to change things up just a little bit. It's time to put the ski Nautique away, and we are going to get the big girl in. And that, of course, is the Super Air Nautique G23. Have a look to the water right now. There it is, that incredible looking Roswell Marine Edition G23. That is the 2025 model. And of course, that is 100 years of boat building excellence from Nautique Boat. And well, it's all come down to that there, the G23, the pinnacle of wakeboard boat design. We got a award-winning wake out here this afternoon, and we have some of the world's best riders. Well, folks, just to let you know what is in store here. Well, earlier on this morning, we had our pro men's semi-finals going on. We had 18 riders out here. It was absolutely incredible stuff. The action was hot. And now we are down. These are the 12 riders who didn't quite get through from the semi-finals here this morning. This is going to be very, very tough competition. It is the last chance qualifiers, meaning that there is no second chance after this one. And we are going to have 2 heats, 6 riders in each of those heats. And how about this? Only 1 rider gets to go through. Now, of course, a bit of a treat for you here today, folks. Joining me in the commentary booth, we do have, well, Team Nautique athletes. We've got Australia's own Corey Teunissen and then Noah Flegel from the USA. Well, welcome, guys. This is going to be an incredible LCQ, some big names.
Yeah, thanks, dude. Thanks for having us. And thank you, MOOMBA Masters, for another incredible year. One of the best stops on the tour that we have. So it is always a privilege to compete right here in the middle of the city in Melbourne, right on the Yarra River. So locking in to this Pro Men LCQ round. This is the round you don't want to get to. This is the toughest round out of all of them. We got all the heavy hitters. Every single person deserves to be in the final, but only one's gone through.
Yeah, it's a crazy event, and especially with these names. I mean, it was wild scenes out here this morning. It was some incredible riding, and just the standard of riding this year has been exceptional. It is. This is going to be one heck of a contest.
Absolutely. I mean, the level of wakeboarding here at MOOMBA Masters is always second to none, and the fans here really juice up the competitors, and I think all of us really give it our all at this event specifically. We always have some of the best conditions and the biggest wake behind that Nautique G23, so I think these boys are going to absolutely send it here in this LCQ. And just like Corey said, this is not the round you want to find yourself in, so everybody's going to be scratching to get that top spot. And it's going to be gnarly, so eyes to the water here in just a minute.
Yeah, talk about doing it tough. Now let's read out a couple of these riders here in this first LCQ. We do have first up off the dock, Luca Kidd from Argentina. Following him will be Stefano James-Cimo from Italy. We've got from the USA, Bo Wildman. And then our last three riders, Australia's own, one of the young up-and-coming talent, Noah Ballard. Excited to see him out here. Frederico Del Lago, Nano in an LCQ, and Daniel Johnson. Corey, tell you what, these are some of the biggest names of wakeboarding. This is going to be a tough contest.
Yeah, dude, this is insane. I'm so glad that I'm not in this heat because there's going to be some of the best riders in the world in the LCQ all fighting for that last spot in the finals tomorrow night at finals night here at MOOMBA Masters. So going to see some of the best wakeboarding in the world, and I think it really shows the level that the sport has gotten to. Like a couple years ago, like it used to be like one or two riders that like kind of stood out and was like always going to do really well, but that is so far from the case now. Every single person that competes can take the event out. So that being said, we have one of the world's best on the water right now, Ollie Ditsch, coming in hillside, going the mute back mob, grabbing front hand in between his toes, spinning 360 as he rotates, and just unfortunately going down on that Melon Crow 5.
Well, Ollie Ditsch from Argentina came out firing there, and we're just looking to the replay now, folks. And of course, everyone watching along at home as well. That mute back mob, incredibly clean start. And then just here, that Chromo 540. Well, he was definitely not holding back. He's firing out there and just a little unlucky not to ride away from that second trick.
Yeah, you can't hold back. This is your last chance for this event. So super uncharacteristic. It looked like unbelievable off the wake. He got a really good takeoff, got the grab, rotated really nicely, and kind of just looked like he just slipped the handle and just dropped it on the way down. So a bit of a shame there for Kai, but that being said, he is not out. He can get back up. Still got a bunch of real estate left in this first pass and smash out 4 tricks to finish off on the way back as well. So Kai's definitely not out just yet.
Now, Corey, you were out here this morning, of course, being so close to the crowd. You can really hear the crowd out there, can't you?
Yeah, for me, this is like one of the coolest events that we have on the calendar. Like, obviously, first and foremost, being towed by Nautique's G23. We're going to have the best wake in the industry riding behind that. But for me, this is like almost like my home event, even though I live on the Goldie. But, Kai going heel 9, getting back straight into the swing of things, edging back out and just squeezing in an Indy tantrum, and probably won't count as it looked pretty late. But yeah, getting back to it, like this is like by far my favorite event. The wake's always huge, and it's like the one event that we go to on finals day. It's so loud that it's like actually distracting. It's like so hard to lock in and concentrate because like you edge out, and it's almost like our version of a stadium in a way. Like everyone's like right on top of the action, so close to the riders, and the fans are right there. So it's always super loud, and it's always so fun to be a part of.
Yeah, well, folks, these riders can definitely hear you out there. So make sure, as Kai Ditsch and as our other riders hit this water, that you make some noise, cheer them on, show a little appreciation, because that is just going to amp these guys up to go even bigger here this afternoon. Well, Kai Ditsch now, that is one pass, had that first fall, and I really loved the way he got straight back up, came back with that giant heel 9. This will be interesting. He's got a big pass number 2. He's got 4 tricks still to come. He's going to have to throw some hammers to make sure he takes one of the that top spot.
Yeah, Kai definitely lost a little bit of real estate there in his first pass, so pressure's on for him right now. He just had 45 seconds to kind of reset, and here he comes for the first trick of his second pass, starting on his toe side edge. The nice toe back 5. Case the wake a little bit, not ideal, but he's still up and riding, so he's putting up a fight right now as he comes back in for his second trick with that crow 540. Might have been switch. And he's back on his toes again for a front roll. Not what he wanted right there. Let's see what he finishes off with. This will be his last trick here in the LCQ. Double back roll and nails it clean.
Well, that was a massive finish there from as we have a look. It's on the replay. Well, we're just looking to the replay here, folks. And there was that toe side, backside 5 to start that off in pass number 2. Kai Ditsch, he did have, there was the Skeezer 540. Now, we saw the Crow Mobe 5 in pass number 1. The Skeezer 5 there in pass number 2. And then, well, it's a little unfortunate with that toe side front roll. Looked like he was going for something different.
Yeah, he was kind of going for the unorthodox Tootsie roll. So he's going off toe side front roll, grabbing nuclear across his body at the top of his board with his back hand. And then he ideally wanted to rotate a backside 180 after coming out of the flip, but didn't get the right takeoff, unfortunately. And then Kai just saying, you know what, I'm doing one for the fans, and throwing out another heel 9 just because he can.
Yeah, that's crazy. Now, I know there's a short course. Does that count?
I believe, unfortunately, it does not count with the format that we run by here on the World Series. It's 4 tricks down, 4 tricks back. So
just one for the fans.
Just one for the fans, just showing everyone that he is one of the best riders in the world, and we have like the highest caliber of wakeboarding here at the MOOMBA Masters this year, and that definitely goes to show why.
Yeah, absolutely crazy way to finish there. The double heel side back roll and then back for that heel 9. What a finish there. Well, we're going to keep on moving through our riders here this afternoon, and I hear a lot of excitement around this next rider, and crazy to see him in this LCQ. It's Stefano James-Cimo. This is going to be an exciting next ride here from the young Italian.
Totally. Stefano had an unfortunate run this morning, had 2 big crashes right away, so I'm sure he's feeling the fire and wants to get out there and put some big tricks down right now. And I'm sure that's what he's going to do. This kid has been on a tear the last couple of years, and I'm excited to see him ride right now. Let's see what he's going to put down here for his first trick, starting off on his toe side edge. Nice big batwing backside 360 to start out, keeping it clean. Switching back over to his switch toe side edge as he cuts in for a switch crow 5 and just gets taken down by that massive wake behind the Nautique G23, unfortunately. Looks like he might have gotten ejected from his board there. Hopefully Stefano is going to be okay to get back up and finish off this first pass.
Yeah, well, folks, as we have a look there on the replay, there was that batwing backside 360, and then Stefano with the Skeezer 540 there going down on his second trick. Big fall too, as you mentioned, Noah getting ejected out of those booths. Gives us the opportunity to check out this incredible looking Roswell Marine Edition G23. Of course, the 2025 version, and I know you guys spent a lot of time behind these G23 wakes. Great to have Nautique here once again supporting this incredible event and having the best riders with the best wakes. It shapes up for a pretty great competition.
Yeah, it's a beautiful looking boat. I love the partnership between Nautique and Roswell for the official towboat for this year's MOOMBA Masters. And I think they nailed it. The colorway and the graphics and everything, it looks pretty good. And Scotty Cole knows how to drive it pretty well as well. So beautiful boat out here that we have on display this whole week here in Melbourne. It's amazing. It's it goes to show that like when you have the best boats, you have the best riders, and you get the best riding that comes out of that. So got to have an amazing show on hold all weekend here at the MOOMBA Masters with the wakeboarding, with all the water skiing, and we're in for a great week.
Yeah, it's a great partnership with Nautique Boats. Now, of course, if you do go along to nautique.com, there is a boat builder function on there where you can build yourself a G23 and choose your own colors. But I tell you what, Corey, I don't think I could make a boat look any better than this Roswell Marine Edition G23. It looks absolutely incredible.
Yeah, the thing's absolutely beautiful. And, I mean, you can spend hours on that configurator. I've definitely spent a whole lot of time on that thing. So that being said, back into action. Stefano getting back in his bindings, back up on top of the water and edging back in, going the back mob, going mute grab. Very similar trick to what Kai opened up his game with in his first pass. So relatively similar between the two riders coming in for their first passes. So let's see what Stefano can put down because he has a lot of heat coming up behind him.
Yeah, it's certainly some similar rides there from our first two competitors, and of course both having that fall as well, losing the same amount of real estate in that pass number one. As you mentioned, there is a lot of firepower coming, so this is going to be really interesting. Stefano definitely can't play safe. I mean, you just cannot ever play safe in LCQ anyway.
Not in this format, no way. It's your last chance, baby. You got one more, so you got to throw everything out there. And I mean, we've been doing this our whole lives. This is literally like everything that we've ever done leading up to this moment. This is your last chance to make the finals. So you have to leave everything out there. You have to leave a statement, and you have to put a solid 8 tricks on the board to really leave an impression on the judges and give it your best chance to making it into that final tomorrow night.
Yeah, I've been, I don't know that I've actually been at a wakeboard contest where this caliber of riders and 6 competitors in the heat with only 1 going through. But looks like we're back on here. This is Stefano James-Cimo, pass number 2.
Starting off with that double flip, that double back roll, landing it clean. Let's see if he can put down a full run here. Starting off with only 2 tricks.
Oh my God.
Just getting smoked on that heel 9. Not what you want.
Yeah, absolutely. Came out firing on that double back roll. You can see it here on the replay. Stefano Belli came in foot to the floor, and there it was once and twice over. Double back roll there. And, we unfortunately came back. There was that 900 and going down on that one. I mean, he's got a score on the board, but with this caliber of riding, I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be enough.
Yeah, it's a tough game. It's a tough format, especially in this LCQ. It's all these guys deserve a chance to make it into the final, and their riding speaks for themselves, and they're good enough to be able to compete for wins. And to have like 6 of these guys and only 1 makes it through, it's so cutthroat. But that's why we're at the MOOMBA Masters, and that's why these are the best events in the world. So you got to show up and you got to perform.
The pressure is on. That is absolutely right, Corey. I think that between at least 6 people, I'd be willing to bet that at least one of those people is going to put down a full run. So it's not looking too good for these first 2 riders, but you never know, you know? You could just, everybody could have a crash and you could make it through without 8. But most of the time, at least one person's going to put down a full run. and that might be the person who makes it out of this last chance qualifier.
But hey, you never know. I mean, we look back to the heats this morning in the semifinals, and out of how many people competed in the whole event, there was 3 people that stood up and did like a solid 8 tricks with no bobbles or anything. So even though we have the best conditions, the best event, the best boat in the world, it still is super challenging to go out and put down the run that you do want to go out and perform and what you train your whole life to do. So it's always a challenge when you come to the best events in the world, and let's hopefully see that we start looking at some full runs and people start laying down everything that they want to do. So
yeah, you're right. It was 18 riders this morning, and that's a crazy stat. Only 3 riders with the full 8 tricks without any bobbles there. Well, next rider up, he's about to hit the water, and I got to say I'm pretty excited about this because Beau Wildman, his riding over the last couple of years has gone absolutely nuts.
100%. Beau has always been one of my favorite riders to watch. He's another rider who's competing in wake surfing and foiling and wakeboarding as well, so I got a lot of respect for Beau here as he comes in for that first trick with a nice rewind. Kind of drifting out of it. Not a super solid landing, but he's still up and riding as he comes in here on his toe side edge for a nice Crow 540, stomping it clean. Beau's looking really solid out there. Like you said, Stu, he's really been upping his level lately as he comes in here with the rope wrapped behind his back, doing that wrapped KGB 540. Beau's crushing it right now. What do you think, boys?
Yeah, wow, that was absolutely incredible. Last trick.
Solid toe back 5 right there. Beau is crushing it. He's looking pretty good here. If he can stand up this second round, he's got a pretty good chance of making it out of this round. Let's see what he's got for us here in a minute.
Yeah, that was a crazy run here. That rewind to start things off seems to be a pretty popular trick these days in the pro men's division. Over the last couple of seasons, we've seen those rewind tricks more common and a really cool part of the sport.
Yeah, 100%. I think it goes a long way just how the technology has evolved in this sport when it comes to the boats, when it comes to the boards, when it comes to everything. Everything has become at such a high level. It is allowing all these athletes to really push the sport and progress what is actually possible, not only just at home behind your own setup, but when you get to the hot seat in the events. And I think that's like, you look at the standard of riding and competition over the last year, 2 years, 5 years, it's just absolutely exploded and gotten out of control, and just kind of goes to show that like all these riders are getting better and we're evolving with the technology and we're making the technology work to our advantage, and sports has gone insane.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Looking at that replay, another trick, that KGB 540, that is another trick that we're seeing these days. It's absolutely incredible. But Corey, we're going to get back on the water here because Beau Wildman straight into this pass number 2.
Oh, starting off with that wrap backside 7 and just going down, unfortunately. That was his first fall, though, so we will be seeing one more shot from Beau. Hopefully he can get up and still put down 4 tricks, and might be a little bit rushed to get 4 in, but I think he'll at least be able to get 3. If he can put them all down, that will be, 3 more tricks than the other 2 guys?
I think that,
4?
Yeah, I think that's right. He's certainly, well, he's taken that early fall, and I know from a rider's perspective, you never want to fall, but I guess if you're going to do it on your second pass, it would either be first or last trick, right?
Making it